Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. The Wang family's titled Battle Pet Warriors were too shocked for words. That primitive door that stood in the air was surrounded by darkness and evil. The creatures that came from the other side of the door were all minions of death. That werewolf in particular, and the skeleton it rode were all beast kings. Counting the beast king Aizen was riding and the white skeleton, there were 4 beast kings. The Wang family's Battle Pet Warriors, who were thinking about putting up a desperate fight, had discarded that idea in its entirety. This white skeleton was a demon incarnate. Boom. That werewolf answered to the orders of the little skeleton and regarded the little skeleton as its master. Leading the army, the werewolf dashed toward the Wang family's Battle Pet Warriors. Within an instant, blood was spilled and lives perished. The little skeleton ran about amid the titled Battle Pet Warriors, killing those people before they could put up a fight. Slaughter. Slaughter. Aizen was staying in the air. She could not believe this hellish scene. That was the little skeleton's skill? At the moment, the undead creatures that were coming out from the door in the air were raiding every corner of the mountain. Most of the undead creatures were at the 8th or 9th rank and the weak ones were at the 6th or 7th rank. That door was generated because of the little skeleton's energy. It was clear that it was the little skeleton's doing. One battle pet had been able to summon such an army. That was Suping's battle pet. Aizen was having trouble finding her own tongue. She didn't have to do anything because the Wang family had been routed. One pet to eliminate one family. And yet, far, far away, Suping was still busying himself with his store. Aizen was unable to find any words to describe her feelings. While the Wang family was being ransacked, news of what was happening had been reported to the other forces. Soon, all the major forces had learned about it. The news stirred up a huge sensation across the subcontinent district. Everyone who had learned about this were taken aback. Some people even got videos. They could not believe what they were seeing. They saw Aizen hovering in the air. The girl that should be the leading star in that show was doing nothing. The undead creatures had wreaked havoc in the mountain. Countless Wang family's Battle Pet Warriors had died miserably. The most eye-catching creature of all was that white skeleton that had been murdering titled Battle Pet Warriors one after one, as well as that werewolf. That werewolf had been summoned by the white skeleton. People knew that undead creatures could have the ability to summon other creatures, but they never heard about something that could summon a beast king. Not to mention too, how terrifying that battle pet was. Is that girl the future family head of the Tang family? I heard the future family head should be in her 20s. So, did I hear it wrong, or did you tell it wrong? That white skeleton is a rare kind. Take a closer look. Its bodily structure is quite different from the common skeletons. The structure and the color, delicate. You're telling me that it's a skeleton? That's a demon. Remember, stay away whenever any of you see this white skeleton from now on. Do not mess with it. Is that white skeleton her battle pet? I heard from the Star Organization that the skeleton's master is someone else. As people watched the events unfolding, many forces were leveraging their intelligence networks to ask about Aizen and that terrifying battle pet they were seeing in the video. Chapter 564 Triumph. After 10 minutes, the battle had reached an end. It seemed as if it never even began. All the Wang family battle pet warriors who had prepared that ambush were turned into corpses sprawled across the blood-soaked mountain. The peak that had been in existence for hundreds and even thousands of years was broken. The family was gone and the peak was destroyed. The undead creatures retreated to that mysterious door. The little skeleton, Aizen, and her beast king stayed. A titled old warrior crawled out from the ruins. He cursed Aizen viciously. You and the Tang family will die a miserable death. Aizen was nonplussed by that curse. She lifted her finger. Bang. A streak of energy penetrated that old man's skull. She was at a stage where she could turn air into swords. Killing people of the same rank was a child's play to her, not to mention that the titled Battle Pet Warrior was seriously wounded at the time. We are fighting. You either shed tears or blood. You should have been prepared for this when you attacked the Tang family. You're destined to shed tears. Tang Ryuan said. The many corpses and the blood didn't soften her heart at all. She had been aware since young that the Wang family, the Tang family, the Yugong family and the Sichua family had a complicated relationship. It had always been like that between them. The four families had constantly fought each other for generations. No one was innocent in such battles. Even a kid of the rivaling families would learn to use a blade to hurt the Tang family. Let's go. Tang Ryuan didn't linger. She flew back to her Beast King. The little skeleton took the seat next to Tang Ryuan. The Beast King didn't welcome the bony pet, but it didn't show resistance. The demonic sense of the little skeleton was enough to even scare the Beast King. Tang Ryuan ordered the Beast King to go ahead and run in another direction. She was heading to the Sichua family territory. She didn't want to leave any more time for them to prepare. She also wanted to hurry everything up so that she could go back as early as possible. In the distance, some onlookers were quite relieved to find that Tang Ryuan had left with her Beast King. They had been quite worried, thinking that she would wipe out the base city in a fit of rage. The Wufeng base city would cease to exist if it were the case, because no one would be able to stop her. The Wang family is over. They used all the treasures they had and they lasted for less than 10 minutes. Since no legendary battle pet warriors came to stop this mess, I think that the most powerful family of the subcontinent district will be the Tang family from now on. The onlookers were in an uproar. The Wang family had operated in the Wufeng base city for hundreds of years, controlling the truth and flow of information, and yet they were no more. The skyscrapers that had been in existence for hundreds of years collapsed in less than 10 minutes. The mountain was also broken as well. There was no coming back for that mountain. The Tang family, of course, would not leave any chance of recovery for the Wang family. There were some remaining members scattered outside, lingering on in a steadily worsening condition outside. The Tangs would gradually hunt them down. That was how the fight between the big families would be. The outcome for those defeated would be their annihilation. The guards didn't stop Tang Ryuan when she crossed the city wall as she left. The Wufeng base city's rank would be lowered to a Class B base city after the disappearance of the Wang family. The fact that the Wang family was gone was soon learned by all forces. Even the Holy Light base city, a seemingly unrelated city of trainers, had learned about this appalling news. Some of the Wang family battle pet warriors had once entrusted their pets to trainers in the Holy Light base city. Those pets had forever lost their masters. More breaking news arrived before people could have digested that piece of information. The Sichua family was also gone. Merely 2 hours had passed in between. The two families, which both had once had legendary battle pet warriors, had fallen one after the other. All the forces of the subcontinent district had a feeling that things were about to change, and the change would be a scary one. There wasn't even a hint of what was going to happen. The Star Organization. That girl from the Tang family destroyed the Wang family and the Sichua family. One girl and both families are gone. It's barbaric. Have you seen the video? I believe that girl is young. And that skeleton. 9 titled battle pet warriors of the Star Organization were gathered in a conference room. Each one of them was a cornerstone of the Star Organization. Zigange, one of the 9, was stunned still when he saw the video. He would never forget about that skeleton. It's that man's skeleton. Well, the color of the skeleton changed, but the size and the cruelty were still the same. Is that guy behind all this? Zigange remembered having met that girl in Suping's store, as well seen how people from the Tang family were trying to take her back. However, they had been unable to get the girl back. As a matter of fact, the Tang family had lost their armies and they ended up apologizing to Suping. Unexpectedly, Suping had been behind that strike. As far as Zigange was concerned, that skeleton represented Suping. He believed that the Tang family was most likely in Suping's control. Once the Tangs grabbed the Sichua family and the Wang family's assets, Suping would be in control of the most powerful forces of the subcontinent district. Not even the Star Organization would be able to compete against him. He would forever be number one if no legendary battle pet warriors came to stop him. Suping was in charge of such a formidable force. Zigange was full of mixed feelings. The Tang family. Tanglinson was organizing people to clean up the mess in their family compound. All the pet warriors of the Sichus and the Wangs had either perished or escaped. At the moment, the only people standing there were members of the Tang family, as well as some captives. The Tang family compound, formerly famed for its landscapes, was at the moment in ruins and drenched in blood. While Tanglinson was busy at work, he heard about the death of the Wang family. Tanglinson took a minute to process that information. Tang Ryuan had reached the Wang family faster than expected and had actually destroyed them. Tanglinson remembered how indifferent Tang Ryuan was when she left them. He was lost in complicated emotions. Soon, he was informed of the destruction of the Sichu family. While Tanglinson kind of expected that, he was still shocked when he heard it. Both the Wang family and the Sichua family were gone. The Tang family would be the ruler from then on. Tang Linzhen immediately shared the information with the Tang family. People were still grieving after that tragic battle, but they were stunned speechless when they heard the news. Some titled battle pet warriors gradually convinced themselves about the validity of such astounding news as they recalled Tang Yuan's performance. She was beyond comprehension. People went back to work. A beast was running in the wild, leaving the Wang family and the Sichua family in ruins. Standing on the shoulder of the behemoth was a girl whose hair was dancing in the wind. It was Tang Yuan. Chapter 565 Tang Yuan's Destiny. It's her. She's back. When Tang Yuan reached the street, the quaking ground alerted the Tang family people who were still busy repairing their residence. They were overjoyed when they recognized her. Welcome back, young lady. The pedestrians on the street were awed they met the beast. Its aura made them tremble. But, instead of escaping, people got down one knee to pay their respects. Welcome back, young lady. Welcome back, young lady. Welcome back, young lady. All the kneeling people belonged to the Tang family, including the Master Battle Pet Warriors. Master Battle Pet Warriors would be among the upper-class circles in any other smaller base city. Still, on that broken street, they didn't think twice before they got down on their knees to bow. The behemoth slowed down after landing on the street. Tang Yuan stood on the shoulder of the Beast King as she gazed at the people kneeling before her. She saw many familiar faces. She had once worked for a certain number of them. Some were even elite members of the family. But at the moment, all of them were paying their utmost respect to her. There had been a time when the Tang family abandoned her. This day, she returned with glory, winning everyone's respect. Tang family. Tang Yuan gazed into the distance with a troubled look in her eyes. News of Tang Yuan's triumphant return was spread across the Tang family compound. Tang Linzhen had been waiting for her with many elders when she reached the broken gate. She had wiped out the Sichua family and the Wang family on her own. Without a doubt, Tang Yuan was the most powerful person in the Tang family, the biggest reliance. Yuan. Tang Linzhen hurried to her. Still, being wary of that beast she rode on, he dared not go too close, worried that it would attack him. Welcome back. The elders standing behind Tang Linzhen bowed to her. Some of them felt troubled. They had been the first ones to advocate for Tang Yuan's exile back then. The main reason for that choice at the time was that they had thought the Tang family had suffered too great a loss just to get her back. The second thing was, because the one who had captured Tang Yuan was a legendary battle pet warrior. They wanted to get rid of her to avoid crossing paths with a legendary battle pet warrior again. However, it had been Tang Yuan who had returned in the most critical time, saving the Tang family and becoming the hero who protected them. Standing behind all those people were the ruins and debris from where Tang Ruyu was silently looking at her big sister. Tang Ruyu was aware that no one would object to Tang Yuan becoming the future family head, given her current power. If Tang Yuan wished it so, she could become the family head right then. After all, it was astonishing that she had been able to clean out two families on her own. That was something that only a legendary battle pet warrior would be able to do. While Tang Yuan was not yet at the legendary rank, her strength wasn't too far from it. Whoosh! Tang Yuan jumped off from the Beast King. I have finished the Sichua family and the Wang family. They do have some remaining members scattered elsewhere. Tang Yuan looked at her father. She suddenly noticed that she could remain very calm when she was with him. I'll trust you to take care of those matters. I won't intervene from this point on. Tang Linzhen nodded with a warm and fawning smile. But of course. We received the news. The toughest guys of the two families died in your hands. They no longer have a force to speak of. The remaining members won't amount to anything. Tang Yuan nodded. She took a look around. The leftover ruins and debris did disturb her mind a bit. After all, that had been a place where she had played around when she was a kid. I will leave the recovery to you. I trust that the Tang family shall be safe from today onward, since two of the main families are gone and the Yugong family is afraid to compete against the Tangs, unless a legendary battle pet warrior comes. Tang Yuan said to her father earnestly, while Tang family has been left practically without any true opponent to speak of, I do hope that you won't bully others. I cannot assure that I can get back at once every time. You're right. Tang Linzhen nodded. He suddenly noticed a detail about what she had just said. Get back? Are you leaving? The other elders noticed that as well, which was much to their surprise. I am no longer part of the Tang family. I don't need to stay here, Tang Yuan claimed, coldly. Young lady, don't be like that. You will forever be the Tang family's future family head. One of the elders tried to talk some sense into Tang Yuan. Your Uncle 4 and Uncle 6 were the ones who proposed abandoning you. The family lost 2 armies to get you back and the loss enticed the Sichua family and the Wang family into targeting us. The family had tried to stop us from making that decision with all his might during the meeting. But you know how it is with the family, there wasn't anything that we could do. Tang Ryuan frowned. She glanced at her father. Tried to stop them with all his might? Tang Ryuan felt a tingling pain in her heart. She didn't believe it. But she wanted someone to tell her that this was true, deep down in her heart. She was fully aware that it could not be. Yes. I was forced to look at the big picture, being the leader of the family. If you're still angry about that, please do tell me. You return today, with powers far above mine. You'll be the new family head of the Tang family from today on. Tang Linzhen expressed his intention of handing over the position to Tang Ryuan right then and there. The other elders were surprised to see their family head being so resolute and generous. But that was not a bad thing, it could help them make Tang Ryuan stay. Given her strength, being the family head could bring much more benefits for the Tang family. Miss, we were wrong. I am sorry. I was one who proposed to abandon you. Please, miss, stay. People stepped forward one after the other, kneeling before her and apologizing. They were all titled battle pet warriors of the Tang family, some of them were honorable elders of the family. Uncle 4 and Uncle 6 for example, they were esteemed elders of the family, they had made great contributions to the family. However, they were kneeling in public to appease Tang Ryuan. Other disciples of the Tang family were watching in the distance. To their shock, the elders were willing to give up their dignity, all to keep her. Tang Ryuan was taken aback. Of course, she had never expected that the elders she had once held in high esteem would resort to such a grand gesture. She had to admit that a bit of her anger had been dispersed. She thought for a while in silence. Sir, please, stand up. Please stay. Please. We will get up if you forgive us, the elders said. They eyed Tang Ryuan with great anticipation, hoping that she would stay. Tang Ryuan didn't say a word to them. She simply unleashed astral powers to lift them all up. Some of the elders tried to fight back, but realized that they couldn't go on unless they struggled with all their might. Naturally, no one was going to do that. They could only stand up. I won't stay here. Tang Ryuan glanced over at the elders and cast a final glance at Tang Linzhen. I have to go back to the Longjian-based city after this. I only have my strength because of him, that man. I am his employee. I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for him. Without him, I suppose, the Tang family would have been wiped out. They all stood there, dumbstruck. They knew that Tang Ryuan had once been captured by that legendary battle pet warrior. Why would she go back? She was working there? Why would she give up the Tang family for that? Without the Sichu and Wang families in the way, becoming the most powerful family of the subcontinent district was a sure thing for the Tangs. If she were the leader of the Tang family, she would stand at the top of the entire subcontinent district. She would enjoy many powers and privileges. One word from her could be the life or death of thousands of people. Why would she give up all that for an employee position? You. Some elders wanted to try again. No need to say more, I made up my mind. I owe him my strength and I shall repay with the rest of my life. Tang Ryuan declared. Chapter 566 Family Head. They looked at each other in speechless despair. She owed him? They could understand why she had said that. They watched Tang Ryuan as she grew up, they were very much aware of her true potential. Back in the day, they had made a strict and extensive evaluation to determine that Tang Ryuan was merely qualified to become a decoy. She wasn't as talented as her younger sister, Tang Ryu. They observed her for a long time and made her go through several rounds of tests. They had acted prudently, not allowing for mistakes to happen. For Tang Ryuan to have gained such strength had to be related to fate or a luck-related matter, something that couldn't be explained by talent and effort. That luck was most likely related to that store. Ryuan, I believe that not even a legendary battle pet warrior can kill you easily at this point. Why belittle yourself by continuing as an employee? No titled battle pet warrior should work as store attendant. Tang Linzhen blurted out, he wanted to make Tang Ryuan stay. Also, what would people think of the Tang family if she were still working as a store employee? The other elders jumped in with worry. Indeed. I know there's a legendary battle pet warrior involved with that store. However, you're a different person now, and you have such a promising future. Why do you have to put yourself through the suffering of being an attendant? We can choose other things if you want to repay his kindness. We're willing to present half of our treasured artifacts and let him pick at will. I don't care what he names as terms as long as you can stay and lead the family. We're open to all possibilities. Please, do think. Tang Ryuan waved her hand to stop them. This has nothing to do with how powerful I am. If I were to become a legendary battle pet warrior, it would be because of him, because he transferred his astral powers to me. I'm here because he approved the trip. So, the fact that you could be saved is because of him, Tang Ryuan explained. Tang Linzhen and the others were all stunned. Did he approve the trip? That explained it. Indeed, Tang Ryuan had been kidnapped by that man, It was unlikely that she would go back without his permission. That is not wrong. Tang Linzhen was conflicted. He had to admit that he had to thank that man whom he had blacklisted because he had cost the Tang family 2 armies. Of course, Tang Linzhen would not go about and tell everyone he had blacklisted a man related to a legendary battle pet warrior. They wouldn't be so stupid as to go and defend that man before they made sure the legendary battle pet warrior was gone. I have to repay his kindness. There's nothing you can say that can change my mind. Tang Ryuan was getting bored with that conversation. They stopped pressing on the subject once they felt that Tang Ryuan was getting impatient, fearing that she would lose her temper. They could understand that Tang Ryuan would hold a grudge since they had abandoned her. They knew that forcing her in any way was out of the question. Tang Linzhen made another proposal. Say you go back. I still hope that you can be our family head. He looked into Tang Ryuan's eyes. You're the best qualified to become our family head. We once trained you to prepare you for this position. You know everything there is about the Tang family. I know that you didn't become the true future family head because of some special reasons. But we can say for sure that you're more than qualified to become our family head. Of course, among the special reasons he spoke of was her weaker talent. Tang Ryuan was fully aware of this, but she didn't point that out. She just didn't expect that Tang Linzhen would insist on her taking his position. I don't have the time to manage family affairs. Save that for yourself. Tang Ryuan shook her head. She used to have so much expectation for that position back in the day, and she respected it. And yet, the position no longer mattered. Maybe it was because she had become a different girl. The fact that she could clean out 2 of the main families so easily had revealed her the vulnerability of those big families. They were unable to stand a single blow from a Beast King. Power ruled. Also, she wanted to go back. As far as she was concerned, that place was where she was destined to be, her home. One didn't need a reason to want to go back home. Tang Linzhen curled his lips at the repeated refusals. Being the family head was such an honored and coveted position, and yet, she disdained it. He heaved a sigh. I can act on your behalf if you don't want to manage family affairs, but you'll still be our family head. The family will always welcome you. We will wait. The other elders eyed Tang Linzhen with surprise. That didn't sound like him. Tang Ryuan was determined. Why would he insist on having her as the family head? Besides, Tang Linzhen was still in his prime, he didn't have to step down. Tang Ryuan frowned. That settles it then, Tang Linzhen declared since Tang Ryuan didn't deny the last statement. Sir. Some elders wanted to speak but stopped on second thought. They had no objections to Tang Ryuan becoming the family head. What they didn't want was for her to go back to the Longjiang base city to be the family head of herself. The family head was the brains of a family. So, in the future, it would be like the body of the family was in the Yadu base city while the head and the brains were in the Longjiang base city. It would be so weird and uncoordinated. That's not good. Tang Linzhen darted that elder a glare, forcing the latter to swallow what was left unsaid. Prepare the ritual, Tang Linzhen said to another elder. That elder was in charge of such matters. Although hesitating, he nodded and took the order. Tang Ryuan shook her head. I do not have time for this. If you want, give that position to you. She's your future family head, to begin with. The Tang family will have nothing to do with me from that day onward. When you're in crisis again, I may or may not go back. Remember to behave. With that said, she jumped back onto her Beast King, ready to leave. Tang Linzhen was frightened. Either way, you'll be our leader from today on. You don't have to stay for the ritual, but I'll keep your name on the record. You have the blood of the Tang family in you and you cannot change that. You will forever be a part of the Tang family. Tang Ryuan frowned, displeased. Whatever. The Beast King took her away. After Tang Ryuan was away, the elders began to question Tang Linzhen. Sir, why did you insist on letting her be the family head? Tang Linzhen shook his head at them. You do not understand, do you? Think about it. She wiped out 2 families on her own. She didn't have to do anything, and just the fact that she's the normal family head will deter any attempted strikes at the Tang family. When she reaches the legendary rank, her influence can protect the Tang family for 1,000 years. It was because a legendary battle pet warrior could live for 1,000 years. Of course, unless being beaten to death. The Tang family was in great disaster and almost doomed. It was because of my wrong decision. I am the family head, but I almost got the Tang family destroyed. I have sinned. Tang Linzhen gazed into the distance and continued, I cannot have let her leave without making her the family head. She'll be the nominal family head and I will manage the family affairs for her. Let time do the work. When she changes her mind and when that man no longer needs her, she will come back eventually. So, Tang Linzhen was playing a long game and the prize was his daughter. She has made a name for herself. I believe that even the Star Organization will have to be respectful to us. Those families and forces that would rely on the influence of their late legendary battle pet warriors will have to behave themselves in front of us. An elder grinned a sinister grin. The other elders nodded in agreement. Chapter 567 A sleeping tiger. 1 person and 2 families were gone. That sensational piece of news was spread across the entire subcontinent district, alerting every force that could get hold of that information. The Sichua family and the Wang family were deemed as influential forces, and the elders of the 2 families would be treated as honorable guests when they visited other forces. However, one girl had humiliated both families. Who is she? Clairvoyance, the biggest intelligence organization, had collected enough information in less than half an hour after the event. Tang Ryuan, 23. Female. Former candidate to become the future family head of the Tang family. She had actually been a decoy to protect the real future family head. The talented girl reached the 7th rank when she was 18 years old. She once tried the Dragon Bone Tower challenge at Longtai Mountain, the mysterious realm. She vanished directly from the mysterious realm due to unknown reasons. Later, people reported seeing her in the Longjian base city, the base city close to the border at the south, but the rumor was never verified. Today, there was confirmation that she reached the titled rank. Probably at the peak of the titled rank. She had a Beast King battle pet, an unknown kind that had never been recorded. The other battle pet she had was a strange skeleton that was able to kill legendary battle pet warriors. Tang Ryuan's information was dug out soon. Upon hearing this, people had to admit that the supposed decoy of the Tang family was mysterious and had a complex background. She had achieved amazing results on many occasions, including the past Elite League. She could be what people called a talent. But that was it. The world was never short of talents. The change started to happen to the girl after she disappeared from the mysterious realm. Barely half a year had passed since she disappeared and reappeared. She was at the 7th rank before she went off the grid, then she was already at the titled rank when she emerged in public again. She had evidently bumped into a big fortune during the time she was missing. She leaped from the 7th rank to the peak of the titled rank. Even though there was no proof that she was indeed at the peak, she had indeed wiped out 2 families by herself. Even calling her a legendary battle pet warrior was reasonable. Apart from Tang Ryuan, another thing that had caught the public eye was that skeleton. According to some videos that got out, people saw how the legendary battle pet warrior was killed right after he arrived at the Tang family territory. He barely said anything before that skeleton killed him. That skeleton killed a legendary battle pet warrior with 1 punch. No other legendary battle pet warrior could have done that. A legendary battle pet warrior, someone that people deemed as the most powerful human being in the world, had died after a single blow. The skeleton also did amazingly in the Sichua family and the Wang family's territories. According to the video footage, people noticed that without that skeleton, Tang Ryuan and her Beast King wouldn't have cleaned out the 2 families so easily. She would have taken longer to finish. For a while, many people hurried to Clairvoyance to ask about the skeleton. All the people who were below the legendary rank thought that legendary rank creatures were mysterious. They were dying to find out the details about the skeleton and why it was so incredible. Of course, the details shocked the world. Clairvoyance was treating all the information about the skeleton as confidential. Some big forces went to Clairvoyance, bearing heavy presents and money, but failed to get them to talk. Clairvoyance revealed Tang Ryuan's information but kept the skeleton a secret. Why? That was enough to make people wonder. Some supposed that the skeleton wasn't really Tang Ryuan's pet. After all, witnesses were saying that Tang Ryuan and the skeleton sat together as they flew back. She didn't summon the skeleton in public. The skeleton was also outside even on their way back to the Tang family. That was interesting. Tanlin Base City. Clairvoyance. Many flying battle pets were seen coming from a distance, while some were dispersing clouds. They slowly landed in front of Clairvoyance. The battle pet warriors jumped off from their flying pets immediately and hurried to the door. Some of the battle pet warriors were at the master level and some at the titled rank. Either way, they were all walking as they approached. That was enough proof of the level of respect Clairvoyance inspired. Clairvoyance was an intelligence organization, but it wasn't a weak one. To put it simply, it wouldn't be able to collect so much privileged information without the most powerful battle pet warriors. What a crowd. This day has gathered more people than the whole previous month. 2 titled battle pet warriors were hurrying into the Clairvoyance building. The clothes they wore indicated which family or force they were from. The people in Clairvoyance, influenced by what they constantly saw and heard, were able to recognize the uniqueness of each force and family's uniform when the visitors didn't deliberately show it. Those people must be scared, one of the titled battle pet warriors in Clairvoyance commented after he smoked his water pipes. Look, the Holy Light Base City has sent someone here. Well. Looks like we have a she-devil here. I think people are freaking out. He chuckled. The middle-aged titled Battle Pet Warrior nodded to the old man, but he sounded more solemn. It's natural for the Holy Light Base City to feel the pressure. That she-devil is now the nominal family head of the Tang family. If the legendary Battle Pet Warriors from the tower don't make a move, no one can stop her from destroying the subcontinent district, and that includes us, clairvoyants. The old man shook his head. She has already left, and I don't suppose she's that ambitious. The Yugong family would have been gone already if she wanted to unify the subcontinent district. She managed to finish 2 families so quickly. So, what was one more? She was just sending a signal to the other families and forces. She, the previous decoy, was not a trophy girl. The middle-aged man was surprised how the old man was able to remain calm. Man, I don't think you're the least worried. What you said makes sense, but this girl is just freaky. She's like a wolf mingling in a flock of sheep. Even a sleeping wolf would scare the sheep. I don't worry because there is nothing to be worried about. The old man grinned. Besides, say she's a wolf, there's still a tiger up here. A sleeping tiger. The old man squinted to hide the flash of terror. Sleeping tiger? Do you mean the tower? The middle-aged man was baffled. The old man shook his head but said nothing. Let's go. Time for us to be on duty. Don't sweat over such trivial things. You've just joined clairvoyance, you'll get used to such things. The old man stood up and patted the dust off his robe. The middle-aged man was a bit speechless. 2 families that had had a history of hundreds of years were ruined, and that was not a big thing? Could there be bigger things? The middle-aged man caught up with the old man and asked, Anyway, why did our master keep the information about that skeleton confidential? Where does that skeleton come from? That information was not just kept from the public. It was also confidential to some among the clairvoyance staff. The master must have his reasons. Don't learn what you shouldn't know, and don't you dare go around and ask about it. You can get yourself in trouble, the old man cautioned his new colleague. The middle-aged man was startled. What could make the master so wary? Why couldn't they ask about it? Longjian Base City. Pixie Pet Store. Have you heard? The Sichua family and Wang family are doomed. I cannot believe that. This must be some conflict between those big families. That's curious. I think I've seen the she-devil in that video. Mr. Su, where's that pretty attendant? I didn't see her today. The customers discussed. The destruction of the Sichu and Wang families had reached even the remote Longjian Base City. Of course, such information was limited to those in the upper class. For people who were in the store, discussing the matter was proof of their social status. On the other hand, the information arrived much later to Battle Pet Warriors without a strong background. They tried to be all ears and listen. I gave her a couple of days off, Suping answered casually. Many of the customers were well aware that Suping was far from being a common man. What he did could hardly be kept confidential. The fact that he had stopped the beast strikes and saved the Longjian Base City was stunning enough. The average Battle Pet Warriors didn't have a clear idea about the other world Heavenly King, they just knew it was something more powerful than other Beast Kings. Because of all his fame and reputation, the customers would always behave when they stopped by. They weren't so stressed out when they realized that Su King was apparently not the vicious sort. Mr. Su, you're so nice to your employees. Mr. Su, do you need more people working for you? I don't have to take a salary. Some customers began to recommend themselves. Su Ping darted a glance at the customer. I do need more employees, but I do have a high standard that not many can reach. The customers were getting more curious. What standard? They were eager to have a try. If they could work there and stay with Su Ping for a long time, they would be able to get much closer to him. This would pave a promising future for them. First, the person has to be at the legendary rank and the talents have to be good, Su Ping answered without thinking. He was naming the standard for formal employees, thinking that anyone below that rank would be of little use to him. After all, according to his current cultivation progress, he would soon be able to take Beast Kings to train. Employees would be scared by the Beast Kings if they weren't at the legendary rank. That would be humiliating. Therefore, the legendary rank was the most basic requirement. Customers filled with anticipation were left dumbstruck. Chapter 568 Missing Person 1 would have to be at least at the legendary rank to work for him? How daring. Of course, the presence of that supposed legendary battle pet warrior meant that no one would dare to say a thing. After all, the powerful store owner was the boss. Just splendid, Mr. Su. I think Mr. Su's store is the only place that can hire a legendary battle pet warrior to be an employee. The customers still managed to offer compliments to Su Ping. Su Ping was a mysterious, powerful man, but they still regarded Su Ping's hiring requirements as a joke. Legendary battle pet warriors were the most prominent group of people in the world. Even titled battle pet warriors would have too much pride to become an attendant there. Su Ping noticed something while the customers were still chattering and joking. He took a glance outside the store. There was a long line outside. A person descended from the sky and landed on the staircase after Su Ping looked away. "Hey, pretty girl, don't cut in the queue. You'll get in trouble." "Hush. What are you screaming about? Don't you know Miss Tang?" "Miss Tang? She works here." The customers who recognized Tang Ryuian immediately smiled at her. Many recurrent customers had become acquainted with Tang Ryuian, who worked in the store every day. After all, a pretty girl like her would find it hard to evade public attention. Tang Ryuian smiled as the customers greeted her. Somehow, she was brought to tears as she looked at the store. She felt she was finally home. "Indeed, the store is the most suitable place for me," she said to herself. She walked into the store, chin up and chest out. She was no longer the girl she used to be. The fact that she had reached the titled rank was noticed by many customers. And then, she tripped over on the door sill. "Tang Ryuian," the customers. Oh, Miss Tang. Miss Tang." The customers were still nodding as they greeted her. They never thought of her as just an attendant in the store. No kidding. People able to work in Su Ping's store would surely have a strong background. Su Ping had said just then that anyone working there should be at least at the legendary rank. The customers tried to sense Tang Ryuian's rank and the result startled them. The titled battle pet warriors among the customers immediately noticed that she was also at the titled rank. Those who weren't at the titled rank were feeling stressed in front of her. That would only happen when they were in front of titled battle pet warriors. This girl is at the titled rank? The titled battle pet warriors found it hard to believe. A titled battle pet warrior is working here? Some of the customers were still thinking that Su Ping's legendary rank requirement was a joke. This title-ranked girl working as an attendant was enough to leave them gobsmacked. Wait, look at her. Tell me that I'm wrong. All of a sudden, someone noticed her looks and clothes. They didn't make the connection just then, but upon a closer look, they were surprised to find that the girl who was working in Su Ping's store was the heroine from the sensational news. Is she that girl from the Tang family? Soon, some people noticed the small skeleton walking behind her. The white bones. The people who had seen videos related to the destruction of the Sichu and Wang families were rooted on the spot. There was no doubt, it was the she-devil who had flattened two families. That white skeleton was currently referred to as White Bone Demon. Battle pets could also have titles, but on rare occasions. Some famous legendary rank battle pets had well-known titles. That skeleton had earned itself the title of White Bone Demon. "I'm back." Regardless of the stairs mishap, Tang Ryuian went straight to Su Ping. Su Ping nodded to her and motioned little skeleton to approach. The little skeleton walked over from behind Tang Ryuian to the counter. It stood on tiptoe but was still unable to reach the desk. All of a sudden, it placed its hands down its chin, and with a crack, the little skeleton lifted its head and left it on the counter. The nearby customers were pale with fright. Su Ping was already used to this. He patted that sleek skull, feeling as if it were a pebble, and said to the little skeleton, "Go ahead and take some rest." The jaw of the skull placed on the counter moved. The little skeleton then placed its head back on its neck and adjusted it. After the head was perfectly set, the little skeleton nodded and went back to the pet room by itself. Joanna was leaning against the pet room's door frame. Joanna looked worried as the little skeleton stepped closer. As of that moment, the little skeleton was no longer a creature that she could afford to belittle, it would overwhelm her. Of course, to overwhelm Joanna, the girl that was also there. Joanna focused on the cultivation of the mind in this lifetime. She could soon make progress by relying on her true self if she wanted to improve her combat strength. That being said, even combining her true self with her Joanna avatar, they would still be unable to reach that ultimate rank. She had chosen to focus on training her mind because she could help her true self break the limit when the time came, to become the superior god of the demigod burial. He is getting better faster and faster. Not yet at the legendary rank, but look at that battle pet of his, not to mention the fact that the skeleton has the Skeleton King's bloodline. Joanna thought. She gazed at Su Ping, who was still talking to the customers. Whenever they transferred money to him, he would smile without knowing. Joanna rolled her eyes. That guy would have reached the legendary rank a long time before if he had focused on cultivation. She shook her head. She couldn't allow herself to mess up her own mind by overthinking such things. "Mr. Su, is that skeleton your battle pet?" Someone asked out of curiosity. Su Ping didn't answer. People who had heard about the Sichua family and the Wang family were surprised by Su Ping's reaction. Even though he didn't say so with words, he had admitted that the skeleton was his, the skeleton that brought fear to many. "Get back to work," Su Ping said to Tang Ryuian. Tang Ryuian was irritated, given that he didn't ask her about the Tang family at all. She bit her lip and went to her post. "Sister Ryuian." Zhong Lingtong approached her. "I thought you had left for good." She was obviously overjoyed with her return. Zhong Lingtong's happiness warmed Tang Ryuian's heart. I'm not leaving. I owe that guy something. You mean my teacher? Zhang Lingtong had a theory of her own but didn't ask. The spots of the store were full soon after Tang Ruian got back. Su Ping declared the end of the business day. He began to categorize the battle pets after the customers left. Many people got out of the store in a hurry to let others know about Tang Ruian's return. Many battle pet warriors of other base cities had shown up after the Longjiang base city survived the beast strike, attracted by the base city's fame. Some of the customers in Su Ping's store were from other base cities. The Tang family girl whom people were so vividly discussing was right there, in the Longjiang base city. So, the rumors were true. It was Su Ping who was supporting the future head of the Tang family. Su Ping again became the center of attention as people began to spread this news. Some even went to clairvoyance to ask about Su Ping. But the people at clairvoyance refused to tell. Many major forces were confused, some had sniffed something different. Su Ping had finished grouping the pets while people were going about asking about him. He was going to leave for the cultivation sites. Someone entered just as he was about to close the doors. It was a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance. Su Ping immediately realized that the man was an 8th-rank battle pet warrior. I'm sorry, the store is closed for the day. Please come back tomorrow, Su Ping said. That middle-aged man was a bit nervous. The 2 dragon statues by the door were so vivid that they seemed like living things. He was frightened by them, it felt as if 2 beast kings were gazing at him. Hi, I'm here looking for someone, the middle-aged man asked. Could you please tell me if you know a man by the name of Su Ping? Su Ping raised his eyebrows. I am Su Ping. You are? The middle-aged man was surprised. He sized Su Ping up and down. Before he made the trip over, his teacher had told him repeatedly that he had to treat Mr. Su Ping with respect. The middle-aged man didn't know that he would be that young. You're looking for me? Su Ping asked. The middle-aged man came back to his senses. Surprised as he was, he didn't think that Su Ping was lying. Also, Su Ping was stressing him out. You are Mr. Su Ping? My teacher is Han Yuxian. He told me to ask you about something. The middle-aged man clearly said his teacher's name with respect. Han Yuxian? Of course, he knew who that was, the vice principal of the best academy of all the subcontinent district, the Valiant Academy. He had entrusted Han Yuxian to take care of his younger sister. What is it? Su Ping frowned. Mr. Han said that your sister Su Linayu went missing in the academy and wonders if you know where she is. Mr. Han told me to come here and see if your younger sister has come back home, the middle-aged man answered honestly. Chapter 569 A Visit to the Valiant Academy. It took Su Ping a second to fully understand what the middle-aged man was asking. He pulled a long face when he came to his senses. Whoosh! He dashed and moved closer to the middle-aged man. What did you just say? Su Ping glared at the man coldly. The middle-aged man felt a chill running down his spine and felt he was having difficulty breathing. The look in Su Ping's eyes turned his mind blank. I. He was stuttering and at a loss about what to do. He was surprised by his own reaction when he gathered himself. He, an 8th-rank battle pet warrior, was freaked out by a young man. My teacher told me to come and look for your sister Su Linayu. The middle-aged man finally managed to speak. Even though he tried his best not to look too embarrassed in front of a young man, the middle-aged man's voice was still shaky. Isn't she at the Valiant Academy? How come you cannot find her? Su Ping bellowed. He did not even try to contain his anger. Su Linayu went missing? He trusted that the Valiant Academy would surely have surveillance systems. Even if they didn't have any security cameras, he trusted that they would have the strength and power to find her. I don't know. My teacher thought she had gone back home. We heard about the beast strike on the Longjiang base city. We thought she must have made the trip over upon hearing the news. So, my teacher told me to come here and... The middle-aged man finally found his tongue. He felt that he was going to faint under Su Ping's piercing stare. Su Ping was losing his temper. He couldn't have known if Su Linayu was back. He told Han Yuxian to take good care of her, but then she went missing. Han Yuxian deserves to die. He dropped the ball. Su Ping had to calm himself down. The middle-aged man was stressed out. He was just the messenger, venting his anger on him would not get him anywhere. Su Ping called the mayor Zi Jinshui at once. Mr. Su? Zi Jinshui was surprised by the call. Is there anything I can do for you? Sir, please look up the access records. See if my sister has come back, Su Ping asked. Sure thing. Zi Jinshui agreed. That was a strange request. But Zi Jinshui didn't ask further questions because he could hear that Su Ping was not in a good mood. Soon, Zi Jinshui informed Su Ping of the result. No. There was no sign of Su Linayu ever going back. She's not here. Su Ping's mind was weighed down. He had made the call knowing this was the answer he would get. After all, if she were back, she would have gone back home. She couldn't have been hiding somewhere for so long that Han Yuxiang student would have to travel looking for her. Su Ping's face was even more clouded as he recalled that several base cities had suffered from beast strikes. If Su Linayu had just happened to go through those base cities during lockdown, she would have had to stay in one of those base cities and she would be in danger. Su Linayu had the Moonfrost Dragon, for sure, but what if she encountered Beast Kings? Su Ping called the Ken family. Soon, Ken Zhuang told Su Ping about the base cities that were under strike. Su Ping searched online and traced the path between the Valiant Academy and the Longjiang base city. Upon comparison, Su Ping noticed that those base cities were not on the way. That was to say, if Su Linayu had tried to return home, she wouldn't have encountered any beast strikes. How did she go missing and when? Su Ping turned to stare at the middle-aged man, with a look that was cutting into the latter like a blade. The middle-aged man felt his heart skip a beat. He didn't think much of the young man a moment before. However, he became scared upon seeing the young man change into a different person. He had finally understood why his teacher had repeatedly told him to be nice to Su Ping. That happened a week ago, shortly after the Otherworld Heavenly King came to the Longjiang base city. Mr. Han said that your sister was in the Dragon Tower on campus the last time he saw her, the middle-aged man said in a low voice. Before he knew it, he began treating Su Ping with more respect. A week? Su Ping could not believe it. The force field appeared behind him. The temperature dropped as the demons appeared. They're telling me now after she's been missing for a week? Han Yuxiang is telling me now. Su Ping took a deep breath and clenched his fist. He noticed Tang Ruian and Zhong Lingtong were standing on the side and the two girls were scared. All of a sudden, the anger faded away. Take care of the store, Su Ping said to them. I have to be away. Do not tell my parents. I don't want them to worry. Where are you going? I can go with you, Tang Ruian proposed. It's okay. I'll be quicker on my own. Su Ping turned her down. Tang Ruian bit her lip. I'm good enough to help you. I know. Su Ping didn't say more to her. Show me the way. Take me to the Valiant Academy, Su Ping said to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was surprised. The killing intent coming from Su Ping was scaring him. What do you think you can do there? My teacher is also worried. He's been searching for her. I told you to show me the way. Su Ping snarled. Suddenly, the middle-aged man felt something had pierced into his brain. His mind was blank. He realized that he was drenched in a cold sweat when he came back to his senses. The young man was not a common battle pet warrior. He had never sensed that type of power, not even from his teacher. But his teacher was at the peak of the titled rank, the vice principal of the Valiant Academy. I understand. The middle-aged man was ghastly pale. Come with me. Su Ping shouted to the pet room. A figure came out. It was the little skeleton. It moved close to Su Ping and quietly stood next to him. In the meantime, a hot stream of air was swept across. The Inferno Dragon stepped out from the pet room. The middle-aged man widened his eyes when he saw the Inferno Dragon. The third rarest dragon. But that Inferno Dragon looked different from the textbook depictions. It also had some purple scales. How come this young man has such a pet? The middle-aged man was even more scared of Su Ping. Su Ping stepped out of the door and the Inferno Dragon followed him. He jumped onto the Inferno Dragon's shoulder and used his astral powers to hoist the middle-aged man up. Let's go. The little skeleton flashed to the other shoulder. Having received the order, the Inferno Dragon generated purple lightning bolts which lifted it to the sky. After the Inferno Dragon gained a new body with the Purple Blood Dragon's origin pool, the Inferno Dragon had gained the Purple Blood Dragon's bloodline. It had learned to fly, a skill basic to the Purple Blood Dragons, and at quite a fast speed, even like the flying pets of the same rank. The huge dragon swiftly flew away. Across the street, Ken Zhuang jumped down from the second floor of his house and asked the two girls standing by the door, "Is Mr. Su going away?" Tang Ruian watched until she could no longer see Su Ping before she nodded. She didn't say where Su Ping was going. Ken Zhuang was a trustworthy man, but one could never be too careful. Ken Zhuang suddenly dropped his voice and asked, "Are you really the one who destroyed the Sichua family and the Wang family?" Tang Ruian realized that the old man also had the intention of seeing her. She didn't lie. Indeed. She nodded. Ken Zhuang was startled. He remembered fully well that Tang Ruian was just at the 7th rank before. A few days and she had reached the titled rank. She had destroyed the two families. He would have never dared to boast that he could have destroyed the two families that easily. After all, both families had once had legendary battle pet warriors and they had legendary battle pet warriors join the tower. No one could anticipate how resourceful the two families were. The fact that the girl could cause such a huge sensation made Ken Zhuang realize the girl couldn't have been much weaker than he was. But he was a legendary battle pet warrior. On the other hand, the girl was merely at the intermediate position of the titled rank. Ken Juang wished to speak but stopped on second thought. Tang Ryuan guessed what he was going to say and told herself that she was glad the old man was smart. She sensed that Ken Juang was going to ask her about her progress, but she wouldn't say either way. That was Su Ping's secret. Ken Juang was smart enough to not let that question slip his mouth. It was never a smart thing to ask about people's secrets. Does Mr. Su need another worker? I want to have a try, Ken Juang said all of a sudden. Zhong Lingtong could not believe what she had just heard. She wasn't interested in the cultivation path of battle pet warriors. Even so, she knew that this old man was at the legendary rank. Not long before, Su Ping had claimed that one would have to be at least at the legendary rank if they wanted to work for him. This man wanted to work for him? He, a legendary battle pet warrior, wanted to work here? Zhong Lingtong thought of something. She looked at the old man, alerted. That old man must have heard what Su Ping had said in the store before. So, he must have been watching Su Ping's store closely and would constantly eavesdrop. No wonder the old man moved across the street. What a mean little man. Zhong Lingtong turned hostile. Ken Juang noticed that, which surprised him. Soon, he realized what went through that girl's mind. He forced a bitter smile. Tang Ryuan raised her eyebrows. She was also turning hostile, but for another reason. She realized that someone was going to grab her job. Chapter 570 Humiliation. The Valiant Academy was located in the Longyang base city. The name sounded similar to the Longjiang base city, but the two were quite different. The Longyang base city was among the first base cities to be recognized as class A base cities and was located in the heart of the subcontinent district. The Longyang base city had set up many rules and policies which had become examples for other base cities. On the other hand, the Longjiang base city was of middle-level grade, located by the border of the subcontinent district. There were many base cities with similar names, sharing the character Long in them, which meant dragons. Back in the beginning stage of the world, dragons were the overlords of all beasts. When humans began to build cities, many of them were prone to adopt this Long character. They hoped that, like dragons, their base cities would stand forever, and that they could scare away some of the wild beasts with the character. Of course, the choice was seen as a mere assumption in recent days. Still, it was a dark age when the base cities were built. Using that character in the name was a common practice. The Valiant Academy was located in the most prosperous district of the Longyang base city. The #1 academy of the subcontinent district was equipped with the best devices and infrastructure. There were also mysterious realms which belonged to the academy and students could cultivate in them. It was amazing. The students were from different base cities, but they had some similarities. Most were strong performers and had some connections. After all, compared to talents, resourceful connections also mattered greatly. With enough resources and support, even a less talented student could rise above his or her peers. The rich could easily turn his or her offspring into millionaires. On the other hand, the common man on the street might have to struggle for a lifetime to see a glimpse of hope of becoming a millionaire. No one had to be jealous of others. Resources needed to be accumulated, and that was just the thing people lacked. It was already great that someone could live a well-off life when his or her previous generations had suffered in poverty. The big families usually had a foundation built over hundreds of years. That was why they could have a vast supply of fresh blood. Making sure the family could last for another century was a difficult task as it was. High walls stood around the Valiant Academy and the greenery extended into the distance. Even though the academy was located in the heart of the Longyang base city, the surroundings appeared to be quite empty. The population was found outside that extensive area with plants and vegetation. Stores were crowded together, some of them were branches of famous brands that were operating in many base cities. Some stores would have celebrities ready to welcome the VIPs. One could see all sorts of celebrities there, singers, people in business, people in fashion, etc. Those people would be glamorous anywhere else, but they were nothing special there, because the truly famous were the battle pet warriors. People were able to see many titled battle pet warriors flying about, and they had become more than used to that. Inside the high walls was a vast world. There was a mountain on campus, the base was dotted with buildings. Next to a waterfall, some young people were arguing. Behind one of the young people stood several battle pets, all massive and rare according to the illustrated books. Standing in the middle was a creepy-looking battle pet, its limbs that were also sharp blades dangled to the ground. That was a battle pet of the demon family, the Bloody Servant. Such a pet would be rarely seen, even in the Valiant Academy. Punk, we have told you many times, this is Brother Nan's territory. Who told you that you can come in here? A tall young man stared at the boy who was standing in front of the Bloody Servant. The former ignored the violence and killing intent from the battle pet. This is a public area. When did it become his? The young man with black hair fought back. He clenched his fists. The young person who carried sharpness and anger in his eyes was Ken Shoshin. Many major families would send their future family heads to learn and train in the Valiant Academy. Graduating from the Valiant Academy was one of the tests some major families had for their future family heads. He or she would be unworthy to lead the family if the young one was unable to graduate with a satisfactory grade from the Valiant Academy. It is because I said so. Don't you talk back to me. Get lost before I lose my temper. I don't have time to waste time with the lot of you here. The tall young man sounded very unfriendly. Those students standing there meant nothing to him. He could surpass them, both in grades and in family background. You. Another young man was hopping mad. If someone from the Longjian base city were there, they would have noticed that the young man was Yi Longshan, the future family head of the Yi family. A boy with a handsome look stopped Yi Longshan from venting his anger. The former said to Ken Shoshin, "Shoshin, never mind. Let's go somewhere else since this is Senior Nan's place." "Would you look at that? A smart boy." That tall guy snorted. Ken Shoshin eventually unclenched his fists and left. Yi Longshan had to leave with him. He didn't even try to cast a glare at that overbearing person before they left. Hot-tempered as he was a future family head. He was well aware that such meaningless things would not help and would only get them in trouble. Some guys coming from some insignificant base cities. Who do they think they are? Right. Their families never had any legendary battle pet warriors. I wonder where he got that bloody servant. A good pet for a loser. The friends of that young man didn't hesitate to diss and show their envy. The bloody servant was the second most powerful battle pet of the demon family. If trained well, it would be able to reach the peak of the titled rank, to be counted among the most powerful. One would have to beat the battle pet with greater numbers. No single battle pet could defeat the bloody servant easily. Forget it. The battle pet's master is the one who matters. It's just a bloody servant, so what? It's got a good bloodline, but the key still lies in the battle pet warrior. That tall young man didn't seem envious. His friends dropped the subject. People outside the Valiant Academy might have argued, but that was the truth in the academy. Battle pet warriors were the factor that mattered. That was contrary to the public opinion, which held that battle pet warriors had to rely on their battle pets. The Valiant Academy had instead taught all of its students that when battle pet warriors were strong enough, having mastered strong skills, they could compete with dragons of the same rank. How humiliating for us to leave like that. Ken Shoshin and the other two left that area. As they walked on the hillside, Yi Longshan could not help but punch at the boulders. He had to find a way to vent his pent-up anger. He had never suffered that insult when he was at the Longjian base city. Not even the Ken family had humiliated him like this. He didn't think that the Yi family was second to the Ken family. However, things changed when he got there. He still had his pride at the very beginning. Later on, after being taught many lessons, he had learned to eat humble pie. There isn't anything that we can do. Senior Nan's family once had legendary battle pet warriors. We cannot afford to upset him. Also, he got here earlier than we did and he's already at the 8th rank. I heard that he reached the 15th floor of the Dragon Tower some time ago. Only those at the upper position of the titled rank could have done that. The young man who had stopped Yi Longshan shook his head. He, too, was upset, but he knew better to endure it for a future comeback. King Feng is right. We cannot get anything from angering them. Ken Shoshin had finally calmed down, but the anger was still hiding in the depths of his eyes. I originally thought that we could make a name for ourselves once we got here, to let people see how amazing we were. But we are merely the stepping stones for other people. Look at them. Ah, how insulting. Yi Longshan punched the boulders again. He had hatred written all across his face. That's not a bad thing. We left that small place to see the world outside. We were too narrow-minded before, Liu Qingfeng went on calmly. The world is never in want of talents and freaks. I used to think that that guy was the only one in the world. But after we got here, I realized that there are many people like him, and this is just one subcontinent district. I cannot begin to imagine how many people like him there are in other continents. Ken Shoshin and Yi Longshan descended into silence. Indeed. Furious as they were, they had to admit that many of their fellow students were freaks. Senior Nan was just one of them. He was a star performer in the Valiant Academy. There were people like him. Ken Shoshin and his friends thought that those who could fight others with a higher rank were the most talented. But that was quite commonplace in the academy. Most students with mediocre performance were able to do that. The better ones were able to fight with those several ranks higher. That Senior Nan was at the 8th rank, but was able to reach the 15th level of the Dragon Tower, which was regarded to be something which could only be done by those at the upper position of the titled rank. One had to climb the Dragon Tower in its entirety without relying on battle pets. At the titled rank, even one position could mean a world of difference. We are still too weak. Liu Qingfeng whispered. After a moment, Ken Shoshin turned around and started to walk away. Let's focus on cultivating. Yi Longshan took a deep breath. He patted Liu Qing's shoulder. They were hostile to each other when the three lived at the Longjiang base city, but they had become friends there. Let's do that. We may not be able to catch up with those freaks, but we have to compete among ourselves. I will make sure that the Yi family becomes the #1 family of the Longjiang base city. Yi Longshan laughed after the comment. He walked behind Qin Shoshan. Liu Qingfeng watched the two speechlessly. One of them was an enigma and the other a mindless fool. Liu Qingfeng was unable to understand why the Qin family and the Yi family had chosen those two to be their future leaders. And Mu Chen was always alone. He could have stayed with them, but he was determined to make it on his own. But it later turned out that he could only be someone's minion. Liu Qingfeng shook his head and went after his pals. He didn't like Yi Longshan that much, but he knew that he had made a good point. They would never catch up with those freaks, but he couldn't lag behind those two. The #1 family of the Longjiang base city will be the Liu family. I will make it so. Liu Qingfeng promised himself. In the meantime, a figure was fast approaching the Longyang base city's outer wall. The stirred-up wind was making a loud noise. Like a meteorite, that thing was on a collision trajectory toward the base city. Boom! A dragon broke free from the clouds. Standing on one of the dragon's shoulders was a man, arms crossed in front of his chest and his clothes dancing in the wind. Chapter 571 Killing Intent. This is the Longyang base city, the middle-aged man explained to Su King. The middle-aged man felt he could finally breathe as they were getting closer and closer to the base city. He had been scared to a degree that he felt suffocated throughout the trip. The killing intent from that young man made the middle-aged man think he was with a vicious monster, constantly on the verge of being torn to pieces at any minute. Su Ping told the Inferno Dragon to fly right ahead toward the wall. He could already see the city name. Longyang. That was the top class of base city. The fame of the Longyang base city was far-reaching. Even people living in the remote areas by the continent's border would have an inkling about the base city. People said that the base city was prosperous, filled with beautiful scenery. Many famous battle pet warriors had been born there. It was said that many legendary battle pet warriors had originated from the Longyang base city. Many different forces were gathered there and they shared a complicated relationship. A brick could be thrown, killing some wealthy boys in one go. Outside the base city, many people were driving into the base city. Some vehicles looked quite strange. They were like RVs, but heavily armed at the same time. State your identity. From the city wall came a titled battle pet warrior who stopped Su King. The presence of the Inferno Dragon had startled the titled guard a bit, but he was able to remain calm. The Inferno Dragon was a rare kind, and in any other base city, its presence would stir up a huge sensation. However, many powerful battle pet warriors were gathered there. The Inferno Dragon was not such a rare beast in those parts. Su King, from Longjiang, Su Ping said. The titled battle pet warrior raised his eyebrows. I am asking for your title, not your name. I haven't heard it yet. Also, is this your first time in Longyang base city? Say you're a titled battle pet warrior. You are still not allowed to fly at a low altitude inside the base city. The noise will upset the residents. If you have to fly, do so beyond a 2,000-meter altitude and the speed limit is 200 meters per second. You are way past that speed limit. I haven't decided on a title yet. Call me the boss if you must. Su Ping frowned. I'll be mindful of the speed when I get inside. Now, step away if you have no other questions for me. Boss? What kind of title is that? I have never heard anything of the sort, that titled battle pet warrior argued grumpily. I think you must have reached the titled rank only recently. I don't believe you don't have a title yet. I cannot verify your identity if you do not tell me your title. I've already told you that I haven't decided yet. If you cannot verify that, then just consider me as one who is not at the titled rank. I cannot do that. You are. You're not telling me your title. Are you some notorious wanted man? In any case, go to the line over there if you don't think you should be treated as a titled battle pet warrior. Those below the titled rank are not allowed to fly into the base city. That titled battle pet warrior was not getting any friendlier. He thought that Su Ping was up to no good. Sir, I'm Mo Fengping from the Valiant Academy and this is the number of my entry pass. Could you please let us in? The middle-aged man did not expect that they would be stopped at the city wall. It was unlikely for Su Ping to be a wanted man, since he was someone that even his teacher respected. Therefore, the middle-aged man decided to help. The Valiant Academy? The titled battle pet warrior looked calmer. Let me find out. He typed the digits of Mo Fengping's entry pass into his phone and the result was soon produced. He looked at Mo Fengping. It is you, a teacher from the Valiant Academy. Mr. Mo, and this titled battle pet warrior is? He's my teacher's friend. Mo Fengping produced a forced smile. Your teacher's friend? The titled battle pet warrior was surprised. He saw the information related to Mo Fengping on his phone, public information. It said that Mo Fengping's teacher was Han Yuxian, the vice principal of the Valiant Academy. Han Yuxian was very famous among titled battle pet warriors. Han Yuxian's friend? The titled battle pet warrior changed his attitude toward Su King. You are Su King? What is your title? I would like to know. You are not worthy. Su Ping told the Inferno Dragon to fly into the city directly. He didn't like that titled battle pet warrior who seemed to be a wily old bird, a person eager to find trouble. What? The titled battle pet warrior was startled. Su Ping didn't show him any respect and he only came back to his senses when the Inferno Dragon flew away. What the hell? Su King, fine. I won't forget that name. I dare you to come out of the city from here. That titled battle pet warrior interspersed his talk with curses. He had met his fair share of titled battle pet warriors. Titled warriors were nothing in the Longyang base city. That man is a titled battle pet warrior working in the military force of the base city, a member of the army group called the Dragon Oppressor. You shouldn't have angered him, Mo Fengping carefully cautioned Su King. Su King was completely at ease. Just another man on the street. He would be a dead man by now if you hadn't jumped in when he tried to stop me again. Mo Fengping was speechless. Su Ping was more vicious than he thought. He had also sensed the young man's killing intent. He couldn't figure out why his teacher knew such a cruel man. This is the Longyang base city, quite unlike other base cities. The number of titled battle pet warriors living here is beyond calculation. All the Dragon Oppressor members are at the titled rank, and it's said that there are more than 80 of them. You didn't just upset one of them, but the whole 80 of them. Their connections are too complicated. Mo Fengping was still worried because he was afraid that he and his teacher would be implicated. I said, nothing to worry about, it's a thing in the past. Show me the way. I must get to the Valiant Academy, Su Ping ordered coldly. Mo Fengping produced a forced smile. He wondered what gave Su Ping such confidence. He had to admit that Su Ping was not a weak person, but that base city was not the usual kind. The titled rank meant nothing. Even his teacher would have to be careful with his relationships or else he would displease people who could make life difficult for him. That way. Go straight. Mo Fengping pointed in a certain direction. Su Ping told the Inferno Dragon to head over there. Outside the Valiant Academy campus. There was a massive stone arch by the campus, which stood over a transparent seal. Only people who wore the Academy's ID could move to and fro unimpeded. Dark dragon statues flanked the stone arch. They were so vivid that people would often feel as if the dragons were gazing at them. Bang! A person was thrown out from the seal. That person's clothes were in tatters, tainted with blood. One of his arms was broken, bent at an odd angle, and the elbow bone was exposed. You loser. Do you honestly think everyone can get into the Valiant Academy? Take away his ID. Let him stand out here. We have a test this afternoon. I'm glad that he'll get a 0 because he won't be there. Listen, you punk. This is what you get for angering young Master Ming. How dare you argue with him when you're so weak? Is it that hard to call him young Master Ming and bow to him? Why did you have to make us beat you? Now it's too late, even if you want to kneel before young Master Ming. Forget about him. Let the loser stay here, we'll make sure that he fails all of his tests. He's already late for class today. He'll be expelled soon enough. Some young men were standing inside the arch, they stared at the boy sprawled outside the seal with disdain. That beaten-up boy bit his teeth. Blood was still dripping from his hair. He used one hand to prop himself to a sitting position. While glaring at the young men, he filed his teeth and clenched his only able hand. One day, I will make sure that you pay for this. You idiot. Goodbye. Let's go, guys. The young men sneered and turned away to leave. Boom. They heard a deafening noise by the door as soon as they turned. A dragon came whooshing down from the sky, making the entire stone arch tremble. Chapter 572 Meeting old friends. A gust of strong wind blew toward that group of young men. Their hair and their shirts fluttered in the wind. They were frozen on the spot. The young men struggled but managed to turn back around. Their hearts were trembling, they felt a pair of eyes that should belong to demons were staring at them. Once they had a visual, they convinced themselves that they were just being silly. It was a dragon coming down from the sky. Standing on the dragon's shoulder was a man with arms crossed in front of his chest. He coldly looked down at everything from a height. The young men were sure he was the source of that killing intent they felt. That is, the beaten-up boy outside the seal had been pushed away by the dragon. He crawled up and stared at the beast. To his surprise, it had a striking resemblance to the Inferno dragon breed. Still, it was different from the images of Inferno dragons in the illustrated book. The beaten-up boy soon noticed the person standing on one of the dragon's shoulders. Not even sunlight would be enough to thaw the ice in that pair of eyes. Him? The battered student widened his eyes in disbelief. He would have never expected to see Su Ping there. Huh? Su Ping had also noticed that beaten-up boy, a familiar person. He remembered immediately. Zhu Kuang? The bloodstains he had in his overall embarrassing state left Su Ping seething. Zhu Kuang was proof of what was going on in the Valiant Academy. He remembered that had also enrolled in the Valiant Academy, hoping to further his studies. He was able to enter because of his performance at the Elite League. How come he ended up like this? Whoosh! Su Ping lifted his hand. He used his astral powers to pull Zhu Kuang from the ground and to see him up close. Zhu Kuang didn't resist. He was suddenly unable to control the tears. He could hardly describe the feeling of meeting old acquaintances in that unfamiliar place. You know him? Mo Fengping was surprised. What has happened to you? Su Ping didn't answer Mo Fengping's question. He was more concerned about Zhu Kuang. The latter calmed down after his burst of emotion. He flushed in embarrassment and lowered his head. I'm a loser. I wouldn't be like this if I could be a little bit stronger. Aren't you studying here? Su Ping gazed at Zhu Kuang. Mo Fengping was startled. He took another look at Zhu Kuang. Something came to Mo Fengping's mind that rendered him pale with fright. I am. Zhu Kuang felt even more ashamed. He felt too insulted to speak out. Most students are from the major families of other base cities. They form groups, gangs. I didn't join any, so I was marginalized. He twisted the truth a bit to recover a bit of face. He had never been unwilling to join one. He had wanted to, but no group wanted to take him in. Those parties, or groups, had their own rules and requirements in the academy. He didn't pass the tests and was considered too much of a loser that he couldn't even qualify to be someone's minion. He had returned to being his ordinary self without the Dark Dragon Hound. He wouldn't have performed so stunningly at the Elite League if he had relied completely on himself and his own battle pets. Unsurprisingly, he became the worst of the students once he got there. All the dreams and hopes he had when he joined the academy had been crushed into pieces. He worked hard, very hard, but it wasn't enough to catch up with the others. It just so happened that the Valiant Academy students had to practice physical skills and secret skills, which needed an extensive amount of time. It couldn't be done in an express program. Moreover, Zhu Kuang lacked the resourceful background that the other students had. He was unable to buy a great deal of potions and skill books. Personal effort would mean little in such a case. That was the reality. Even giving 120% of your strength would still lead you to fail. Su Ping pulled a long face. He had gained a general idea of the Valiant Academy based on Zhu Kuang's description. And my sister? Su Ping asked. Zhu Kuang immediately understood why Su Ping was there. Your sister is a different story. She has the Moonfrost Dragon that you gave her and the teachers love her. She's not weak herself. Some clubs invited her soon after she arrived. Are you aware that she's missing? Su Ping frowned. Zhu Kuang didn't sound as if he knew. Indeed, Zhu Kuang was stunned. Missing? How? I thought she was cultivating on campus. How could she go missing? She's been missing for 7 days. Haven't you heard anything? Don't you stay in touch? Su Ping's face was even more clouded. Zhu Kuang blushed. My dear teacher, you can see my situation. Your sister is the teacher's pet. I couldn't have talked to her often. Our standing is like that of a servant and a princess. Any spare time I can get I spend it on cultivation and dealing with those bullies. I wouldn't even have the time to disturb your sister. Teacher? Mo Fengping was surprised by the salutation. Su Ping is this student's teacher? But Su Ping didn't seem to be that much older in comparison. Su Ping wore grave expressions. He turned to Mo Fengping. So, this is what the Valiant Academy is like, right? I thought students would simply take lessons, attend lectures, and cultivate. I didn't know that the students would fight openly and secretly. Aren't you worried about this? Mo Fengping forced a bitter smile. All those students come from powerful families. Not even the academy can stop this. That's how it is. Su Ping snorted. Han Yuxiang is here, right? Get him here. Mo Fengping couldn't believe that Su Ping was calling his teacher by name. My teacher should be here. I will call him and then show you to his office. I mean that he has to come and see me here. Su Ping glared at Mo Fengping. Han Yuxiang had truly enraged him. He only told him about his missing sister after a week had passed. If Han Yuxiang had sent a titled battle pet warrior to tell him the news, it would have taken less than half a day for a titled warrior to travel from the Longyang base city to the Longjiang base city. News had taken too long to reach Su Ping. If anything had happened to her, it would be too late for him to do anything. Also, he was the one who had sent Su Linayu there. What would he tell his parents? He was the outsider, a turtle dove taking over the nest of a magpie. Su Linayu was their parents' actual kid. She could not die and she should not. Let me ask him. Mo Fengping was frightened by the raging flames in Su Ping's eyes. He knew he couldn't upset Su Ping further. Mo Fengping decided that he could tell everything to his teacher since he respected Su Ping. Soon after, the call was put through. Sir? Fengping? How was your trip? Were you able to find Ms. Su in the Longjiang base city? Well, sir. I met Ms. Su's brother, Mr. Su Ping. He is right here at the academy and he says he wants to come here. Mo Fengping felt too embarrassed to continue. The other side of the call fell into silence. A few seconds later, Mo Fengping was able to hear Han Yuxiang's voice again. Tell Mr. Su that I am sorry. I'm on my way. With that said, Han Yuxiang hung up. Mo Fengping could not believe that his teacher would be going over to see them. Han Yuxiang, the vice principal of the Valiant Academy. Someone with ample fame at the peak of the titled rank. A person like that was following Su Ping's orders and had even said he was sorry. Mo Fengping felt his head was in a muddle. He put down his phone. The young man standing next to him turned out to be a bigger mystery than he had expected. All of the peak titled rank warriors were known, they would have already established their fame years prior. Still, he had never heard of anyone named Su Ping. Several people arrived and stood in front of the Inferno Dragon. They were the campus guards. The guards recognized the Inferno Dragon at once. The pet's size indicated that it was close to the peak of the 9th rank. The master of that dragon was most likely at the titled rank. Who are you? One of the guards shouted the question to Su Ping. Mo Fengping came back to his senses. Hey, it's me. He's the vice principal's guest. The guards naturally recognized Mo Fengping, who was a teacher there. His words reassured them. They stepped to the sides. They would have added a word of caution if Su Ping were Mo Fengping's friend. After all, it wasn't a good thing to have made such a ruckus in the entrance. The dignity of the academy should be always upheld. But Su Ping was Han Yuxiang's guest. That was a completely different scenario. Who was that? I think he knows that loser. That loser is up there with him. I thought that loser was from a minor family, with a father who only had some money. How come he knows the vice principal's guest? That group of young men was still here. Something about Zhu Kuang standing on the Inferno Dragon's shoulder was off. Soon, a person rushed over. Whoosh! That person wore a black and white robe. He flew past the seal and stopped in the air, right in front of the Inferno Dragon. The guards and the group of young people were equally astounded to see their vice principal arrive in person, and at such a quick speed. Mr. Su. Han Yuxiang had gray hair but rosy cheeks. He greeted Su Ping with a nervous demeanor. He had heard all about Su Ping. He had killed a legendary battle pet warrior during the Supremacy League and was named Fate Challenger. Soon after, he had forced the Otherworld Heavenly King to retreat in the Longjiang base city. He had also received news that Su Ping had forced his way into the tower, killed legendary battle pet warriors, having left safely. Every single piece of the story was stunning enough, and the hero was the same person. Han Yuxiang had already convinced himself that Su Ping was a dangerous man before all of that happened. Yuan Danjun wanted to get back at Su Ping but ended up being beaten up, almost getting himself killed. Han Yuxiang thought that everything about Su Ping was surprising, but everything made sense at the same time. The day Han Yuxiang stepped into the store and saw the young man, he had understood that the young man was a monster in hiding. He also believed that Su Ping was somehow related to the destruction of the Sichu and Wang families. He was more afraid of Su Ping than he was of Yuan Danjun. Sir. It never occurred to Mo Fengping that his teacher would speak to Su Ping so nervously. Mo Fengping had developed a great sense after years in the academy. He could tell right away that his teacher was scared and stressed out. But his impression had been that his teacher merely respected Su Ping. That was clearly not the case. Han Yuxiang was frightened. Mo Fengping could no longer remain calm. Chapter 573 The Dragon Tower Vice Principal. Zhu Kuang was also surprised to see him. He recognized that the new arrival was Han Yuxiang, the vice principal he had seen once during orientation. He was a great man. His statues stood in many places on campus and the plaques listed his great contributions. This man knows Su Ping? I won't talk to ask about why you took this long to tell me about this incident. Let's talk about the disappearance of my younger sister first. Su Ping went straight to the point. Han Yuxiang felt his heart had stopped for 2 seconds, fearing that Su Ping would teach him a lesson right there. He knew all too well how bold Su Ping was. He wasn't a resident from the Longjiang base city, but he had been keeping tabs on Su Ping ever since he left the base city. It was impossible to not be concerned about such a dangerous man. The Tang family had returned with defeat and great losses. The Star Organization had been forced to give Su Ping gifts and apologize to him. The young man was a monster that no rule could stop. Mr. Su, please, allow me to explain, Han Yuxiang blurted out. Su Ping glared at him. I told you that we won't talk about you now. Tell me about my sister. Don't you dare waste another second. My sister can be in greater danger with every passing second. Give me the short version if you want to keep your life. Now. Mo Fengping and Zhu Kuang were overwhelmed by disbelief. It was as if Su Ping were talking to one of his servants. But Han Yuxian was a famous titled battle pet warrior. Han Yuxian felt cold sweat was oozing out of his forehead. Sure. The thing is, your sister entered the Dragon Tower to train 7 days ago. We haven't heard from her since then. I have verified the access records of those who have entered the Dragon Tower. She did go there. I sent people to search the Dragon Tower, with the exception of the levels that not even I or the most talented students can go to, but we couldn't find her anywhere. I then got a surveillance video in that area, but something went wrong and the camera stopped working. I had people search on campus, but no one has been able to find her. I even paid a visit to clairvoyants to ask for their help, but it's been days and they haven't told me anything. I had no other choice but to ask Feng Bing to go to Longjian Base City. After all, the other world Heavenly King was there. I thought your sister might have snuck home once she heard. Han Yuxian told Su Ping everything in one breath. He ended up gasping for breath at the end. Maybe he had been talking too fast. He also had to gulp to clear his throat. He wondered if Su Ping would find that explanation satisfactory. Why didn't you tell me right away? Su Ping asked. Han Yuxian produced a forced smile. He whispered, I thought I could find her. I would have troubled you for nothing if I would have been able to handle it and warned you anyway. Su Ping stared at Han Yuxian. He was able to tell that the latter was lying, but he also found out why Han Yuxian wasted all that time. He was afraid of punishment. Show me to that tower, Su Ping said. Han Yuxian was relieved to find that Su Ping had not resorted to violence yet. He nodded and showed the way as if he were a simple doorman. Mo Fengping and Zhu Kuang's minds had stopped working. Han Yuxian was no longer that majestic and detached titled battle pet warrior to them. They would have never imagined that a man like Han Yuxian could be that weak-kneed. Zhu Kuang looked at Su Ping, his mind blank. He had always known that Su Ping was a powerful and talented man. That being said, Han Yuxian was at the titled rank after all, being the vice principal of the academy to boot. He was a man of many honors. After Zhu Kuang had gone through so much suffering in the academy, he knew more than ever how privileged a man like Han Yuxian was. However, Han Yuxian was terrified, not even daring to protest when Su Ping was rude. If anything, he was afraid he would upset Su Ping further. Mo Fengping also baffled. He still had no idea about what was going on. Let's go, Su Ping ordered the Inferno Dragon. Han Yuxian waved his hand to deactivate the seal and lead the way. The guards posted by the entrance were stunned speechless. They wondered who Su Ping was. Why would Han Yuxian go there in person and offer apologies to him? What a terrifying man. Boom. The Inferno Dragon stepped over into the campus. The seal was rarely deactivated, everyone had to get in or out with their IDs. Han Yuxian was making an exception for Su Ping. As a matter of fact, riding on a huge battle pet on campus was against the rules, but it was clear that Han Yuxian was not going to bother Su Ping about it. While sitting on the Inferno Dragon's shoulder, Zhu Kuang shouted to that group of young men, "Give me back my ID." The young men looked at each other, hesitating. They could tell that Su Ping was not a common man and they felt a bit scared since Zhu Kuang had some sort of connection with him. What ID? Don't lie. We don't have it. Right. You must have lost it. Don't blame us for your mistakes. The young men hurried to wash their hands off the problem. Zhu Kuang was furious. You grabbed it. Don't you lie about it. Su Ping told the Inferno Dragon to stop. He glanced over at the young men. Give him back his ID. Sir, we didn't take his ID. Don't listen to him. Sir, listen to me. I am part of the Hong family of the Anxiao Base City. Sir. The young men hurried to name their origin and status, but the dragon had lifted its paw before they could finish. All light was blotted. The young men turned pale, fearing that the dragon's paw was going to land on them. Bang, bang, bang. The dragon's paw did land on them. The ground trembled. The young men were unable to get out. They were flattened. That sudden event shocked Mo Fengping, Zhu Kuang, as well as the guards. No one saw it coming. Su Ping killed some students in public, right there. One of the students was a talent from the Hong family of the Anxiao Base City and he died. What should the school tell the Hong family? The other students were also from some influential families. Han Yuxian soon calmed himself down. Even though his heart was racing because of the deep killing intent he perceived from Su Ping, Han Yuxian was afraid to say anything to put any blame on Su Ping. Mr. Su, you don't have to deal with them yourself. See, your pet's paw got dirty. Han Yuxian even had to apologize. Su Ping pointed out coldly, they had Zhu Kuang's blood on them. They clearly had Zhu Kuang's ID and yet they lied to me, and to you. They deserve to die. Mo Fengping opened his mouth but no words came out. The thing that surprised him, even more, was his teacher's reaction. What a mad world it was. Sir. Zhu Kuang turned to Su Ping. He would have never expected for Su Ping to straight out kill those young thugs for his sake. Of course, Zhu Kuang did wish for the chance to have skinned those bullies. But despite all of his anger and hatred, he didn't have the ability to make it happen, not in years to come. Still, Su Ping had helped him vent his anger. The Inferno Dragon lifted its paw, revealing the pool of blood. It used its nails to carefully fish out a chain from the mess and then threw it to Su Ping. Su Ping didn't catch it. The chain was transferred to Zhu Kuang. The Inferno Dragon continued on its way. Its stomps made the ground tremble. Sir. Zhu Kuang stared at his ID and bit his lip. He knew that Su Ping had never told anyone that Zhu Kuang was his student. Zhu Kuang was the one with a thick enough face to address him as his teacher. And yet, Su Ping had been willing to resolve the matter for him. All the students whom Su Ping killed had strong connections. He had learned that fact after being bullied for a long time. Even so, Su Ping was willing to help him. Zhu Kuang didn't know what he could ever do to repay him. Zhu Kuang kept his head low and remained silent. No one was able to tell what he was thinking. Mo Fangping had gathered himself by that point. Since his teacher had not accused Su Ping of anything, he could not, either. He would glance at Su Ping from the corner of his eye every now and then. He felt suffocated even by merely standing next to the young man. Han Yuxiang showed the way and the Inferno Dragon walked down the boulevard. Its paws left many indentations on the ground. The streets and boulevards on campus were very tough. The Inferno Dragon was not strong enough to destroy them completely. Some students were stunned by the sight along the way. The fact that Han Yuxiang was in front of the Inferno Dragon caused more of a sensation. Ursina, everyone in the academy knew Han Yuxiang. No one had ever seen anyone riding on a large battle pet on campus. Who was that? I think he's the vice principal's guest. Is that Mr. Mo there? Who is that dude? He is covered in blood. Let's go and have a look. Many students went after the Inferno Dragon, fed by curiosity. They could not think of anyone able to ride on such a large battle pet on campus with the vice principal showing the way. Is that man a legendary battle pet warrior? That possibility worked like a charm. More and more students began to gather behind the Inferno Dragon. It would be thrilling to know if that man was indeed at the legendary rank. A legendary rank battle pet warrior was visiting the academy and they, the students, were lucky enough to meet a legend. Chapter 574 Star Student. That's the Dragon Tower. With Han Yuxiang leading the way, the party soon went past several boulevards and past some areas with restricted access, finally arriving at the foot of the mountain, which was considered a sacred cultivation site. Standing at the center of the plaza was a great peak. That magnificent peak had a strange shape, bent toward a side, much like the number 17. Aside from the moss which was densely dotting its surface, the peak was entangled in many dark iron chains as well. Many students were gathered in the nearby plaza at the moment, discussing some matters. Boom. The Inferno Dragon arrived. That tremor alerted the students. They turned around and were stunned by the sight of the Inferno Dragon. Riding on large battle pets was forbidden on campus. That was the regulation. Some of the students with better sight soon noticed that Han Yuxiang was flying in front of the Inferno Dragon. The vice principal. Is that his battle pet? I don't think so. I think there is someone on top of the dragon. Don't you think this dragon is kind of like an Inferno Dragon? A little bit. But this one doesn't look like the ones in the pictures. The scales are larger and the dragon is larger. The students conversed to exchange doubts and questions. Han Yuxiang approached the students soon after. Nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you, sir. All the students immediately saluted as they stepped to the sides. They sized up the Inferno Dragon and Su Ping with curiosity, including the other two people standing on the dragon's shoulder. So, this is the Dragon Tower. Su Ping stared at that crooked peak with eyebrows tied in a frown. Somehow, he was getting a bad feeling from that crooked summit. It was as if he were standing in front of some perilous thing. He was very sensitive when it came to potential dangers. He had developed that instinct after dying so many times in the cultivation sites. Yes, that is the Dragon Tower, a sacred place for cultivation. It is somewhat similar to the Dragon Bone Tower in the Longtai Mountain. But we didn't build this tower by copying that one. This is all nature's work. Han Yuxiang continued, your sister went missing after she went inside the tower. We suspect that she went into the deeper parts and got trapped inside. I sent the most talented student we have to search inside but to no avail. So, I don't think she's there. Why did you find a student to do so? Is there something not allowing you to go inside? Su Ping asked. Han Yuxiang produced a forced smile. Mr. Su, you're not wrong. The Dragon Tower is quite strange. Its mysterious power dictates that people older than 24 cannot go in, regardless of rank. We found out about that after countless tests. Anyone beyond that age, no matter the method used, can't get inside. Age limit? That's a strange rule. Mysterious power? He thought of a possibility. Nature's law. Only the powerful creatures at the star rank could have established a nature's law. Once the rules were set for a specific location, anything within that area would have to follow those rules. But what did that have to do with this dragon tower? Is it some artifact left behind by someone at the star rank? Suping stared at the peak with knitted eyebrows. He was finding the peak more and more familiar, like getting a déjà vu sense. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with the peak nor why he found it familiar. He didn't bother about such matters. The most important thing was to find Sulenayu. "I'll go in and have a look," Suping said. He hopped down from the Inferno Dragon, taking Zukuang with him. Mo Fengping followed suit and left the Inferno Dragon. He used some sort of special skill to ensure his safety since he didn't have the ability to fly. Suping didn't look back, but a swirl was appearing next to the Inferno Dragon. Not waiting for Suping's instructions, the Inferno Dragon jumped into the swirl by itself. Han Yuxian seemed to be scared, given that Suping wanted to enter the Dragon Tower. "Mr. Su, I'm telling you the truth. There isn't a single lie in what I said. I understand." Han Yuxian wanted to ask why he would still go in. Han Yuxian believed that Suping was way past 24 years of age. How else could he reach such a high rank? There was a small commotion. "Senior F is coming out. He has been in there for a long time. I believe he must have broken the record again. Look at the stenographer. The result is coming out." The students seemed to be thrilled. They had shifted their attention away from Han Yuxian and the Inferno Dragon. A handsome young man was walking out of the peak, with a straight face and with hands clasped behind his back. Standing next to him was a young man wearing a white top hat and a strange uniform. That young man held a bronze book. He walked to reach a dark tablet by the peak under everyone's stares. The young man pushed the bronze book into the opening on the tablet. It was a perfect fit. Soon, a ray of light rose from the tablet, climbing up and up before it stopped. There was a column that said level. The number changed from 17 to 18. 18. Oh, my God. Is he even a person? That is unbelievable. His combat strength is comparable to the peak of the titled rank. The students exclaimed and some gasped. The person ranked second as shown on the tablet had merely reached level 16, it was a difference of 2 levels. The digits might sound small but one had to know that the difficulty would vary tremendously with each level. The students gazed at that handsome young man as if he were a monster. That young man was the most talented of the subcontinent district. Those other so-called talents out there were all losers compared to him. Han Yuxian noticed that as well. The change in the number startled him. "Senior F is amazing. Senior F, can I work for you after I graduate? Senior F, I will forever be your follower." The students gathered around the young man. The girls were charmed by him and even the boys would smile fawningly at him. All those students belonged to influential families, their statuses could rise in the future if they could befriend that super talent. As long as Senior F stayed away from any fatal misfortunes, there was no telling how promising his future would be. After all, he was already considered to be one of the best students the academy had ever had. "Step away," said the young man. His voice was low but his words carried power. The students immediately stepped aside. Their shower of compliments stopped. They wanted to befriend him, but that didn't mean they would be sycophants. "Sir." The young man approached Han Yuxian directly, he didn't even pay attention to Suping. The young man merely nodded to Mo Fengping so as to not appear too impolite. "Sir, are you here for me? I have just finished my closed-door training and gained some insights. I thought I could come here and test my progress." The young man sounded neither humble nor pushy. Han Yuxian would have allowed himself to drown the young man with praises and to laugh, if it were another time or place. Soon, every student would be amazed by the fact that the young man had reached the 18th level. That was an important sign. It meant that the young man's combat strength was approaching the peak of the titled rank, but Ftani, the name of the young man, was just a student who was less than 24 years old. He had tremendous potential. It was very likely that he would become a legendary battle pet warrior in the future. The academy could even recommend Ftani to the tower so he could learn and train with other legendary battle pet warriors, increasing the likelihood of him reaching that rank. "Ftani, well done." Han Yuxian nodded. He refrained from showing his joy, he didn't even offer a sincere smile. Ftani was confused. That was not the reaction he had expected. Han Yuxian should have been stunned and overjoyed. Ftani didn't allow himself to waste too much time on that confusion. He had greater expectations for himself. The academy was merely a stepping stone for him. He had already become famous elsewhere. Even though he was still a student, his fame was greater than that of Venerable the Blade and Han Yuxian. Ftani was sure that the academy would treat him well as they would a star student. He would later join the tower and reach the legendary rank. But that wasn't the ultimate goal for him. There were weak and powerful legendary battle pet warriors. He wanted to be the most powerful graduate there had ever been in the academy. Han Yuxian had once been his guide, but he was no longer able to provide further instructions. Han Yuxian himself wasn't going to reach the legendary rank. "Sir, I will go back and continue my cultivation, if that is all right with you," Ftani said. Han Yuxian nodded. "Sure. Good luck." "Wait," Su Ping said all of a sudden. Ftani was surprised. He turned to look at Su Ping with a displeased frown. Su Ping was asking Han Yuxian, "Is he your student? Is he the guy you sent into the Dragon Tower to look for my sister?" "Yes, it's Ftani. He's not only my student but the best student we have. Also, from the record he just set, we can tell that he is the most talented student we've had in a century," Han Yuxian explained at once. He would have prided himself by saying those words, but he was going about gingerly this day, afraid he would say the wrong words. Su Ping nodded. "Which level can my sister reach?" "I've seen her record. I think it should be the 14th level." "You think?" No, I am sure. It was the 14th level." Han Yuxian was panicking. Su Ping had told him to look after Su Linayu and he agreed. He had already lost her. He would face a tirade of problems if Su Ping thought he didn't look after her at all. Su Ping glared at him before he said to Ftani, "Did you find any clues when you were inside the Dragon Tower looking for my sister?" Ftani looked at Su Ping with a cloudy face. The frown was answering the question for him. "Why would I tell you?" "Ftani, watch your attitude," Han Yuxian cautioned him at once. "Now, tell him. Spare no details." Chapter 575, a name remembered by all Ftani. His bafflement increased. While Han Yuxian was his teacher, he had never acted like one when he interacted with Ftani. Han Yuxian was quite fond of him and had never said any harsh words to him. This was the first time for him to see his old teacher behave so seriously. "Sir, this is?" Ftani decided to ask. He could somehow tell that his teacher was being mean because of that young man. The young man appeared to be Su Linayu's brother. Ftani had heard that Su Linayu was from some average base city, who had been recruited due to winning first place at the base city's elite league selection. He had seen her before. That girl was nothing special, though her battle pet was not. Even he was a little bit scared of that Moonfrost dragon, but that was it. It was a waste for a mediocre master to have such a powerful battle pet. "This is Mr. Su Linayu's brother," Han Yuxian explained right away. "Mr. Su is here to find out the reason why Miss Su disappeared. Tell Mr. Su everything about your search." Ftani raised his eyebrows. "Sir, I've already told you about it. You know that I'm not a fan of repeating myself." Han Yuxian stole a glance at Su Ping and noticed the coldness in the latter's eyes. Han Yuxian cautioned Ftani at once. "Ftani, behave. Mr. Su is at the titled rank. He is more prestigious than you can imagine. Be polite." Ftani grinned with sarcasm. Titled rank? He could tell that without Han Yuxian pointing it out. After all, he knew quite a few titled battle pet warriors. Other people might become fearful upon hearing the term titled rank, but not him, not Ftani. His target was to reach the legendary rank. He didn't care about the titled rank at all. Besides, he could defeat a lot of titled battle pet warriors already. Only the titled battle pet warriors at the peak and with some unknown skills could intimidate him a bit. "Sir, I am sorry, but I don't like to be forced into anything," Ftani insisted. Although Han Yuxian had warned him otherwise, he didn't like to be forced and he didn't want to force himself. "I don't want to repeat myself, so deal with that." He would remain the same even if he was faced with someone at the peak of the titled rank. "You." Han Yuxian was losing his patience. Ftani clearly had the impression that Su Ping was just some average titled battle pet warrior. Indeed, he didn't have to do anything if that were the case, and he didn't even have to offer any greetings. But Su Ping was not like that. He had killed legendary battle pet warriors, challenged the tower, and he defeated the otherworld Heavenly King. He was even feared by legendary battle pet warriors. Before Han Yuxian could warn his student again, Su Ping had already lifted his hand, signaling Han Yuxian to stop talking. Su Ping extended his hand. Whoosh! Without any warning, without any preparation, Su Ping grabbed Ftani by the throat, strangling the latter. Ftani could feel the strength on those 5 fingers. They were like 5 steel bars over his neck. An extra squeeze and his neck would break. Ftani was turning red. He was both startled and angry. But that anger changed into complete fear when he saw that indifference in Su Ping's eyes. He felt killing intent. That substantial, profound, and wild killing intent. Is he going to kill me? The very thought was unsettling him. They were on campus and his teacher, the vice principal, was right there. How dare this man do this? You said you didn't like to be forced. What a coincidence. I like to force people, Suping said. I am asking questions, so answer them. Why do you have to force me to do this? From what I recall, etiquette demands that a master battle pet warrior should act respectfully before a titled battle pet warrior. Why aren't you treating me with respect? Who said you couldn't answer my questions? Mr. Su, please. Han Yuxian was pale with fright. He dreaded the chance that Suping would really kill Ftani in a fit of rage. But Ftani was the star student of the academy. He had just refreshed his record to the 18th level and he had not graduated yet. He would be able to leave his name in the academy's history. People would still talk about him in years to come. The academy could lose all dignity if he were to die there and then, in Suping's hands. The commotion caught everyone's attention. The students swarmed over, only to see that stunning event. Their senior who had just come out of the Dragon Tower while showered in glory was being lifted from the ground by the neck. Who is that person? Many students remembered how Suping had ridden that dragon on campus. It was certain that Suping was someone with a powerful background. But this is the Valiant Academy. Basically all the enrolled students were from influential families, or they were future family heads. Ftani was not from the most influential family, comparatively speaking, but he was without a doubt the most talented one. How could they believe he could end up like this? Not to mention that Han Yuxian, Ftani's teacher and vice principal, was right there. How bold of him. Mr. Su, don't be mad. Calm down, please. He's just a kid. Han Yuxian said in haste. He wanted to stop Suping but was afraid. After all, Suping had killed legendary battle pet warriors before. Han Yuxian was doing his utmost to avoid angering Suping further. The student's jaws fell. Han Yuxian is trying to calm Suping down? Isn't he going to help Ftani? Mo Fangping and Zhu Kuang had lost their voices. How audacious of Suping! And how scared Han Yuxian was of Suping. Think about it. Suping was humiliating Han Yuxian's favorite student. Why is he able to hold back his anger? Can you tell me now? Suping looked at the young man he held in a vice grip. Since the attempt to calm him down had failed, Han Yuxian changed his target of persuasion to Ftani. Will you just tell Mr. Su? Otherwise, I won't be able to save you. Ftani could not believe that his teacher had just said those words. Humiliated as he was, he could tell that Suping did have the courage to make the final, killing move. I will. Ftani squeezed out 2 words. It was embarrassing to admit defeat in public, but compared to humiliation, survival was more important. That was the prerequisite for revenge. Suping released him. Ftani staggered back a little bit and rubbed his neck. He didn't conceal the anger in his eyes. He saw that Han Yuxian was visibly worried. Ftani eventually decided not to take any risks at the current moment. There had to be something about the man since it had scared Han Yuxian so. Even though Ftani was sure he could defeat a lot of titled battle pet warriors, he believed the smart thing to do right then was to keep a low profile since the man was a mysterious character. I will tell you. He took a deep breath, his face still dark. I went in there and went up level by level until I reached the 16th. I found no traces so I got out. That's it? Suping raised his eyebrows. Did you find any clues she might have left behind? 1111 Ftani said nothing. He was just following Han Yuxian's orders as a mere formality. Of course he noticed nothing, given such approach. He found no trace of her and he got out to report his mission. I didn't, Ftani said finally. Of course, he wasn't going to say he didn't look. I went in there, trying to find a girl and I found no girl. What more does he want? Suping pulled a long face. He thought he could ask about clues but it turned out that Ftani was of no use. I will go in and take a look, Suping said. Han Yuxian tried to stop him. Mr. Su, there's the age limit. Anyone over 24 years old cannot go in, not even a legendary battle pet warrior. I'm not lying to you, sir. Ftei was surprised by how respectful Han Yuxian was. I didn't say you lied to me. I know you're too scared to do that. Suping pushed Han Yuxian away and strode past him. Out of instinct, Ftani stepped to the side to make way for Suping. Han Yuxian hurried after Suping. Mr. Su, see, you cannot go in. Han Yuxian reached the Dragon Tower before Suping. However, something invisible stopped Han Yuxian from entering. Suping didn't mind that. He went right through the entrance. Han Yuxian? He could not understand. How did Suping get in? How? The Dragon Tower's strange age limit was a rule that could never be broken, not even by a legendary battle pet warrior. But Suping just went in. Han Yuxian stared as Suping vanished with disbelief. So, is Suping as old as he looks? A titled battle pet warrior who is not even 24 years old? A man younger than 24 was able to kill legendary battle pet warriors? Han Yuxian was so stunned that he acted as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. If that was the case, Then Suping was without a doubt the most talented man he had ever seen in his entire life. But, how? Han Yuxiang's lips trembled. He had seen Suping fight. He had always been under the conviction that Suping had to use some special potion to keep his youthful appearance. It turned out that he was indeed young. Suping turned around and said, "Get that stenographer here to show me the way." Han Yuxiang came back to his senses. Even though he had seen Suping many times, he had grasped a completely new perspective of him this day. He's so young. Maybe a little bit too young. "Mr. Su, sorry, but how old are you?" Han Yuxiang thought he had to ask. Suping kept a straight face. "Haven't you heard? Don't ask a man about his age." 211 Han Yuxiang didn't know what to say, but thought better and didn't ask again. He called the young stenographer over and said, "Follow Mr. Su. Do whatever he tells you to do. Do you understand me?" The young stenographer nodded. He had also seen how Suping had picked Tani up. He had thought that Suping was some senior warrior, but it turned out that he was able to enter the Dragon Tower. Incredible. "I understand, sir." The young stenographer nodded. Han Yuxiang patted his shoulder and told him to go over to Suping. Suping stepped into space with the young stenographer. The students burst into a clamor of comments after Suping vanished from their sight. They were still shocked and confused. They shared the young stenographer's feelings. No one could have foreseen that the man would be able to enter the Dragon Tower. Wasn't he supposed to be an elderly warrior? Tani felt his mind was blank. His hatred and anger toward Suping had become puzzlement. He had thought that Suping was some old warrior. It turned out that he was also a young person. Someone his age had just picked him up by the neck, of all things. Tani felt humiliated. Su Linaiu's brother. Fine. Let's see which level you can reach. Tani stared at the peak with rich killing intent in his eyes. He would immediately challenge Suping if he was unable to reach the 18th level. "Sir, who is he?" Mo Fengping approached Han Yuxiang while staring into the dark cave. Han Yuxiang came back to his senses, his heart still fluttered with fear. "He is Su Linaiu's brother, Suping. All of you will remember that name." Chapter 576 Silver Scale Suping. Mo Fengping committed that name to memory. He knew that Han Yuxiang was right. At least, he didn't think he could ever forget that intimidating person. A titled battle pet warrior less than 24 years old. So, he is just as old as the students. Mo Fengping murmured to himself. "Sir." Zhu Kuang was another stunned witness. All of a sudden, he felt something was waking up inside him. He thought Suping was his peer the first time he met him. As Suping showed more and more of his skills, Zhu Kuang felt the gap kept on widening and he was more than willing to call Suping his teacher. As time passed, he slowly started to treat Suping as a senior. But there, right then, he realized once again that Suping was of his age. Suping was a teacher he recognized. He remembered how Suping had killed titled battle pet warriors at the Elite League and his heroic deeds while protecting the Longjiang base city. Zhu Kuang felt his blood was boiling. He wanted to be like that. Inside the cave to reach the peak. Suping and the young stenographer found their way in. "Tell me about the Dragon Tower," Suping requested. He could tell that the youth was at the 5th rank, which was not bad considering his age. At least by Longjiang base city's standards, he could have been admitted to the best academy. "Of course." The young man was very polite. "Sir, there are 33 levels in the Dragon Tower. The higher it is, the more difficult it becomes. There are evil things and other demonic things, which are more powerful the higher you reach. Reaching the 10th level would mean he or she has a combat strength close to the titled rank. The 13th level means the person has combat strength close to the intermediate position of the titled rank. The 16th level would signify the upper position of the titled rank. The 18th level would imply the peak of the titled rank. It is said that anyone who can reach the 20th level can be named Fate Challenger. "Sir, are you here to find your sister, Ms. Su? You know her?" Suping turned to him. The young person felt how Suping's gaze fell on him and somehow became nervous. "I met her a couple of times, I don't know her that much. She's nice. She's not like most of the students here. They're too arrogant. They would hardly talk to people like me, if at all." V. Suping nodded. "She was here before she went missing. Were you commissioned here back then? Did you notice anything strange?" The young man shook his head. "I was on duty but everything was normal. I told the vice principal that she had tried for the 15th one but failed after she reached the 14th level. She left the Dragon Tower and then went missing. I don't know where she could have gone." Suping gazed at the young man. "Did you see her leave with your own eyes?" "Yes." The young man nodded, still nervous. Suping looked at him. He didn't think the young man was lying, but it made things even more confusing. "She left? So, she didn't go missing in the Dragon Tower?" Suping thought. "Sir, we're about to reach the 1st level. The young man's voice pulled Suping back to reality. Standing in front of them was a huge, black door. There were other stenographers using the same clothing as the young man. All of them were young and one of them seemed to be the leader. "Are you here for the challenge?" that apparent leader asked Suping. Suping darted a look at the door. Since he was already there, he thought it would be good to see the 14th level first. "Yeah." Suping nodded. "Sir, this is a position finder. Be careful. You can come out at any time if you cannot take it. I will keep the record." The young man handed a small silver pin to Suping. Suping took it over. "Aren't you going with me? I cannot even if I wanted to." The young man blushed. Suping stuffed the silver pin in his pocket and went toward that black door. Once the door was closed, the other stenographers asked that young man, "Sen, who is that guy? Are you afraid of him?" The nervousness had vanished from that young man. "That is someone we cannot upset. You know well that Senior just got out from this place, right? That person just taught Senior a lesson. The vice principal Han was there when it happened and he didn't do a thing. That guy taught Senior a lesson? No. The vice principal didn't stop that man. Are you kidding, man?" The young man's peers were full of doubts. The young man named Sen didn't elaborate. Bang. The door closed. Suping felt he was in a different world. He could no longer feel anything from outside. There was a dim-lit passageway in front of him. The lighting came from the lamps hung on the walls. The light flickered, casting a red hue to the passage. Suping felt somewhat uncomfortable as he gazed into the passageway. It was as if something were staring at him in the darkness. That discomforting sense was getting stronger as he moved onward. Suping soon realized why he was feeling so uncomfortable. It was his instincts sending him a warning. Something could hurt me here? Suping was surprised. According to that young man, he was at the first level of the Dragon Tower. Even the average student would be able to get through that level. Why was he feeling danger? So, was this danger from elsewhere? From someone further inside? Suping didn't waste time thinking about it. He strode forward. Either way, since he was already there, he had to make the trip worthwhile. Not long after, he began to smell some blood in the air. Following that, Suping saw that some dark mist was oozing out from the cracks on the walls. It turned into a ghost that pounced at him. Consciousness? Suping frowned. He didn't think that was real. It was his consciousness playing tricks in his mind. Boom. Inside his mind, a blade was formed with his killing intent and the ghost disappeared. Everything went back to normal. Suping continued his journey. He reached a staircase soon after. There was another opening at the end of the steps. Suping went inside. Another wide passageway extended in front of him, which looked quite similar. Is this the second level? Did he pass the first level? But he didn't encounter any strikes from the so-called evil or demonic things as told by that young man. Or, was that thing that disturbed his consciousness the evil and demonic thing he would have to face? Suping went on. He didn't hurry because he wanted to spend time observing the place. Some time had already passed, but he wanted to find any possible trace left by Sulenayu. Maybe it had been too long indeed. Suping picked up some scents but none belonged to Sulenayu. The strongest trace of all was the one left by that student surnamed Wu. Right after, the dark mist began to seep out from the walls again. That blade formed with killing intent was wielded and the mist disappeared once again. The third level, the fourth level, and the fifth level. Soon, Suping had reached the 10th level. He encountered an evil thing, but it wasn't a strike on his consciousness this time. It was a tangible strike. The 10th level was no longer a passageway, it was a seemingly boundless place. It was like a complete mysterious realm. A large number of evil creatures approached him. Those things smelled strongly of blood and they had twisted features. Suping unleashed astral powers that killed all those evil creatures. I don't think I can summon battle pets here. So, she climbed to the 14th level all by herself? Really? He found that the local space was strange. No matter how he tried, he was unable to open the swirl. He was just like a common man without battle pets. But, he was still able to clearly feel his connection with the little skeleton and the Inferno Dragon. So, this is a thing left behind by someone at the star rank. There must be some laws established, Suping said to himself. He could not use battle pets, nor figure out how Sulenayu had climbed to the 14th level by herself. That young stenographer was correct. The local, evil things were close to the titled rank. But Sulenayu was merely at the 5th rank when she first entered the academy. Say she had managed to progress by leaps and bounds, the best she would have been able to do was to reach the 6th rank. She had a long way to go before she could reach the 9th rank. Suping was unable to find answers. He believed he would have to ask Han Yuxiang about this. The boundless place began to fade away as the evil things were killed. Suping reached the end of the area. There was a door with the digit 11 next to it. It was clear that someone had carved the number there. Suping looked around. There was no blood nor other trace of battles, nor any traces of Sulinaju. He went up to the 11th level. Time zipped by. He reached the 14th level. He punched out and killed all the evil creatures. Suping looked at that space. Was that the place where Sulinaju had managed to reach? He expanded his perception to the extreme. He then suddenly found the piece of a scale in a corner. It was a silver scale the size of a nail. It smells of her and the Moonfrost Dragon. But I don't think the Moonfrost Dragon had such small scales. She couldn't have summoned it here. Suping began to ask himself while staring at the scale. He was sure that the scale had been left there by Sulinaju. She had put up a hell of a fight there. After some pondering, Suping decided to put away the scale first. Chapter 577 Hidden Passageway. Where could she have gone after this? Suping wondered. Hiss. Right then, dark and bloody mist-formed demons and ghosts moved towards Suping. He thought of an idea. Sulinaju's disappearance could at least have something to do with that place. If he wanted to ask about her, those ghosts and demons would be the perfect witnesses. Perfect timing. It just so happens that there's a spot for a pet. Let's see what we can find, Suping said to himself. He didn't have too many contracts. He had room for another pet. Those demons and ghosts were unworthy of being his pets, but he could simply cancel that contract after he was done searching its memory. Of course, he would have to go back to his store. After all, he would have to endure a week period after canceling the contract. He could be in danger during that period. Suping grabbed a two-headed creature without hesitation. That creature was covered in a highly corrosive blood mist. It wanted to get free, but Suping grabbed one of the heads right after. He didn't mask his killing intent. The creature's ferocity was soon exchanged for terror. It looked at Suping, trembling. Suping immediately placed the contract on its head. Bzzz. The contract seeped into the creature's head. The next second, Suping felt a mist of darkness appear in front of him. Something extremely terrifying was coming towards him and he heard a roar. That roar pierced the sky. He felt that he lost his hearing. Suping was stunned. The roar made him feel utterly small. It seemed to belong to a giant. Soon, Suping came back to his senses. He noticed that the contract had disappeared as if something had annulled it. He failed. The creature shed his timid demeanor. It shouted wildly, suddenly bursting into a mist of blood. That mist surrounded Suping. He saw a vision with a large number of people as they fought those evil creatures. All of a sudden, Suping fixed his gaze on one of those people. It was Sulinaju. However, that Sulinaju was not like he remembered her. Her face was the same and so was her height, but there were silver scales on her hands, face and neck. Suping suddenly remembered that small silver scale he had picked up moments before. Does that scale belong to her? How did she become like that? He saw through the blood mist that the silver-scaled Sulinaju was quite powerful. She was as able as a titled battle pet warrior. She fought the demon creatures and used some skills that Suping had seen before. Those were mandatory skills taught in the academy. The images disappeared while Suping was observing. He was in a dark and quiet place, but something was gazing at him. He didn't know how much time had passed, but a path then appeared in front of him. Unlike the other passageways he had visited, the walls weren't dried and cracked, they were actually flesh and blood. Suping could not believe this. Was that the truth about the Dragon Tower? Roar. Dark mist kept whooshing out from that passageway with walls made with flesh and blood. It turned into massive creatures that pounced at Suping. Suping used his finger as a sword. Some creatures were torn apart with a bang, there were wounds on the fleshly walls. Even so, the flesh wiggled and the cuts on the walls disappeared quickly. Suping turned around. He could no longer see the way back. There was no way back for him. Establishing the contract failed. Those creatures aren't individual beings. They are one. Suping frowned as he stared at the walls made of flesh and blood. That dragon tower was strange. He was no longer able to see boundless worlds. All that was left in front of him was that passageway. This should not be normal, Suping told himself. He wasn't sure about it. Was it part of the 14th level's testing? If not, it was because he had tried to sign a contract with the creature. That roaring thing should be the true form of that creature. Suping took it more seriously. With his experience in many cultivation sites, he was able to tell that the master of that consciousness should at least be at the star rank. However, that creature was not in its prime state, it would have already destroyed the blue planet if otherwise. He thought about it but still decided not to go up the stairs. More and more evil creatures came out as he made his way upward. Suping made use of his sin cutter to kill those evil creatures. He had become quite proficient with it. He was able to inflict great harm on those creatures, even while using his fingers, instead of wielding a blade. He could even kill a person at the titled rank with his finger, easily. Soon, he encountered a different creature. That was an insect with spikes, like a pangolin, but this creature was 2 to 3 meters long. Of course, it wasn't a large size compared to other pets. But that insect was scary. It was fast, and the claws and its teeth were very sharp. That thing is at the upper position of the titled rank, at least. Suping was surprised. He didn't know where he was at the Dragon Tower, but he was sure that the creature was terrifying. Lucky for me and bad for you, this is a narrow space. More and more creatures were swarming over. Anyone would have felt their blood freezing by then, but not Suping. He clenched his fists. A virtual hand whooshed out. The fist of Exorcist pressed on with tremendous force. The virtual hand pushed away all the insects. Some of them were smashed into the fleshly walls and some were split on the spot. Suping didn't stop there. Rays of swordlight were shot from his fingers. He slit those that weren't dead yet. As Suping was pressing on outside the dark door at the base of the Dragon Tower, the young stenographer named Sen and his friends were standing in front of a device not far from the dark door. There was a map of the entire Dragon Tower which indicated the levels but no other details. A red dot with the number 1 was pressing upward. That's level 15. Holy cow. Look at him go. He used less than 10 minutes to reach level 15 from level 1. Was that just a walk for him? Level 17. Make it 19. Those young people were stunned into stillness as the red dot climbed up. The glow from the device lit up their surprised faces. The young man known as Sen was not doing any better. He had seen how strong Suping was outside, but that was completely unexpected. The man had reached level 19 in an instant. Even Ftani, the best student in the past century, had merely managed to reach level 18. He had only made the record to see it being broken by someone else. Look, 20. A young man pointed it out. All his friends wore dull expressions, no one was able to say a thing. That's a pungent smell of death. Suping killed his way forward, leaving insect corpses behind. The king of those insects was at the peak of the titled rank and its backshell was so strong that they could be harder than dragon scales. Suping didn't know exactly what those creatures were, their scales were hard and their claws sharp. Suping had accidentally received some blood marks on his arms by accident. But his skin and flesh were unusually tough. He had gone through heaven's tests and he was reinforcing the solar bulwark. He had also spent a lot of time in Joanna's spring. He could be tougher than a dragon of the same rank, and yet, the insects could hurt him. Did she run into those things? But the young man said she left the Dragon Tower. So, she didn't encounter that strange thing, Suping said to himself. He was seeing some puffs and wisps of darkness. The smell of death was so thick he was able to see them with his eyes. Any creature that came in touch with the smell of death could lose years of lifespan. That would also happen to the average people. Chapter 578 A roar from time immemorial. The smell of death is similar to that found in Ashura City. Suping had learned the sin cutter from Dusk in Ashura City. Ashura City was a place for the dead. There were no living creatures, only ghosts, skeletons and beings of the like. Dusk was the only living creature. He had once been a god servant who was later transformed into an Ashura by drinking the former Ashura king's blood. Suping was naturally surprised to find such a strong scent of death in the Valiant Academy, right at the heart of the Longyang base city. He touched those wisps of darkness with his fingers. Those dark strands were immediately dispersed upon touch. Suping's finger remained unharmed after making contact. Since Dusk had asked him to drink the blood of the Ashura king, he had assimilated its strength. That was why he had been able to learn the sin cutter, to begin with. The Ashura king had once been the leader of that world. Therefore, the smell of death was completely unable to injure him. Let's see what's at the end of this path. Suping made up his mind. The Dragon Tower was indeed strange. It was ridiculous that the academy was letting its students train and test their skills in such a wicked and dangerous location. It was very likely that the teachers and students had failed to see the secret of the Dragon Tower. Otherwise, the academy would have never allowed its students to enter. All of them belonged to influential families and were quite talented on their own right. Losing any of them would be a tremendous loss for the human king as a whole. But, how come he had stumbled across that secret? Suping was quite confused. Is it because of my good looks? Of course not. But, Suping was unable to think of anything else that made him stand out. The system? Not likely. Was it because of the solar bulwark or the Ashura king's energy? Suping supposed those were the things that no one in the Valiant Academy could have. After all, he got the solar bulwark from the system and it was a long-lost skill. As for the Ashura king's energy, it wasn't a thing from the blue planet. The Ashura king family was large, and they had a star rank bloodline. Any of their members would be able to reach the star rank after some training. Suping decided not to dwell on the subject. He would immediately kill the insects whenever they crawled out from the flesh and blood walls. As of that moment, he was barely able to kill the insects with his fingers alone. Insects were larger and their shells harder in that place. They were quite similar to beast kings. Or, the weaker ones from before were like children, whereas those ones were the adults. He began to wield the sword that Dusk had given him. That was a star-rank sword. The energy formerly contained in the sword had been enough to shatter space and time. The power had been drained, but the sharpness remains the same. Even so, Su Ping still found that killing those insects with the sword didn't turn out to be easy. He felt the insects were even tougher than diamonds. If this were a cultivation site, those insects could turn out to be quite good training partners. Su Ping killed his way forward. While those adult insects were able to fight like legendary battle pet warriors since they had extremely sharp claws and hard shells, Su Ping was not a weak fighter. He held the sword tightly in his hand. Su Ping was getting tired due to continuous fighting. However, he realized to his delight he could still talk to them, even though he was unable to summon them to fight. Besides, he could leverage the energy of his battle pets. A titled battle pet warrior could also use energy synchronization. He could leverage his battle pet's strength while they stayed in the contract space. His battle pets could lend him energy constantly. Of course, his battle pets were unable to give him all of their energy. There would be some loss in transmission as well. Despite that, Su Ping was still able to use the little skeleton's energy to make sure that he would always stay in his prime state. After all, the little skeleton was inside the contract space and didn't need any energy. Bang! 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 He killed dozens of insects. He noticed that the corrosion and decay on the walls were getting worse. The flesh and blood were quite fresh at the very beginning, but the color on the walls was dull. The air was full of a foul and disgusting smell. Su Ping was suddenly curious about what was inside the decaying flesh wall. He found a spot and cut open the flesh wall with his sword. The smell of decay was getting thicker as he went further in. Lucky for Su Ping, he had spent a lot of time in a harsh environment. Therefore, he was getting used to it after the initial stage of uncomfortableness. He felt he was once again in a cultivation site. Are those things bones? And those? Are they blood vessels? Su Ping walked forward in the wall of flesh, making his way with his sword. To his surprise, the walls did seem to be flesh indeed, with bones and decaying blood vessels. The profound smell of blood was spreading everywhere. Su Ping cut the flesh again. He found himself in another passageway. It turned out that he had walked around and gone back to where he started. Is this the Dragon Tower or am I in some strange space? Su Ping wondered. He thought about the Dragon Bone Tower in the Longtime Mountain. It had been left on the side for the Dragon King to pick out a recipient of its legacy. Was that place the same thing? Only Su Ping was unable to feel the tests. The insects could have killed legendary battle pet warriors. After all, legendary battle pet warriors were forbidden to take out their battle pets, nor merge with them. They would not be able to win against those insects by only relying on themselves. What the legendary battle pet warriors knew best was to merge with their battle pets, which could increase their strength over time. The demonic things are becoming fewer and so are the insects, but the smell of death is getting stronger. What is that sound? Su Ping kept advancing. He heard something all of a sudden, and focused his attention to listen. The further ahead he was, the clearer that sound was. Is that some sort of roar? Some ancient beast was snarling. That sound was not clearly audible. It still sounded as if located far, far away. Besides, Su Ping heard a muffled sound, akin to something colliding. That noise was getting clearer and clearer as well. The world can end. But we will never stop. In the name of Heaven Killer. All of a sudden, originating from the sound's general direction, something was shouting from a far, far off distance. That shout was penetrating through time and space alike. Even though Su Ping had met many terrifying creatures, he had been stunned by that shout. Is someone there? Su Ping gazed into the distance but he didn't perceive any breath. He was sure that those words weren't said to him. He felt that it was like a clip of audio left in space and time, played on a phonograph. It was not someone speaking right there in reality. It was an echo in space. But how mighty would the creature have to be to prevent its shout from being erased over time? Su Ping suddenly felt scared. He didn't want to go further. However, he looked back and only saw darkness. There was no way back. After a moment of silence, Su Ping decided to press forward. The number of insects was decreasing. New evil creatures swarmed out from the decaying flesh and blood. The evil creatures were large, much more powerful than the ones that Su Ping had seen before. Those evil creatures had tangible bodies. They weren't merely illusions anymore. Finish it. Su Ping made up his mind. He wielded his sword and a ray of dark sword light lit up the bleak world. Boom. He poured divine energy into that move. The ray of sword light smashed away all the evil creatures up ahead. Nothing would stop him. Nothing. Whoosh. Su Ping dashed on, sword in hand. He could hear demons whisper, and he could once again hear that roar from the distance. It was a roar of fury. The world can end. But we will never stop. Those words of anger stimulated Su Ping. He could no longer control his killing intent. He had been provoked. Just the words themselves had made him furious. He could not even begin to think what kind of power was within those words. Boom. Another evil creature died. Su Ping saw the end of the road all of a sudden. The end. It was another decaying wall of flesh. Whoosh. Su Ping cut into the flesh wall, again and again, giving in. With a bang, the flesh wall finally gave in. The moment he cut the wall open, the decaying smell of breath swarmed out as if finally found a way out. At the same time, Su Ping noticed that the snarl was getting further and further away and the voice was lowering. He had heard a shrill call and the next second, the view changed. The world he knew vanished in front of his eyes. Only a ray of glaring sword light was about to reach him. Su Ping had never seen anything like that. He felt as if something were cutting him and that he was dying. However, the next second, he saw that the ray of sword light was stopped. Dark blood was being spilled. A finger was cut and it fell. All the views disappeared with a whoosh. Su Ping found that he was still standing in that passageway. He could see the blue sky from the cut. The sky? Su Ping was surprised. He stepped toward the cut. He crawled out and saw moss around the opening, as well as black iron chains nailed to the ground. The illusion he had seen flashed past his eyes again. He could not help but look around. Soon after, he was able to see many tiny dots on the distant ground below. That was Han Yuxian, Zhu Kuang, and the other students here. He was at the top of the dragon tower. Su Ping was unable to believe it. I went past the passageway and arrived at the top? What? Inside the dragon tower, just outside the first floor's black door, stenographer Sen and his stenographer friends were stunned into stillness as they peered in front of their device. That signal climbed up from the 20th to the 33rd level. The device has to be broken. That has to be it. The stenographers returned to their sane minds. They could see the shared confusion in each other's eyes. The device had never been broken. Ever since they became stenographers. I must report to the vice principal, Sen said in a hurry. Huh? Han Yuxian felt something as he stood in front of the dragon tower. He looked up out of instinct to see the tower's top. He thought he had heard a shout there. There was also something evil coming down from up there. Han Yuxian could not believe his eyes. He focused his eyes. He saw a person standing there. To be exact, flying there. Su Ping? Wasn't he in the tower? Han Yuxian was baffled. He had seen Su Ping entering the tower with his very own eyes and he had been waiting there. There was but one exit. When did Su Ping get there? Mo Fengping noticed the strangeness of his teacher, so he looked up at the top as well. He had the same expression on his face soon after. Whoosh! Su Ping flew up. He noticed that the smell of evil and death was trying to reach him. Some evil creatures were grimacing at him but they didn't approach him, as if afraid of something. Su Ping frowned. The evil creatures found at that spot were close to the void state but they didn't have that many special skills. Still, the smell of death around the evil creatures was enough to scare people to death. The evil creatures could even make beautiful illusions to confuse people. Are they afraid of light? Su Ping was surprised. The evil creatures were lingering in the shade. It was amazing for those evil creatures to keep being afraid of the sun. The sun could not hurt people, unless someone got sunburnt. If the evil creatures were afraid of sunlight, then he could put something over the cut to stop them from coming out. Wait. I don't think it has to do with the light. They're afraid to come out, at all. Su Ping then noticed that one of the evil creatures was out of the shade but nothing happened. Anyway, the evil creatures were not afraid of him. They were fearlessly rushing at him. I left a hole here. If those evil creatures get out, the academy, the entire Longyang city and even the subcontinent district would be doomed. Su Ping frowned. He had created one great mess. The number of evil creatures inside was large, some were close to the void state. The academy would see the end of its days if they got out. I wonder how much the academy knows about the Dragon Tower's secret. I'll have to ask them. So much trouble. Su Ping was getting impatient. He had gone there to find his sister. Not only had he not found her yet when it happened. He didn't like the academy at all. Of course, he could not allow himself to let those evil creatures and insects out. He wouldn't go as far as wanting something like destroying the world just because he had lost his sister. Whoosh! Su Ping flew away. Those evil creatures were unable to get out for the time being. He could go and ask Han Yuxian first. At least, he had to inform someone, or else it would be too late to come up with a remedy. Su Ping took a look back. That peak was massive. All of a sudden, he was seeing that illusion again. The sword. The finger. The shout. Su Ping thought of an impossible thing. He flew away from the peak. After moving away for thousands of meters, Su Ping looked back. His blood froze. Chapter 579 Heaven Killer. That peak was magnificent, but there was a bend, like the number 7. No, it was more like a finger. A finger. How unimaginably queer. That peak was a broken finger? The finger he had seen in that illusion? If that was the case, then how large would the creature have to be? Su Ping was unable to make a sound. He wouldn't have thought about that possibility if it weren't for the fact that he had seen quite a number of magnificent creatures in cultivation sites. In some of them, such as the chaotic realm of the undead, he had encountered massive creatures whose corpses could turn into mountains. This dragon tower is the finger of that person who called himself Heaven Killer? That Heaven Killer must be above the star rank. Terrifying. The dragon tower that the academy used to test its students is actually a broken finger. Su Ping was more and more convinced that it was indeed a broken finger. The evil creatures and insects he had seen inside were most likely things growing out of the decaying tissue. Those insects feasted on the flesh and blood of the finger. No wonder their claws could be so sharp and their shells so hard. I wonder how long ago the Heaven Killer passed away. I saw the illusions and heard the shout. The finger must have recorded all of that. Su Ping was stunned. The finger was still there, the images and sounds still worked after God knows when. He could not even begin to imagine how powerful that Heaven Killer had been. Joanna should know something about this. I can ask her, Su Ping said to himself. Joanna's original self was a just second to the superior god in the demigod burial, but he wasn't sure if the superior god of the demigod burial was the same as the one of the archene divinity. Either way, Joanna's original self should be at, or above, the star rank. Su Ping took one last look at the peak. That wasn't the priority at the moment. It didn't matter to him whether the peak was a finger or not. The top priority was to find Su Linayu and the second to plug the hole on the peak. Whoosh! He flew toward the people standing in front of the dragon tower. Some students with an acute sense of perception shouted, "Someone's coming." The other students turned over. All the students acted as if they had seen a ghost when they saw that it was Su Ping. Many people even wondered if that was Su Ping's twin. They looked exactly alike. "Mr. Su?" Han Yuxian, although surprised, hurried over. "You were inside the dragon tower. How come?" "I came down from the top," Su Ping said after he stood on the ground. Ftani stared at Su Ping from a distance, clearly confused. He also heard Su Ping's voice. Twins could look alike, but they didn't necessarily sound alike. That was scary. The dragon tower had one opening that was known by all students and teachers. People had seen how Su Ping entered the dragon tower. It was unreasonable to think that he had exited the place from the top. The top. Han Yuxian raised his head. At the same time, he found himself feeling stupid, having bought Su Ping's claim. If he had descended straight from the top, it would mean that Su Ping had pierced through the dragon tower. The dragon tower had 33 levels, but it was just a rumor, never verified. The highest level that anyone had ever reached was the 22nd level. The record had been set by one of the best students the academy had ever had. No one else had gone past that. After all, the tower had that strange age rule. Not even legendary battle pet warriors could break that rule. Legendary battle pet warriors had visited the academy in the past, but none of them had been able to break into the dragon tower. Also, more than one legendary battle pet warrior had tried. That was why the academy had concluded that legendary battle pet warriors were unable to bypass the age limit. As for the rumor of 33 levels, they had measured the height from outside and calculated it according to the height of each level. Han Yuxian remembered that the student that reached the 22nd level had been known as the Fate Challenger of that time. He had killed legendary battle pet warriors and beast kings. He began to wander around the blue planet. He later encountered the good and evil Heavenly King and died. Otherwise, he would have even become the king of legendary battle pet warriors, the master of the tower. "Mr. Su, the dragon tower has but one opening. Were you really inside?" Han Yuxian had to ask. He had seen Su Ping on the top, but he suspected that he had been there all along. The figure that had gone inside the tower had surely been some sort of illusion. After all, the thought of Su Ping having gone past all levels of the dragon tower was even more far-fetched. Su Ping didn't bother to explain. "I don't think you understand what the dragon tower is. Get your principal here, I have to tell him something. Also, the boy who showed me the way and told me that my sister had left the dragon tower and went missing after that. Don't you have surveillance cameras on campus?" "The principal? Why?" Mo Fengping felt a bit scared. The principal was the true brain of the academy. He was a legendary battle pet warrior, revered by all the students as well as the teachers. Mo Fengping was not happy, seeing that Su Ping was mentioning the principal in such a rude manner. No matter how powerful Su Ping was, he could not compare to a legendary battle pet warrior. "What are you talking about?" Ftani walked over with a cloudy face. "You don't deserve to meet the principal. I saw that you were able to enter the dragon tower, so I regard you as my peer." I don't know what trick you pulled. Either way, I can challenge you since you're my peer. Suping glared at him. Challenge me? You're not worthy. Are you afraid? Ftani narrowed his eyes. A glint of coldness flashed past Suping's eyes. Anyone who aimed killing intent at him would be courting death. A person hurried over when he was about to do something. It was the young man who had led the way for Suping. The young man was stunned still when he saw Suping standing there. This. He could not understand. He had just gone out from the Dragon Tower. If Suping were to exit, he should have been behind him. Why is he here? Was Suping really inside? The young man's head was in a blank. Han Yuxiang noticed the young man's strange expression. The former grabbed the young man and pulled him over across space. What are you doing? I told you to guide Mr. Suping. Where did you go? The young man was still in a daze when Han Yuxiang's question pulled him back to his senses. Vice Principal, I was there with Mr. Su. Mr. Su chose the challenge. But I don't know. Why is he here? Nonsense. You said Mr. Su took the challenge. What about his record? Han Yuxiang shouted. The young man finally realized what he ought to do. He looked at Suping as if the latter were a monster while his lips trembled. I have the record. It's right here. He lifted the bronze book which carried the record. Han Yuxiang was confused. What? The young man jogged to reach the black tablet and place the bronze book in the opening. The black tablet was activated. A ray of golden light climbed up and soon reached first place. Ftani's name was in that location. The golden light continued to rise. Another name was added. Ftani was ranked down to number 2. A new name was Atrophiation. Suping. Behind that name was the number 33. No one made a sound. The formerly chatty onlookers were completely silent. Everyone was staring at that name and that number. Astonishment froze on Ftani's face. Level 33? Suping passed all the levels. This broke the record. It seemed like a joke. Han Yuxiang, Mo Fengping, and Zhu Kuang were also dumbstruck. Suping, on the other hand, didn't care for it. He had never cared about any ranking. The point was to find Su Linayu. To enter inner rankings meant nothing to him. He would be happier if he could make more money in his store. It was true. The young man was stunned speechless. The recording device was not broken. I said, get your principal here. Do it. I won't be held responsible if something goes wrong, Suping repeated grumpily, which pulled Han Yuxiang back to reality. Suping was losing patience. He was anxious to find Su Linayu, to begin with, but he had to deal with the whole first. Han Yuxiang asked Suping again, Mr. Su, did you really come out from the top? Do I get money from lying to you? Well. Han Yuxiang didn't know what to say. Money. That shouldn't be a word said by you. But Han Xiang didn't dare to ask more questions though he was still stunned. He had suffered a blow when he had found out Suping's age. He couldn't even find a word to describe his feelings since he had verified that Suping had climbed to the 33rd level. And yet, it didn't seem so outrageous considering all the stories related to Suping. Of course, that could not relieve Han Yuxiang of his confusion, at all. How could someone below 24 years of age become like this? Suping was not a talent, he was a monster. He would be considered as one of the best, even in the Federation. Han Yuxiang developed more reverence for Suping, who was going to leave the Blue Planet and roam the universe sooner or later. Some talents passed away and some had left the Blue Planet to find a wider world where they could better develop. Han Yuxiang shook his head. And why are you asking for the principal? You won't understand. It is a big deal, that's all I'll say. It is a matter of life and death for all of your academy, and even the entire subcontinent district. Suping was getting bored. He didn't sugarcoat anything. Han Yuxiang realized that Suping was not joking, but that made the matter all the more baffling. A matter of life and death for the entire subcontinent district? Suping came here to find his sister, right? Where did this come from? He should have gone to the principal right away. While he couldn't find an answer, Han Yuxiang did not badger Suping again since he was getting impatient. The principal is too elusive, I don't know where he is. I will call him but I'm not sure. Stop talking. Make the call. Of course. Han Yuxiang called the principal at once. Ftani finally came back to his senses. He looked at Suping but the latter didn't see that. Suping was gazing at an indistinct place while he was thinking. Ftani curled his lips. Even though he was the most talented student the academy had nurtured in the past century, the best of that year, he was being ignored. This guy. Ftani bit his teeth and clenched his fists. He had never been ignored. He had always been under the spotlight when he was with his family and when he was in school. He had always been in the lead. Right then, he suddenly remembered the students who had tried to challenge him but he chose to ignore them. Was he like that to this man? Ftani felt even more humiliated and furious. While Ftani was deep in his thoughts, the students were shocked by Suping's big talk. A matter of life and death for the academy and the subcontinent district? Yeah, right. How could this guy know something so grave? Some were thinking that Suping was bluffing and some were starting to believe what he had said. Yes, right, indeed, him. Han Yuxian seemed to be very respectful. He had set up a soundproof seal around him. Soon, the call ended. He waited for the principal to hang up first. Han Yuxian cancelled the seal and told Suping, "Mr. Su, he's on his way." Suping nodded. "You haven't answered my question yet. My sister left the Dragon Tower. This isn't the place where she was last seen. Can't you find out where she went?" Chapter 580 Gather the students well. Han Yuxian sounded nervous. "I checked but the surveillance failed during that period of time. Something was wrong with the system. I could not find anything out." "Failed?" Suping sneered. "This is the best academy in the subcontinent district and you're telling me the surveillance failed? Does that happen often or not as much?" It had never happened before, only this time. Han Yuxian felt embarrassed. "Is that so? You're not going to tell me that this is all just a big coincidence, are you?" No, it's not a coincidence. Back then, I realized that something might have gone wrong. So, I inspected all the surveillance seals around the area. But I didn't find anything suspicious," Han Yuxian defended himself. Suping narrowed his eyes. "Did you not find anything wrong or did you find something but were afraid to tell?" Suping was aware that the Valiant Academy gathered students from families and forces with complicated connections. Even Han Yuxian was afraid to displease those factions. A case in point would be that guy surnamed who was said to be Han Yuxian's student. The former didn't show any due respect to his teacher. Han Yuxian was a bit pale. He clearly understood what Suping was implying. Suping had shown a level of sophistication uncommon in a man in his 20s, but entering the Dragon Tower was proof that he was under 24. Han Yuxian could not imagine who this guy's teacher was. "I honestly didn't find anything." "That is the truth," Han Yuxian insisted. Suping didn't comment on that. "Show me the recordings of the surveillance seal from that day." "Sure thing." Han Yuxian nodded. He kept the record, thinking that he might use it one day. "When the principal comes." Han Yuxian was hesitant. "When he comes, tell him to find me." "Okay, sure." Han Yuxian was afraid to upset Suping. The principal was at the legendary rank but Suping was a person who was able to kill those legendary practitioners. Han Yuxian knew a few things about the legendary rank. It was said that the principal was merely at the first state of the legendary rank. The Ken family's legendary battle pet warrior whom Suping Ha killed during the Supremacy League was at the first state of the legendary rank as well. As such, Han Yuxian had reason to believe that Suping and the principal should be well matched. Suping might be even more intimidating, as a matter of fact. Mo Fengping had witnessed how afraid his teacher was of Suping. Han Yuxian had kept his panicky attitude the entire time. Suping turned to be more and more mysterious. Ftani was angered by Suping's casual responses. Arrogant as Ftani was, he held the principal in awe and respect. After all, the principal was at the legendary rank. But that was not the only thing that made the principal respectable. He was a man of irreproachable conduct. However, Suping was not showing any due respect, which was unacceptable for Ftani. That being said, he didn't step forward to condemn Suping or anything. He was sure that if that record of the Dragon Tower was the truth, he was, in all likelihood, an unworthy opponent. Han Yuxian's attitude toward Suping was another point. The vice principal led the way with Suping following him and Ftani followed after Suping. The latter thought that he could take the chance to meet the principal. Many students were thinking the same thing. A lot of them went after Han Yuxian, looking forward to finding out what was going to happen. Soon after, they arrived at another building. That was the center of surveillance of the entire academy. Han Yuxian told the students to wait outside when he went into the building with Suping, Mo Fengping, Zhu Kuang, and Ftani. Han Yuxian told the man in charge of the place to show them the surveillance record of the afternoon in question. Suping stood in front of the device. A projector lit up and displayed the recording on a wall. Suping saw Su Linayu in that recording. It seemed that she had grown up a bit. She was more experienced, no longer looking like a spoiled little girl like she was when she lived in the Longjian base city. She had matured after being out by herself, living an independent life. Suping's thoughts wandered. He watched the recording for about 30 minutes when he heard some noises and some students cheering and screaming in surprise. Mo Fengping, Zhu Kuang and Ftani turned to look in the door's general direction. They had an idea of who was coming and were looking forward to verifying this guess. Ftani seemed to be the least excited of the three, but the glow in his eyes gave him away. Soon, an old man wearing a white robe went through the door. He wore a blue hat and had the looks of a scholar. He had the air of a refined and learned man, and if one observed carefully, they would see that he was also quite powerful. "Sir. Nice to meet you, sir. Sir." They greeted the principal at once. Han Yuxian hurried to the principal. "Sir, Mr. Su is waiting for you." "I understand." The old man nodded. He gazed at the young man who was watching the recordings, a glint of seriousness passed his eyes. He soon adjusted himself, put on a kind smile, and stepped over to meet the young man. "You must be the Fate Challenger. Nice to meet you." "Fate Challenger?" Mo Fengping, Zhu Kuang, and Ftani stared at Su Ping in disbelief. Su Ping is a Fate Challenger? Everyone knew the significance of the title. It was exclusive to those at the titled rank but was given to those who could defeat legendary battle pet warriors. There were fewer Fate Challengers than legendary battle pet warriors. Su Ping is a Fate Challenger? Ftani could not believe this. This guy was able to enter the Dragon Tower. Not only did he reach a higher rank but is also a Fate Challenger? This meant that he was much more powerful. Ftani remembered the record of the Dragon Tower and felt his heart skip a beat. If Su Ping was a Fate Challenger, making it to the 33rd level would be an acceptable feat. But Ftani was already the best student of the year and was claimed to be the best one in the past 100 years. And yet, he was much inferior when compared to Su Ping. Could this guy even be real? Su Ping heard the greeting and looked away from the projection. He unleashed some astral power to freeze the recording in case he would miss something. "Are you the principal?" Su Ping looked at the old man whose blue hat was unable to conceal all of his white hair. He then noticed something interesting about the old man. "Are you at the legendary rank?" The old man smiled and cupped his fists. "Barely." "That is not worth mentioning, Fate Challenger Su. How should I address you?" "Yun Wanli." "Mr. Su, if it's alright with you, you can just call me Brother Yun," Yun Wanli suggested with a smile. That answer was jaw-dropping for Mo Fengping, Ftani, and Han Yuxian. The latter was well aware of what Su Ping was capable of, but it was still against his expectations that the principal would act that humbly, allowing Su Ping to address him as Brother Yun. That was the first time that Han Yuxian had seen the principal like that. The principal, a legendary battle pet warrior. "Okay, I will call you Brother Yun. What I am going to tell you is about the Dragon Tower and it cannot be heard by others. I would like some privacy." Su Ping went straight to the point. Yun Wanli was surprised. "Okay. Let's go outside." "Good," Su Ping agreed and vanished on the spot. Yun Wanli narrowed his eyes. That was teleportation. That was a skill exclusive to the void state and above. However, Su Ping, who was merely at the titled rank, was able to use that skill with such proficiency. Yun Wanli had heard stories about that Fate Challenger, but seeing was believing. No wonder Su Ping had been able to exit the tower alive after creating a scene and killing legendary battle pet warriors. Yun Wanli didn't dally as he left the building. He looked up to the sky and saw Su Ping standing in the air. He immediately flew to join him. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. It was interesting to see that Yun Wanli didn't teleport. It seemed that Yun Wanli was merely at the ocean state. He had thought that Yun Wanli had already mastered teleportation. "Fate Challenger Su, do tell." Yun Wanli set up a seal solemnly. Su Ping nodded. "I don't think the Dragon Tower is some usual test place. Do you know the story behind that place? I went in there to find clues about my sister and something happened. I smashed through the roof of the tower. I don't know what it was, but the monsters inside were afraid of something and they didn't come out, but I don't know when they'll come out, either. When they do, they have the power to destroy the Valiant Academy in a single blow. The residents of the Longyang base city will suffer as well, and the entire subcontinent district will fall. The only way to stop that from happening when the monsters get out is for all the legendary battle pet warriors of the tower to come and help." Yun Wanli produced a forced smile. "I knew that the Dragon Tower meant trouble. Humor me. That Dragon Tower is indeed not a common place. Our founder visited that place and noticed strange things about it, later deciding to build the academy in the area. Later inspection revealed that the Dragon Tower was a complicated place. There was a time when the place was off limits. However, our third principal opened up this place in the past, for the students to test their skills after some research was done." Yun Wanli heaved a sigh. The Dragon Tower belongs to a distant past and was on the blue planet long before the age of Astral Pets arrived. The Dragon Tower was buried underground at the very beginning. At the dawn of the Astral Pets era, there was a battle between the first Beast Kings. Their chaotic fight split mountains and the ground was cracked, thus revealing the Dragon Tower. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. The Dragon Tower was in fact that Heaven Killer's finger. The Heavenly King had to be extremely powerful, considering that a single finger could withstand the passage of time. That Heavenly King was stronger than anyone could imagine. "I have pierced the Dragon Tower. Can you deal with what's inside?" Su Ping asked. Yun Wanli came back to his senses from his recollections. He curled his lips. You broke it and now you're asking me for a solution? The one who breaks it should be responsible for the repair. Of course, Yun Wanli was unable to say those words out loud. For Suping to be willing to discuss was proof that he, after all, was not a merciless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to bring that up. The fall of the subcontinent district would be nothing for legendary battle pet warriors, because they could easily find another place to settle down. Yun Wanli replied, we are not without solutions. The third principal had thought of a solution when he opened up the place. He set up an ancient formation outside the Dragon Tower, a formation designed to kill all evil. I will ask some friends of mine to come over and help me, and Fate Challenger Sue, please come as well to help me repair the top. We will be safe as long as the formation is still active. Suping breathed in relief. Good. I see that I haven't made too much of a problem. It would have been bothersome to kill all those things inside. Yun Wanli didn't know what to say. He had only entered the Dragon Tower when he was young, but he had other means to gather information about the things inside. The top level was dangerous. To kill all the creatures inside was impossible, unless all the legendary battle pet warriors of the tower, including the master of the tower, came as Suping suggested. Do you know why there's an age limit of 24? Suping had other questions. Yun Wanli shook his head. I don't know. That has always been the case since the Dragon Tower was discovered. No one knew the reason. Suping realized that it had to be an innate rule of the finger. It was a strange rule nonetheless. He would have to ask Joanna. I won't bother myself about this since you have a solution. I'll have to take care of my personal business now. Suping decided he had to find Su Linayu first. I heard that your sister went missing. Is there anything I can do to help you? Not yet, Suping said and teleported back to the building. Yun Wanli forced a bitter smile after Suping's disappearance. He, a legendary battle pet warrior at the Ocean State, was unable to teleport yet, while Suping could use it when he was merely at the titled rank. What a slap in the face. Yun Wanli had to fly down and go back to the building. He could not leave since he was already there. The others who were waiting inside the building wondered what Suping and the principal had been talking about. But the look on the principal's face told them that the discussion had gone well, which relieved Mo Fengping and Han Yuxian. Play the recording, Suping said to Han Yuxian. Han Yuxian told the man in charge to play the recording from the place they had left off. Suping browsed quickly and soon finished watching all the recordings on the day of Su Linayu's disappearance. Some areas were not shown on the recording. He was able to confirm that she had left her dorm, then she went past some cultivation areas, and that was Suping watched the recordings a second time but failed to find anything suspicious. Suping thought about it with a frown and said to Han Yuxian, gather all the students that were on campus on that day. I will ask them one by one. Han Yuxian could not believe it. One by one? Since your surveillance system failed, the students are the perfect witnesses. I believe someone may have seen her in the areas where your surveillance system didn't work, Suping explained. Han Yuxian turned to the principal for instructions. Gathering all the students so that Suping could question them one by one? It would be hard to gather all the students except for orientation or the graduation ceremony. Those students had influential backgrounds. Not even the most common of the students would allow anyone to interrogate them. Chapter 581 The Graveyard Forest. Do as he says. Yun Wanli gave his answer. Since the principal had confirmed it, Han Yuxian had no other choice but to follow. After the latter went to gather the students, Yun Wanli said to Suping, Fate Challenger Sue, your sister disappeared here and I can hardly absolve myself from the blame. I will try my best to help you find her. Please forgive me. It's okay. This has nothing to do with you. I told Han Yuxian to look after my sister. If I'm going to blame anyone, he would be the first, Suping replied. Yun Wanli forced a smile. Fate Challenger Sue, please come with me to the training field. I will have Yuxian gather the students there. Okay. Half an hour later, at an open field by the side of the hill, right at the center of the academy, thousands of people had gathered, all of them students of the academy. What is going on? Why are we here? I heard from the guys in the club that some VIPs are here. Even the principal has come back. Really? I heard that the principal is at the legendary rank. I've only met him 3 times and all of them were during the orientations. The information from the club must be real. I don't think anyone would dare to pretend to be the principal. There's something else. A new record was set at the Dragon Tower. Someone reached the 33rd level. Have you been drinking adulterated wine? The 33rd level? Why didn't you say the 333rd level? Right. Even Senior F has merely reached the 17th level and the best of all of us in history has only reached the 22nd level. The 33rd level? Why would you believe such a rumor? The students discussed heatedly. Some were staying with their own social groups. I wonder who can be so important that all of us have to be here. In an unassuming corner, there was a group of students with Kenshushin standing in the middle. His face looked cloudy, the look in his eyes was less sharp but more solemn. Standing next to him were Liu Qingfen, Yi Longshan, and Shu Yun. I don't care. It has nothing to do with us. Why the heck do we have to stay here? This is a waste of my time that I can spend on cultivation. Yi Longshan complained grumpily. Liu Qingfen could not understand why the Yi family would choose that impulsive guy as their future family head. The Yi family could suffer a grave catastrophe if that VIP heard that complaint and was angered. Look, there. Isn't that Zhu Kuang? Zhu Yun suddenly pointed at the podium. Those people were surprised. It was Zhu Kuang. They had met him at the Elite League. That big, black dog Zhu Kuang had summoned left a deep impression on them. They were all pretty afraid of it. However, once they arrived at the academy, they came to know that Zhu Kuang had rented that pet. The tests in the academy revealed the fact that Zhu Kuang's scores were not ideal. Soon, he became one of the worst students and he lived a miserable student life. What was he doing up there on the podium? Why is he here? Liu Qingfen voiced his confusion. Yi Longshan raised his eyebrows. Who did he anger this time? Are they punishing him in public? Zhu Yun nodded. Look at the blood stains. I suppose you're right. That is one unlucky dude. So, don't you ever pretend to be who you're not. You'll have to return the rented pets sooner or later, while we all have to rely on ourselves. Liu Qingfen shook his head. They were all from the Longjiang base city but Zhu Kuang was not one of them because he didn't belong to the 5 major families. Zhu Kuang didn't try to interact with them and they weren't interested in being friends with him, either. Therefore, they had drifted apart. While they were talking, they heard some students screaming. Soon, all the discussions quieted down. A few people were shouting, "He's here." People turned in that direction. Several men were coming down from the sky. Is that him? Disbelief climbed over Kenshushin's face when he saw one of the men. It's that guy. Yes, it is him. Yi Longshan stared in disbelief. Liu Qingfen shared their astonishment. What is he doing here? Asked Zhu Yun. Not far from them, another young man was also staring as if he had seen a ghost in plain daylight. He was Mu Chen. Of the men who were descending from the sky, Mu Chen recognized 2 of the men first, Han Yuxian, the vice principal, and Yun Wanli, the most mysterious man on campus. Then, he also recognized Su Ping who was standing between Han Yuxian and Yun Wanli. Su Ping, whom he had met in the Longjiang base city. Why is he here and standing right next to the principal? Mu Chen, do you know him? Asked a girl with a slim figure and a breathtaking face. Mu Chen was lost in that stare, so he didn't hear the question. The girl was surprised by this reaction, or more like the lack thereof. Mu Chen had been a lamb ever since he had chosen to join her party. That was the first time for Mu Chen to forget his manners when he was with her. But this made her all the more curious. Is everyone here? Su Ping asked Han Yuxian. There had to be over 1,000 people on the plaza right then. Han Yuxian answered at once, yes. Su Ping nodded. You are the principal, so you will do the asking for me. The students respect you. They would not lie to you. Yun Wanli thought about it and nodded. Sure. Those students didn't know Su Ping, they wouldn't answer honestly if you were to ask them. He could understand why Su Ping requested for him to take the lead. Su Ping whispered something to Yun Wanli and the latter agreed. Then, Yun Wanli took a step forward. His deep and gentle voice reached everyone's ears. I have gathered you all because one of our students is missing. I believe many of you know of this. She is Su Linayu, a student who joined us this year. She went missing a week ago and was last seen at the Dragon Tower. I wonder who else saw her on the day of her disappearance. The students looked at each other in surprise. They could not believe that was the reason they had been gathered. Su Linayu, the eye-catching new girl? Yes, the new girl that reached the 10th level on her first try and soon got to the 14th level. Ah, her. I heard that she might be able to compare to Senior F. She's missing? I didn't know that. Why are they asking us when she's been missing for so long? Anyway, who is that guy standing beside the principal? Is he from our academy? I don't think I've seen him before. The students raised a clamor of comments. Kenshushin and his friends understood better. Ah, he's here to find his sister. I can't believe Su Linayu is missing. What I cannot believe is that this guy is asking the principal to help him. The principal is a legendary battle pet warrior from what I heard. Liu Qingfen and Yi Longshan were still in disbelief. They were at the Valiant Academy. Even the May bunch of future family heads would have to behave, but Su Ping had turned to the principal for help. How stunning. Them. Kenshushin narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. He went to the academy just so that he could catch up with Su Ping. It never occurred to him that they would meet like in such a fashion. One was standing on the podium and the other in the audience. One was accompanied by the principal and one was bullied by another student and had to eat humble pie. Soon after, some students began to respond to Yun Wanli's question. Yun Wanli heard the students' answers along with Su Ping, one by one. Someone said that they had seen Su Linayu outside the Dragon Tower and some claimed that it was somewhere else on campus. Some said that they had met Su Linayu by the Beast's Dungeon, a forbidden area on campus. Dozens of students responded. Did you say that she went off with Senior Nan Jifeng? Yes. The student answering the question was quite nervous. Su Ping had never left Yun Wanli for a moment. That answer got his attention. Yun Wanli asked, where are Nan Fengshen and Jifeng? The students looked at each other but no one answered. Half a minute later, someone said in a low voice, Sir, I'm here. Su Ping and Yun Wanli turned to the source of the voice. Whoosh! Su Ping dashed over to the young man in an instant. The sudden appearance of Su Ping took the young man off guard. The latter was so nervous that he was a bit pale. Feeling how angry Su Ping was, Yun Wanli hurried over. Fate Challenger Su, please calm down and allow me to ask him. My sister left with you. Where did you go? Su Ping stared at the young man with blades in his eyes. The young man turned to the principal and answered timidly, Sir, I don't know. I never met her. That student must have said my name by mistake. I was cultivating. I never left campus that day. Yun Wanli looked at that student and motioned Han Yuxian to take care of that student. Han Yuxian carried that student and flew over to Su Ping. Did you see the wrong person or say the wrong name? Yun Wanli asked. That student was tense. He looked at Yun Wanli and Jifeng. I think I remembered it wrong, answered the student, visibly scared. You are lying, Su Ping pointed out. He was not saying that the student was lying, but the other young man named Jifeng. Your heart rate is racing and you're sweating. You're lying and you're nervous, and not in a good way. Let me ask you one more time. Where did you see her for the last time? Or, are you the one related to her disappearance? That young man had just felt relief when that student said he had made a mistake when Su Ping's words made him fearful again. Even though Su Ping was aggressive, the young man mustered up the courage. Why are you insulting me? Are you Su Linayu's brother? I said that I was cultivating that day. I never saw her. Who could prove that I saw her? I said that you're lying. Su Ping kept his stare on him. Why do you think you can accuse me of that? I am Jifeng. I never care about lying. The young man claimed angrily. Han Yuxian told himself that Jifeng had gone too far. He wanted to warn the student but was one step too late. Slap. Jifeng's head tilted to the side. There was a red mark on his face. That slap was heard by everyone and stunned them all. Jifeng was a popular senior student about to graduate. He had an ability close to the titled rank and he was from one of the ancient families. That day, someone had publicly slapped him in the face. I am going to ask you again. Where did you take her? Su Ping pierced him with his glare. That young man took a few seconds to come back to his senses. Blood was rushing to his head with so many stares falling on him. How dare you slap me? Do you know who I am? Jifeng was losing his mind. All the students and teachers were present. He was crazy with anger. While standing in the distance, Ken Shoshin and his friends were dumbstruck. They could not believe how that guy was as ruthless as before, even at the Valiant Academy, not to mention that the principal was present. How bold of him. Bang. There came a muffled sound. Su Ping smacked the shouting Jifeng on his head. The ground around the young man caved in and the cracks were spread out like a spider web. Jifeng's clothes were turned into rags. He was covered in blood streaks. Jifeng had a dull look on his face. Yun Wanli narrowed his eyes in surprise. He could tell how intricate that move had been. Su Ping didn't kill Jifeng but made sure the latter was on the verge of dying. That move should have killed him directly but he survived. Su Ping's mastery of his own strength was perfect. Yun Wanli, being a legendary battle pet warrior, knew more than anyone how hard it was to have that perfect mastery. There is also someone called Nan Fengshen, right? Get him over here. Su Ping looked sullen. Yun Wanli first looked at Jifeng who had passed out and was barely breathing. He felt sorry and wanted to persuade Su Ping to give up but the killing intent on Su Ping's face made him think otherwise. Where is Nan Fengshen? He asked. The students present stared at Su Ping, completely dumbfounded. Everyone was able to tell that the young man was definitely not an average person. They had thought at first that he was merely the principal's new student. However, he had injured a student in public and the principal didn't blame him for it. That was terrifying in itself. To be able to hurt Jifeng so badly with one blow was also intimidating. That man seems to be a big deal. While standing next to Mu Chen, that delicate girl squinted her eyes which resembled crescent moons. Everything that was happening seemed to be amusing her. Mu Chen had been transfixed by it. It was unexpected to see how that guy was still able to be that irritable while being at the Valiant Academy. Ever since Mu-chen got there, after the many lessons he had been taught, he had learned to embrace one fact: the Longjian base city was a small place. The overlord of a pond was merely a shrimp. It was bound to meet the true overlord in the ocean. And yet, Su Ping still seemed to be the overlord there. Inconceivable. A minute or two had passed, but still, there was no answer. Yan Wanli frowned. Right then, someone found the courage to answer. Sir, I think Senior Nan is cultivating in the graveyard forest. He's not here. Su Ping frowned. The graveyard forest? Yan Wanli explained right away. The graveyard forest is a training field where many ancient beasts' corpses lie. The past aura lingers on the corpses, and its violent nature can strengthen one's spirit. Staying there for long enough is helpful to not be easily terrorized by beasts. I see. Take me there, Su Ping said. Yan Wanli nodded. The graveyard forest is not far away from here. Come with me. He led the way. Su Ping followed him. Han Yuxian went after them. After all, Su Linayu had not been found yet. That had only brought him disasters. The students looked at each other speechlessly. Should they keep on standing there? Soon, some students dashed away after Su Ping. The girl standing next to Mu-chen did so as well. She had abandoned the students' rules of conduct. Ftani went after the crowd as well. Su Ping turned out to be more aggressive than he thought. He could not believe that anyone would dare to publicly resort to violence, right there in the academy. Ftani had met Ji Feng several times when the latter had gone to challenge him. Ji Feng had failed every time, but he knew that he wasn't a weak student. It was someone worth training with. Chapter 582 Breaking In. Let's go and have a look. As more and more students left for the graveyard forest, Ken Shoshan was also tempted. Liu Qingfeng and Yi Longshan were still hesitating, but Ken Shoshan had already stepped away. Having no other choice, they went after him. Many students went toward the graveyard forest to follow after Su Ping and their principal. With Danli and some other popular students taking the lead, others that weren't afraid of breaking rules on account of their influential family backgrounds decided to follow suit. The teachers who were keeping order wanted to stop the students. But they felt their hands were tied when it came to people like Ftani. Having no better options, the teachers chose to stop some of the more average students that just happened to bump right into them. The teachers knew they couldn't stop the students with influential backgrounds. They could not afford to do that. That was especially true for Ftani. He was more esteemed than some of the teachers. He would not be punished in any way as long as his mistake was not grave. Here we are. After 10 minutes or so passed, Su Ping, Yan Wanli, and Han Yuxiang arrived at a dense forest where purple bamboos grew. The dark glow coming off from the bamboo gave a gloomy look to the forest. This is the graveyard forest. Han Yuxiang was trying to catch his breath. The graveyard lies behind the purple bamboos, which were found in an unknown world across a spatial crack. The purple bamboos can absorb the filthy and foul energy and oppress it. The purple bamboos are the reason we can isolate the graveyard forest. Otherwise, the foul energy found there would contaminate the entire Longyang base city. Indeed. Yan Wanli nodded with a serious look on his face. Right then, a man came flying across the purple bamboo to greet them. It was a strong and tall middle-aged man who was surprised to see Yan Wanli. In a hurry, the man dropped to one knee while hovering in the air. Sir. How can I help you? Please stand up. Yan Wanli helped the man up and said, I am here for Mr. Nan. Is he inside now? Nan? The middle-aged man realized that the presence of the vice principal and the principal together meant the matter had to be of importance. The man answered without delay. Sir, do you mean Nan Fengshan, from the Nan family of the Setting Sun Base City? He is here. He came here yesterday and has been cultivating inside. Nan and Yan Wanli was happy to hear that. Good. Tell him to come out at once. The middle-aged man nodded. A piece of dark rock appeared in his palm. He poured astral powers into the rock that had the number 19 appearing on it. The astral powers pouring in made the rock produce a blinding radiance. The 19th level? Han Yuxian was evidently surprised by the number. The middle-aged man finished pouring in astral powers and lowered his hands down. Indeed. Nan Fengshan is a talented offspring of Senior Setting Sunday. He must be the student with the strongest willpower in our academy. Vice Principal, not even your student can compete against Nan Fengshan in the strength of spirit. Of course, the student the man referred to was Ftani. Han Yuxiang had had many students in his life. But at the moment, merely one of them was still studying and was able to compete against Nan Fengshan. There were 4 important students in the academy: Nan, Go, and Ji. The 4 were the best students of the year. Ftani, sometimes referred to as God by the admiring students, ranked number 1 among the 4 on account of his combat strength. Nan Fengshan came second and his willpower was stronger than anyone else's. He was respected and worshipped by many students as well. They heard some people approach while Suping and the others were chatting. The first to arrive was Ftani. 100 meters behind him was a girl that was just as agile as he was. Ftani arrived and stood behind Suping and his teachers. That girl stopped by Ftani. The girl darted a glare at Ftani, vexed by the outcome. She had made a move first but he caught up with her. She wanted to grind her teeth. That little run and chase was a small game between them and she had lost again. Huh? The middle-aged man was facing Suping so he was able to see Ftani and the girl arrive. He smiled at them. Mr. F and Ms. Go are here. What a surprise. Han Yuxian turned over and saw the boy and girl standing together. He was speechless. Why would they follow them instead of staying put at the plaza? Of course, it was too late for him to scold them at the moment. That was one of the negative traits of those talented students. They sometimes held no regard for rules. Soon, they heard more and more people approaching. The students were employing different methods to make their way over. Upon arriving, they all stood behind Ftani and the girl. Han Yuxian had noticed they were all the outstanding students in the academy. What a headache. Han Yuxian chose to ignore this. So be it. If they wanted to watch, feel free. Curious, the girl looked at Suping from behind and asked Ftani, "Hey, who's that guy?" Ftani frowned and answered with coldness, "What does that have to do with you? Come on. I'm just asking a question. Can't you answer like a normal person?" The girl complained. Ftani was not in the mood to amuse her. He stared at Suping's back, remembering what had happened between them by the Dragon Tower. Ftani clenched his fingers. "I heard that this guy is Su Linayu's big brother." "Really? He doesn't look that much older. I cannot believe he's at the titled rank. I thought Su Linayu didn't have any connections. How come the siblings are equally talented?" The girl placed one hand on her hip and the other under her chin. She tapped her cheek with her fingers. Ftani was interrupted from his thoughts. Gravely, he said, "He's not even 24 yet." Huh? The fact that Ftani would say anything was a surprise to the girl, not to mention that the reply was kind of strange. "What?" Ftani no longer replied. "Why isn't he here yet?" Suping stared at the bamboos with a sullen face. "How long do I have to wait?" The middle-aged man noticed that unfamiliar person. "Who is this?" "This is Fate Challenger Su," Yun Wanli introduced. "Fate Challenger?" The middle-aged man stared with wide-open eyes. "That titled battle pet warrior?" Yun Wanli nodded. The middle-aged man could not believe it. Fate Challengers were people superior to the titled rank who were able to compare to the legendary battle pet warriors. This young man was a Fate Challenger? Han Yuxian also thought that it had taken Nanfengchen long enough to get out. He had not sensed anyone coming so he urged the middle-aged man, "It is taking too long. Tell him again." The middle-aged man answered at once, "I will do that." Suping frowned. "Can't we just go in?" Han Yuxian shook his head. "The graveyard forest is a special place. Once a person goes inside, the seal will be activated and it can only be opened from the inside, or when the formation that makes the seal is cracked. But the formation is complicated and cracking it will take time. Let's just wait for a couple of more minutes." Yun Wanli added, "Yes, let's do that. Nanfengchen is cultivating on the 19th level. It is very dangerous up there and even titled battle pet warriors at the peak can be contaminated by the foul energy. I suppose we should wait for him to come out on his own." Suping just said to the middle-aged man, "Do communicate with him again." "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded and poured astral powers into the rock. The black rock gave off a glow that gradually receded. 15 minutes passed and nothing. Han Yuxian was getting scared. "Nanfengchen is not in trouble, is he?" Yun Wanli frowned. "I think that is possible. He, after all, is merely at the 8th rank. It is too much for him to stay at the 19th level." Suping didn't like that at all. He stepped forward and directly flew into the graveyard forest. Chapter 583 The Demon Mr. Su. Fate Challenger Su. Han Yuxian and Yun Wanli cried out at the same time. There were some bolts of purple lightning glistening around Yun Wanli's clothes. He reached Suping within an instant. "Fate Challenger, please. The formation is quite abstruse and there are portals to different locations inside. You have to wait for Nanfengchen to come out if you want to get to the 19th level, or for me to deactivate the seal of the 19th level for you, or else you'll be attacked by all the foul energy of the entire graveyard forest. Not even a legendary battle pet warrior at the void state can take that. Please, Mr. Su, please calm down." Han Yuxian also tried to talk Suping out of it. "It's okay," Suping insisted. He waved his hand with a cold look and determination, pushing away Yun Wanli who was blocking in front of him. Suping stepped forward. Buzzing. A wind sprang up. Suping re-emerged above the dense purple bamboo forest. Many purple lines were growing out in the air. Just like a spider web, the purple lines trapped Suping inside, away from the graveyard forest. Fate Challenger Su! Yun Wanli screamed. Suping placed his hand on the lines. There was a bang, and the formation cracked. Amid the loud noise, the sky darkened in an instant as dark clouds gathered in the otherwise clear sky above the entire graveyard forest or, to be exact, above the entire Valiant Academy. Alas! Yun Wanli stomped his feet. He just couldn't stop a person who was courting death. Breaking in would provoke all the corpses and foul energy in the graveyard forest. Suping could die. No matter how much strength he had, at the end of the day Suping was but a young man. His combat strength would amount to nothing when dealing with those corpses and foul energy because the latter would attack the spirit. That was why Tani had not been doing as well as Nanfengchen in that graveyard forest. That is bold. The girl surnamed Go was staring with disbelief at the young man who was trying to tear the formation apart to break into the graveyard forest. That was not only a cultivation field for the students but also a shelter for the times when the Valiant Academy was under attack. Anyone who didn't follow the specific routes would unavoidably provoke all the corpses and the deadly energy inside. Not even a legendary battle pet warrior would survive that. Tani was dumbstruck. He could not believe that anyone could be so hot-headed. Breaking into the graveyard forest was a suicidal action. Suping was doomed. Tani felt disappointed. Suping was supposed to be a rare talent but he was going to pass away in such a foolish manner. Father once told me that the number of talents is countless but very few can stick to the end. Talent is not the only thing that matters, the ones who can survive on top of being talented are truly powerful. Tani remembered his father's teachings. He no longer felt respect as he looked at that young man, he just felt indifferent. Suping might have created a sensation at the Dragon Tower but no sensation would last for long if he died. The students standing behind Tani and the girl were rooted to the ground. That guy is mad. Oh god no, he's losing it. He is trying to break into the graveyard forest. Not even a legendary battle pet warrior would do that. Ken Shoshin and Liu Qingfeng were anxious and afraid. They weren't that close to Suping, but they were all from the Longjiang base city. It bothered them to see that Suping would choose that suicidal approach. They had been in the academy for less than half a year but they had came to know the terrors of the graveyard forest. Of course, they would know because the students would often tell their stories. There was a historical account which said that there had once been a legendary battle pet warrior who had arrived to strike the Valiant Academy, but he ended up dead in a graveyard forest. That was a perilous place even for legendary battle pet warriors. Students would go there to cultivate, they would behave and follow the rules. They would pick up their passes and walk in along the designated paths. A talent from the Longjiang base city. For him to be dying here. This is not worth it. Zhu Yun and Yi Longshan felt their hearts ache. Suping was much more talented than they were, it was ridiculous for him to die in such a way. Suping stood above the purple bamboos. The clear sky had turned completely dark, wind howled and blew as if ghosts were crying. The temperature was dropping. From the depths of the bamboo forest rose many masses of darkness from which came out blood-freezing and offending screams, paired with cries of madness and violence. Mr. Su! Han Yuxiang shouted, his face pale. He didn't want to see a talent fall that way. Suping didn't look back, he felt the surging evil and the surrounding foul energy. His force field was coming out behind him. You puny ghosts! How dare you cry in front of me? Suping stepped into the gale. The cold and cutting wind blew his hair back. Amid everyone's stares, he walked forward while floating in the air. The foul energy was surging toward him from different directions. The darkness took the shape of beasts that were roaring and pouncing at him. Suping walked onward. Roar! The ferocious bellow echoed above the graveyard forest. A huge dragon head was formed by the darkness which snapped its jaws at Suping. Suping raised his head the moment the dragon head was about to reach him. His eyes were cold as ice and red as blood. The wind stopped. The dragon's roar stopped. In the meantime, a magnificent shadow that held a huge sword stepped out from the dark force field behind Suping. The shadow was tall, covered in sharp blades. It moved its sword to hack at the front. A ray of dark sword light whooshed out. That dragon head cracked open, cries and screams emerged from the inside. The foul energy was split up and dispersed in the vicinity. The dark shadow behind Suping had also vanished, he stood in the air with a profound killing intent, which made him look like a demon. Suping made his way forward and the evil energy retreated to the sides. It was afraid to get near him. The students and teachers alike were unable to understand why they were seeing such a situation. Yun Wanli widened his eyes. He was also unable to keep calm after seeing such development. He, of all people, knew the horrors of the graveyard forest and Suping turned out to be even more horrifying than the graveyard forest. The principal was able to feel that killing intent, even while standing in the distance. Goosebumps had broken out. The graveyard forest was a residence for ghosts and Suping was their king. He could not fathom how much blood Suping had to see to attain such a killing intent. He's not even at the legendary rank, but he already has a force field and quite the violent one at that. A force field is the manifestation of one's heart and soul. What is in his heart and soul? Yun Wanli's heart was racing. All of a sudden, he began to understand why that young man had managed to stay alive after what he had done in the tower. Yun Wanli didn't get to see it. He had heard some of the story from other legendary battle pet warriors, but they didn't want to talk about it. He understood that it was not a good thing. But he then realized that there was another reason. That young man was terror itself. Han Yuxiang had lost his ability to talk. He had yet again reshaped his idea about Suping. The Dragon Tower had proven Suping's young age. He was less than 24 years of age, but he was able to compare to legendary battle pet warriors and his mind and soul were terrifying. How? Han Yuxiang could not even think about how Suping had made such progress, including that mysterious legendary battle pet warrior who was hiding in Suping's store. Suping was a person of secrets and Han Yuxiang didn't even think he was a person from the blue planet. Tani, the girl, and the other students were frozen on the spot. They thought they had just witnessed how hell had opened up to make way for the king of demons to come out. That young man was the king of all that was evil. Tani's mind had stopped functioning. The girl stared, dumbfounded. Whoosh! Suping walked past the bamboos and reached the graveyard. The evil energy retreated. Many ancient but mighty figures were faintly seen in the force field behind him, but barely anyone noticed it. Chapter 584 Interrogation. Suping moved ahead. The mist above the graveyard forest was dispersed, revealing a perfect view. Maybe it was due to the formation having been broken. The graveyard forest was in a low-lying basin. There were seals with purple lines running all across the slopes. The seals surrounded areas of about 10 square meters. Most of the areas inside the seals were empty, a few of them were occupied. Those were very likely students cultivating. That place was arranged like terraced fields. Suping gazed into the distance. The deeper you were in the basin, the fewer people there would be. He saw a person sitting in the farthest depths, cultivating. However, as if having felt something, said person stopped his meditation. Suping remembered when Han Yuxiang and Yun Wanli heard that Nan Fengshen was at the 19th level. He locked his gaze on that student and strode over. The demons screamed and the wind blew. The evil energy wanted to get to Suping but remained within a certain distance around him as he moved forward, just as if it were afraid of something. The 19th level. Inside the seal. Nan Fengshen opened his eyes slowly with a frown because he felt the strikes from the evil energy were lessening. The cries and screams he got to hear in his mind were lessening. He was baffled. He had never experienced something like that in his cultivation. So, was it because of the artifact he got from his family? He reached into his chest pocket and grabbed a piece of jade. The jade was irregularly shaped. There was nothing special about it apart from the gentle glow it radiated. However, Nan Fengshen was well aware of how precious the piece of jade was. It could protect people's hearts and souls and enable one to be immune to a beast king's deterrence. Even a legendary battle pet warrior would want such a treasure. Nan Fengshen said to himself, coming here is meaningless if this jade can expel evil energy. He wore the piece of jade when he cultivated in that place, because he wanted to be attacked by the maximum amount of evil energy while his heart and soul were protected, so that he could train his spirit. If that jade was weakening the evil energy, staying at the 19th level with the jade wouldn't be as beneficial as staying at the 18th level without the jade. Nan Fengshen shook his head. He was about to leave when the seal around him began to tremble. The purple lines that were hiding in the seal became visible. That came as a surprise to Nan Fengshen. That had never happened before. Something must be wrong. Is something happening to the graveyard forest? Nan Fengshen decided not to stay any longer. That was a place for him to cultivate, but it wasn't a safe place. If something were to happen, staying longer than necessary could lead to dangerous life and death situations. The seal cracked when Nan Fengshen was about to leave the area. A figure surrounded by darkness floated in. Nan Fengshen stepped back and his heart was racing. What are you? He felt the evil energy around that person was even more terrifying than the things he had felt in his cultivation. Is he still cultivating? Is he residing in his consciousness? Are you Nan Fengshen? Suping looked down at him from a height. Nan Fengshen was confused. How do you know? Do you know Su Linayu? Where was the last time you saw her? Suping asked. Nan Fengshen was even more baffled. Su Linayu? Whoosh. Whoosh. Two people arrived, Yun Wanli and Han Yuxiang. Yun Wanli proposed to Suping when he saw the stunned and confused Nan Fengshen. Fate Challenger Su, let's all of us leave this place so we can talk about this. Sir? Nan Fengshen could not believe that he was seeing Yun Wanli and Han Yuxiang in that place. He was even more convinced that he was still cultivating. Otherwise, why would the elusive principal show up? Sure. Su Ping gave Nan Fengshen a look but said nothing else. Yan Wanli was relieved. He grabbed Nan Fengshen and flew back along with Han Yuxian. They exited the graveyard forest. Ftani and the other students had finally returned to their senses, but they again were shocked when they saw Yan Wanli carrying Nan Fengshen in his hand. They had reached the 19th level in quite the short span of time, which was a level that was too difficult to reach for the average students. The students placed their gaze on Su Ping, who had put away his killing intent. Yet, what he did had left a deep and long-lasting impression on the students. Mr. Nan, Fate Challenger Su is about to ask you something. Answer his questions honestly. Do not lie. Yan Wanli put Nan Fengshen down and cautioned him. He stole a glance at Su Ping. He even thought quite highly of Su Ping back then. He had just thought that Su Ping and he were much alike in combat strength. And yet, what Su Ping did just then made him realize that the young man was most likely equal to the void state. That was a state that Yan Wanli could not reach. Considering his old age, without any particular luck, he would die as a legendary battle pet warrior at the ocean state. Sir? Nan Fengshen asked. So, is this reality? Yan Wanli motioned the middle-aged man to approach him. Light the lamp and make him see. The middle-aged man took out a lamp and poured astral powers inside it, gradually lighting it up. Nan Fengshen was sure that he was in the real world. The lamp was proof. The lamp couldn't even be seen in a person's consciousness. That lamp was a mysterious artifact and people weren't aware of other effects except that no one was able to see that lamp when they were stuck in their consciousness. The lamp could only be seen in reality. Gradually, the forest watchers began to use the lamp to help the students tell the fake from the truth. Nice to meet you, sir. Having confirmed that he was in the real world, Nan Fengshen greeted Yan Wanli in a hurry. Yan Wanli waved his hand. Nan, now, tell Fate Challenger Su everything you know about Miss Su. Fate Challenger Su? Nan Fengshen was wondering if he had heard correctly. But he didn't dare to ask. He still remembered how the young man had appeared right in front of him. It was the young man's killing intent which had made him believe he was still stuck in his consciousness. Otherwise, he didn't have to use the lamp to help him realize he was in the real world given his rich experience of cultivating here. Sir, by Miss Su you mean? Nan Fengshen asked. Don't play dumb with me. We are asking you about the girl that went missing because of you. Su Ping bellowed. Nan Fengshen was scared but he calmed himself down at once. I don't know what you're talking about. We have a lot of people surnamed Su in the academy. How can I know if you don't tell me the name? As for anyone who went missing because of me, that's preposterous. I have been cultivating. I would never and will never care about bullying other students. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. You're lying. Nan Fengshen felt offended. Why do you say that? I'm the descendant of a legendary battle pet warrior and have a noble bloodline inside me. Why would I lie? Yan Wanli remembered what had happened to Ji Fei and he noticed the danger signs on Su Ping's face. Fate Challenger, please calm down, sir. Let's hear the report from Fengshen first. He spoke to Su Ping with more respect. What Su Ping had done to break into the graveyard forest was truly shocking for him. If it weren't for the fact that Nan Fengshen was the descendant of a legendary battle pet warrior and was also one of the best students in the academy's recent years, Yan Wanli wouldn't have offended Su Ping because of one student. We're asking you about Su Linayu. Someone saw her with you and Ji Fei before she went missing. Do you know where she went? Yan Wanli asked. Nan Fengshen shook his head. Sir, I do not know, honestly. Ms. Su is a new student. She's talented and I do want to recruit her to defend our family, but I have indeed been cultivating in the past few days. I would not know that she had gone missing before you told me. Like I said, you're lying. Su Ping pierced Nan Fengshen with his glare. I will give you one more chance. I do not care about your bloodline and that you once had a legendary battle pet warrior in your family. I will kill you and any legendary battle pet warrior currently in your family. Nan Fengshen could not believe such a big talk. The legendary battle pet warrior of his family had passed away a long time before, but that fact still reminded him of a source of pride for all family members. You are insulting a legendary battle pet warrior. Do you know what crime you have committed? Nan Fengshen bellowed. Yan Wanli and Han Yuxian were scared out of their wits. Yan Wanli cautioned Nan Fengshen at once. Shut up. Fate Challenger Su can kill legendary battle pet warriors. Mind your manners. Nan Fengshen was astounded. He's able to kill legendary battle pet warriors? This young man is also at the legendary rank? Nan Fengshen's heart was racing and his blood was boiling, he was sweating through his shirt. The principal was at the legendary rank and he knew that. A legendary battle pet warrior would not lie to him. I'm sorry. Nan Fengshen dropped to his knees and apologized at once. Nan Fengshen was terrified upon recalling how respectful Yan Wanli was towards Su Ping. He was courting death by answering with such a bad attitude, even when the principal would not assume any great airs in front of the young man. Chapter 585 The Deep Caves. Don't waste my time. Where is Su Linayu? Su Ping gazed into Nan Fengshen's eyes. His instinct told him that Su Linayu's disappearance had something to do with Nan Fengshen. The student produced a forced smile. Sir, Mr. Su, I really don't know where she is. I just learned about what happened to her. I've been cultivating. PFF. Nan Fengshen was forced to stop talking because one of his arms was torn off. Blood gushed out. That sudden strike caught Nan Fengshen off guard. It even took him a few seconds to feel the pain. He eyed Su Ping with terror, and a killing intent in Su Ping's eyes told him that the young man didn't believe him at all. No matter what he said, Su Ping would kill him. Putting his hand to staunch the wound, Nan Fengshen stepped back. Sir, you're wrong about me. Fate Challenger Su. Yan Wanli could not stand to see his student go through that cruel treatment. He put himself in front of Su Ping. Fate Challenger Su, you have no proof, so I hope that you show mercy. Nan Fengshen is our student and a descendant of a legendary battle pet warrior. His forefathers stayed in the deep caves and made great sacrifices for humankind. He does not deserve this. Move. Su Ping said without any emotions. Fate Challenger Su. Yan Wanli pulled a long face and unleashed his astral powers. He knew that he couldn't defeat Su Ping, but he couldn't stand the sight of Su Ping hurting his student right there. Mr. Su, I understand your sister is missing. Han Yuxiang wanted to calm Su Ping down as well. However, Su Ping disappeared right in front of Yan Wanli. He re-emerged in front of Nan Fengshen. He placed a hand around Nan Fengshen's neck and picked him up off the ground. Yan Wanli was afraid. He knew that something bad was going to happen the moment Su Ping vanished. The latter already had Nan Fengshen in his grasp. Fate Challenger Su. Yan Wanli shouted. His hair and beard were dancing in the air. He was boiling with anger. No one can save you today. I am going to ask you one more time. Where is Su Linayu? Su Ping said to Nan Fengshen. Nan Fengshen felt he was under more pressure than when he reached the 19th level. His face blushed because of the suffocation and he had to squeeze out his reply. How dare you say that I'm lying? You have no proof and you are slandering me. I'm a good guy. My words are proof. I say you're lying, so you are lying. Su Ping said those bold words. He didn't do anything, but a cut appeared on Nan Fengshen's chest. Blood was spilling out. Tell me or I will not only execute you but your entire family. Su Ping claimed. Nan Fengshen's heart was pounding with a mix of fear and anger. He bit his teeth and turned his gaze to Yan Wanli. Sir, help. The principal was afraid to act given that Su Ping had Nan Fengshen in his hands. Fate Challenger Su, I've treated you with respect but you've only paid me back with contempt. Do you really want to turn hostile to us and the entire humankind? So what? Su Ping turned over and continued indifferently. I've visited the tower. Those people were just a bunch of vermin. Say one more thing and I will kill you too. You Humphrey. Yan Wanli was purple with rage. Ftani and the girl could not believe what they had just heard Su Ping say. The principal was at the legendary rank and Su Ping still claimed that he would kill him regardless. Han Yuxiang was trembling. He had heard stories about Su Ping. He didn't dare to move at all for fear that he would further enrage that relentless killer. Su Ping could drown the entire academy in blood. Nan Fengshen could not hide the fear in his eyes. Once Su Ping's eyes fell on him again, with a pale face and with trembling lips, Nan Fengshen said, I will tell you. Ms. Su is in the deep caves. It never occurred to Su Ping that Nan Fengshen would give up that easily. Su Ping turned pale with fright when he heard the name. What did you just say? Say that again. Su Ping stared at Nan Fengshen with a frightening look. He came to know about the deep caves during the Supremacy League. He understood that the tower would have to send legendary battle pet warriors to the perilous deep caves all year round. Nan Fengshen was on the verge of being strangled to death. He struggled with all his might to squeeze some words out. I'm telling the truth. Su Ping stared at Nan Fengshen as if he were a demon. It took Su Ping a few seconds to contain his killing intent. He loosened his grip a bit and asked, what is she doing in the deep caves? Nan Fengshen's voice trembled. She wanted to go herself. She said she wanted to train there. Su Ping fell silent. Right then, Yan Wanli and Han Yuxiang had approached them. Yan Wanli was happy to see that Su Ping was getting less angry. You just said that you didn't know. When did Miss Su go to the deep caves? Why didn't you stop her? Yan Wanli scolded Nan Fengshen. Why didn't you? That's a dangerous place. Even legendary battle pet warriors can die there. It's no different from courting death, Han Yuxiang added. I couldn't stop her. Nan Fengshen sounded sorry. You. Yan Wanli heaved a sigh as he looked at the innocent-looking Nan Fengshen before he said to Su Ping, Fate Challenger Su, we have no time to lose. I'll go with you to find your sister now. Sister? Nan Fengshen didn't know that the man was Su Linayu's big brother. Nan Fengshen gulped. Su Ping darted a glance at Yan Wanli and then his eyes landed on Nan Fengshen's face again. His voice sounded deadly and stripped of all emotions when he spoke. She wouldn't have gone there for no reason, and even if she insisted, she wouldn't have directly avoided you. Ji Feng has already told me why the surveillance didn't work around the Dragon Tower. Nan Fengshen instantly turned pale. He trembled and his knees almost buckled with fright. Crying, he said, I didn't mean to. I just thought it would be fun to say it and she went. I didn't mean to hurt her. Yan Wanli could not believe that. Han Yuxian was startled first and a cloud obscured his face. The students could not believe that the ever-proud and distant Nan Fengshen would end up in that humiliating position one day. He was begging, it was an ugly sight. They were also able to tell that the girl's disappearance was because of him. Su Ping lowered his head. A glint of killing intent flashed past his eyes. Bang! Nan Fengshen turned into pieces of flesh and drops of blood. The glint of killing intent disappeared in Su Ping's eyes. He turned around and asked Yan Wanli, where is the closest entrance to the deep caves? Yan Wanli came back to his senses. He was appalled by the scattered remains and the pool of blood. Still, he had to answer. He must have been speaking of the place that our academy is responsible for. I will take you there right away. Su Ping frowned. On campus? Yes. Yan Wanli nodded and said to Han Yuxian, close the Dragon Tower for now and send someone to guard it. I will go to the deep caves with Fate Challenger and come back as soon as we find Miss Su. Han Yuxian nodded. Mr. Su, I am sorry. I failed. I won't absolve myself from the blame, said Han Yuxian with guilt. If I cannot find her, you will follow her to the underworld, Su Ping warned Han Yuxian before he took off. Han Yuxian was colorless and could barely stand. Finding Su Linayu in the deep caves? Even Han Yuxian lacked the courage to go there on his own. Not to mention the fact that Su Linayu had been missing for a week. She had been there for at least 7 days and the odds of her still being alive was close to zero. Yan Wanli heard that warning as well, but he couldn't change the past. He just prayed that Su Ping's sister was a lucky girl or else he would be unable to stop Su Ping when the latter returned to start a killing spree. He had learned from Su Ping's move just then that he was much weaker. The tension over the graveyard forest disappeared as Su Ping and Yan Wanli left. The students looked at each other in speechless astonishment. If it weren't for the remains on the ground, they would have thought that everything had just been an illusion. Senior Nan is dead, just like that. He was so young when he reached the 19th level and he came from a family with a legendary battle pet warrior. He could have become one in the future. But he's gone. I heard that Senior Nan and Su Linayu had some disputes. I didn't believe it then. Pa, such a cruel guy. He tricked Miss Su into entering the deep caves. That is plain murder. Oh, shut up. This isn't the first time this has happened, no need to make a fuss. All I can say is that this Nan guy struck a rock. Right. The Nan family is doomed. The students discussed. Some had abandoned the name Senior Nan and would refer to the deceased as the Nan guy. A dead talent was a loser that no one would remember. Which rank is he at? Ken Shoshin and his friends gazed as Su Ping took his leave. Su Ping was bold enough to kill students in front of the principal and claimed that he could also kill the principal. They found that Su Ping was an enigma. Is he above the legendary rank? Really? I didn't know that the new girl's brother was such a monster. The girl surnamed Go said, her heart still fluttering with fear. Ftani clenched his fingers. Nan, G, Go. Nan Fengshen had ranked second. Even though Nan Fengshen's combat strength was weaker, his spirit was stronger. Ftani had always viewed him as a powerful rival. However, Nan Fengshen died, crushed by Su Ping as if he were merely a piece of paper. Genius? All of a sudden, that word sounded ironic to Ftani. He had thought that no one would be able to kill him easily since he had combat strength close to the titled rank. However, he then understood he was as weak as an ant in front of a truly powerful man. And you said he was less than 24? Really? The girl was still curious. Ftani curled his lips. However strong you are, there's always someone stronger. I suggest you spend the time wondering about this on cultivation. You're too weak. You can't even catch up with me. The girl stomped her feet. Oh, shut the hell up. I'm just asking you a question. And however strong you are, there's always someone stronger. What? I am bound to reach the legendary one day. You can get a head start, but wait and see how I will exceed you. Bah. Ftani sneered and left without further ado. Damn you. The girl stomped her feet again before she left. Chapter 586 Ghost Eye. This is the entrance to the deep caves. Surrounded by large swaths of greenery, in the depths lay a huge cave that was more like a tunnel for an underground railway. The darkness made it impossible to peer at what was inside. Outside the cave stood 8 guards. 7 of them were standing straight, but one of them had a piece of straw clamped between his teeth. He sat on a boulder by the cave and the lazy fellow would take a sip of his wine every now and then. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 people flew over and descended from high above. Their motion stirred up some dust in the area. Yun Wanli and Su Ping had arrived. "Mr. Principal?" "Sir." The guards were surprised by the principal's sudden appearance. The middle-aged man who was idling away jumped up with a start, hid his flask behind his back, and spat out that straw. He ran to Yun Wanli and adopted a tone with respect. "Sir, what brings you here?" Yun Wanli asked the middle-aged man with a serious tone. "Feng Xiu, I know you're in charge here. Did you see a student enter the cave a week ago?" The man named Feng Xiu produced a forced smile. "Sir, you can't be serious. This place is off limits. I wouldn't let any of those kids get in there. I always scare them away even if they come near me." "Shut up." Yun Wanli stopped the middle-aged man's blabbering and snarled as he continued. "Did someone go inside a week ago?" That snarl came as quite a shock to Feng Xiu. The anger in Yun Wanli's eyes scared him. He dropped to his knees and said, "Sir, please forgive me. I've failed my job. A week ago, there was a time when I happened to be away to take care of some matters. I heard that someone had broken in when I got back. I didn't dare to go in there to chase after that student." Yun Wanli's face was clouded. "Was it a girl?" "Yes." Feng Xiu lowered his head even more. "Why did you not report it?" Yun Wanli was furious. "Do you have any idea how the situation is inside? Any student would be doomed if they went in. I was afraid that you would punish me." Feng Xiu whispered. His head was lowered to the ground. The other 7 guards hurriedly got down on their knees and lowered their heads as well. No one dared to breathe for fear of being too loud. They would naturally be more scared if the titled battle pet warrior Feng Xiu was frightened. Anyone in the academy knew that the principal was at the legendary rank and that he possessed mysterious powers. "Afraid that I was going to punish you." Yun Wanli was too angry for words. At the same time, he felt powerless. If Feng Xiu would have reported to him in time, he would have had the chance to go inside and search for Su Linayu at once and still be alive. However, the fact remained that a week had passed. He was willing to go in there and help Su Ping look for his sister, but he didn't have much hope. Deep down in his heart, he believed that his sister had turned into a pile of bones. Maybe not even bones. Su Ping darted a glance at Feng Xiu. He had every intention to kill him, but he stopped himself. He looked into the cave and said to Yun Wanli, "So, those are the deep caves?" Yun Wanli turned to Su Ping and nodded. "Yes. It's one of the entrances. The Valiant Academy has been guarding the entrance for a long time. Of course, we're just guarding the entrance. The ones guarding the strategic passes inside are the legendary battle pet warriors from the tower who are willing to risk their lives." Su Ping nodded and made his way into the cave. Feng Xiu was wondering who the man was, for him to speak to the principal so casually. A legendary battle pet warrior from the tower? Curious as he was, Feng Xiu preferred not to raise his head. When he felt the 2 people were walking past him, his heart, which was at the moment caught in his throat, gradually returned to his chest. He turned his head and saw the principal and the young man making their way toward the entrance. "Sir, are you going in?" Yun Wanli answered without looking back. "Stay here. I will talk to you after I come back." Feng Xiu no longer dared to utter another word. The other 7 guards kept their heads low and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Su Ping had even thought that the 7 guards were a little bit too nervous, but he didn't think much of it. The priority was to find Su Linayu. Whether dead or alive, he had to see her. That idea made the killing intent surge in Su Ping's heart. "Fate Challenger Su, please be careful. There are a lot of beast kings in the deep caves and they are vicious." Shoulder to shoulder, Yun Wanli and Su Ping went into the pitch-dark cave. The principal lifted his hand and a crystal that was giving off a white light appeared in his palm, and the crystal lit up the cave. The cave extended into the distance and the walls were full of bumps and hollows. Every now and then they saw large claw marks. They could imagine how large the creatures had to be to leave marks like those. The air was humid and foul, but there was nothing else noticeable. All the beasts inside are contained in the tunnels further in. We won't see many beasts in this area, but there will be a few beasts running loose out here. Let's check the strategic pass over there. We'll ask the guards and see if they've seen your sister." Yun Wanli walked in front of Su Ping to show him the way while he said so. Su Ping asked, "How many entrances are there to enter the deep caves?" "Over a dozen, I suppose, scattered across the globe. Some entrances are deep in the ocean. Those entrances have been filled and leveled up by legendary battle pet warriors. After all, we cannot have people staying in the ocean all year round because there are more beast kings in the ocean than on land. Not even legendary battle pet warriors would survive that kind of environment." Yun Wanli continued as they made their way forward. "There are 5 entrances in our subcontinent district, And this is one of them. We're about 100,000 meters away from the tunnel inside. Su Ping frowned as he gazed at the meandering path going downward. 100,000 meters downward? How did the deep caves come into being? Yan Wanli shook his head. That was a long, long time ago. I heard that the deep caves were here since the beginning of the Astral Pets era. It was said that the first generation of battle pet warriors expelled and drove all the powerful wild beasts into the deep caves. This is another theory that says the deep caves have always been here and that all the beasts were born in the deep caves. No one can tell which story is true, while it no longer matters, truth be told. Su Ping frowned in silence. The only thing that could be heard was their footsteps. Yan Wanli held the crystal and explored the way. After passing a slope, they went deeper and deeper inside. After a while, Su Ping twitched his nose. He smelled blood. He warned Yan Wanli at once, there is blood. Yan Wanli was alerted. A swirl opened up behind him and from it flew out a beast king pet of the demon family. The pet was 7 to 8 meters tall but small when compared to other beast kings. Su Ping was familiar to pets of the demon and undead families. He recognized right away that it was a ghost eye. The pet had the bloodline of the void state and that one right there had yet to reach the void state, only the ocean state. At the void state, the ghost eye would be about 10 meters tall and could engage in close-quarter combat. Sleep and food were not the only things a beast king needed to reach the prime state. The pet would have to enjoy some precious pet food. If the pet could not reach the prime state while in its golden years, its condition would start to deteriorate and so would the combat strength. Go, Yan Wanli said to his pet. Whoosh! The ghost eye turned into a puff of dark mist that was dispersed towards the depth of the cave. The ghost eye had become an integrated part of the darkness. Su Ping understood that Yan Wanli had sent the ghost eye on a recon mission. Let's go, Yan Wanli said to Su Ping. Su Ping nodded and moved along. They covered some distances. Su Ping and Yan Wanli saw some bones that had turned snow white. The beasts must have been dead for long ages and every piece of flesh had been corroded. The deeper they were into the cave, the stronger the smell of the blood was. All of a sudden, Yan Wanli stopped and turned over to Su Ping with an alert. My big eye beast told me that it's dangerous up ahead. Su Ping frowned in confusion. You said that this is the only way from the entrance and up ahead is the strategic pass. There are legendary battle pet warriors. How can it be dangerous? Yan Wanli was baffled as well. Indeed, they were going to reach the strategic pass guarded by legendary battle pet warriors. Did his pet refer to the legendary battle pet warriors as the source of danger? No, that could not be the case. After all, the ghost eye was a beast king with a high level of intelligence. It could clearly distinguish between humans and beasts. Chapter 587 A strike. I don't know but I suggest being cautious. Yan Wanli chose his words carefully. He opened up 2 extra swirls and 2 more beast kings came out. Both beast kings had bloodlines of the ocean state and were currently at their prime. One of the 2 beast kings was cracking rock dragon, a rare kind. Such a dragon subspecies lived underground where thick layers of rocks gathered. Being quite strong in defense was a distinctive trait. The other one was a winged wind listener. It was about 6 to 7 meters long and looked like an insect, with sharp claws at the end of each limb. Even though small-sized, it possessed great energy and was able to move with agility. It was said that a winged wing listener could reach a speed that was 20 times the speed of sound. It could travel faster than the best fighter plane of the time. Another trait was its listening ability, being able to pick up noises 100,000 meters away. That cracking rock dragon occupied 1/3 of the space because of its 30-meter height. The pet crawled out from the swirl. It observed the cave and asked Yan Wanli, Wanli, where are we? What do you need us for? Su Ping darted a look since he was intrigued by the talking dragon. Beast kings were intelligent. They could learn to speak the human language with some guidance. That being said, it was still funny for Su Ping to hear a dragon speak so fluently. The winged wind listener flapped its dark wings and made a sound with its mouth. The pet, too, could speak fluently. Old Wan, is this dude your student? Yan Wanli produced a forced smile. Of course not. This is Fate Challenger Su. He's much more powerful than I am. Mind your words. After a pause, he changed to the major matter at hand. I called you out because we're in some kind of trouble. We are entering the deep caves. Big Eye sent me a message just now, warning me of danger. We may get into a fight later. Be ready. Deep caves? Holy crap. Old Wan, are you crazy? Why would you come here in the first place? Do you know that a bunch of lunatics are trapped here? Startled by Yan Wanli's words, the dragon and the winged wind listener immediately looked around on full alert. The cracking rock dragon directly formed a layer of dark crystal over Yan Wanli. That was one of the dragon's best skills. That crystal layer could easily withstand the strikes of a beast king at the ocean state. Yan Wanli looked at that layer of black crystal and reminded his dragon, Fate Challenger Su is with me. The cracking rock dragon understood what Yan Wanli implied. Although unhappy, the dragon did add a layer of black crystal over Su Ping as well. At the same time, the winged wind listener was checking the surroundings. Right after the dragon finished crystal layering, the winged wind listener said with confusion, "Many things are hiding about 40,000 meets ahead. I can only hear the movement of some internal organs. Humans? No." Yan Wanli knitted his eyebrows. The legendary warrior's battle pets? Yan Wanli was hesitating. However, Su Ping had already stepped forward. Whatever was lurking further down, he would have to take Su Linayu home. Even if Su Linayu had stopped breathing. Fate Challenger Su. Yan Wanli called Su Ping, but the latter neither stopped nor answered him. Having no other options, Yan Wanli hurried after Su Ping. The dragon lowered its head and whispered to Yan Wanli, "Wanli, who is that guy? I don't think I've ever seen him in the tower. I think he's just at the titled rank." The winged wind listener shared its view. Yan Wanli said grumpily, "You too, this isn't something you should worry about. Put your guard up. It's not a place for you to fool around." The dragon snorted and the breath blew away the dust. The dragon snuck underground. A bump rose on the ground and the bump was moving forward quickly. "I'll go and explore the way," the dragon shouted. The bump moved further and further away until the ground was flat again. Yan Wanli caught up with Su Ping. The latter was still unguarded and had summoned no battle pets. "Fate Challenger Su, your battle pets. They will come out when we're in trouble," Su Ping said. Yan Wanli wanted to say that it would be too late. After all, it took time to summon battle pets and even 1 second would matter in a desperate fight. They were walking forward when all of a sudden, Yan Wanli said something to Su Ping with a pale face, "My pets are under attack. Danger." With that said, he ran forward toward his pets. Su Ping used teleportation to make his way forward. The winged wind listener screamed in astonishment, "Teleportation? Really? But I sense that he's just at the titled rank, as you call it, and even I cannot teleport." But neither Su Ping nor Yan Wanli were in the mood to talk to the winged wind listener because the two of them were hurrying forward at full speed. They covered the long distance in an instant. Suddenly, Su Ping stopped abruptly because he smelled a pungent smell of blood. Boom. Something was shaking in the darkness. Coming next was an angry bellow. Su Ping recognized it was Yan Wanli's dragon that was roaring. Anxiously, Yan Wanli shouted, "Astral light." His white robe blew up. The astral powers coming out of him formed many rays of light that began to spread across the area. The entire cave was instantly lit up, bright as day. In the light, Su Ping and Yan Wanli were able to see that the dragon and the ghost eye were fighting some beasts that had blocked their path. The two battle pets. The winged wind listener shouted, "Old Wan." Yan Wanli merged with the winged wind listener without hesitating. The winged wind listener turned into a ball of mess that merged into Yan Wanli. He began to grow in height until he measured at about 3 meters, becoming a giant. At the same time, wings appeared on its back, although smaller than those of the winged wind listener. After merging with his battle pet, aided by his battle pet's special skills, Yan Wanli was not only able to gain strength, but also speed. Whoosh! Yan Wanli dashed out as soon as the merging ended. He was able to run faster than before. The wind stirred up, blew the dust off the ground. Su Ping felt he had almost lost sight of Yan Wanli. With a solemn heart, Su Ping took out the sword that Dusk had given him from his storage space. "Kill them." Su Ping fixed his look on the wild beasts and shot himself out like a cannon. Soon after, he had caught up with Yan Wanli and then ran past the latter. Su Ping reached a beast that was attacking the ghost eye. PFF. Su Ping raised his sword. Whoa! The cut caught that beast off guard. A deep wound appeared on the beast's neck. Blood gushed out and the beast howled in pain. Su Ping coldly continued to attack the beast, thinking that it was the one responsible for killing Su Linayu. The evil flames on the sword burned the wounds of the beasts. Su Ping was like a ghost as he ran between the beasts, soon trying to maul several beasts. The encirclement was broken, the wild beasts stepped away, crying in pain and eyeing Su Ping in fear. Fate Challenger Su. Yan Wanli had arrived. The strange scales on his face resembled those of the winged wind listener. He stared at Su Ping, who had just forced his way away from those beasts. Even though he was aware of Su Ping's strength, it still came as a shock for him that Su Ping was able to defeat beast kings without relying on his battle pets. Catch them alive. Su Ping looked around. Behind him were 2 swirls, one of which was small. A white skeleton foot reached out from the swirl. On the other hand, the other swirl was large and the creature coming out was violent and vicious. The flames increased the temperature of the entire cave. Boom! The Inferno Dragon came out. The Inferno Dragon's bloodline had exceeded the Fate state after gaining the Purple Blood Dragon's bloodline. The Inferno Dragon had just reached adulthood, but it was already displaying star rank energy. That guy. The cracking rock dragon was wounded and bleeding. It was scared to see the Inferno Dragon. The pet was appalled. given that the overpowering Inferno Dragon made it want to kneel. Chapter 588 The Strategic Pass Roar. A wounded beast felt the pressure coming off from the Inferno Dragon. The wild creature felt imperative to roar as if defending its territory. The Inferno Dragon heard that protesting roar. Angered, the Inferno Dragon turned its head toward that wild beast and looked down at it from a height. Then, the dragon bellowed a roar that resonated in the entire cave. Roar. The walls were shaking and the ground was going to split. The stirred-up wind blew back the beast's fur. Being the main target of that roar, it panicked and stepped back while trembling. The Inferno Dragon had strengthened the roar with the old Dragon King's heritage and the Purple Blood Dragon's skills. The cracking Rock Dragon was much more nervous while standing behind the Inferno Dragon, even though it knew they weren't enemies. The fear stemmed from its primal instincts. Kill them. That was the order received by the Inferno Dragon and the inconspicuous little skeleton standing right beside it. A crimson glow rose in the skeleton's eye sockets. It took action before anyone knew what was going on. Bang! A wild beast was beheaded and the cut on its neck was neat. Another wild beast fell to the ground. Blood was gushing out. That bloody scene scared Yanwanli and the beasts. Instant knockout. But those wild beasts here were beast kings. The wounded beast that tried to contend with the Inferno Dragon was dumbstruck. But the wounded beast's attention was more on the little skeleton. The beast shifted its several eyes to give its full focus. Compared to the Inferno Dragon, the skeleton was more like death itself. A white-boned demon. Those are. Yanwanli looked at Su Ping, astounded. That was the person who had been able to break into the tower and make it out alive. Those were his battle pets. Yanwanli was certain he could not have survived if the little skeleton had struck him. He didn't even see what happened when that beast king died. Whoosh! Su Ping didn't waste any time while everyone was in shock. His target was another beast present. The targeted beast felt the killing intent and a sense of danger made it come back to its senses. It snuck underground, trying to escape. However, Su Ping was faster. He stopped the beast before it got away. He poked the beast's spine with his sword, leaving a deep and wide cut on the beast's back. Blood spilled out. That beast king cried in pain. Since Su Ping had mastered teleportation, the usual ocean state beast kings didn't stand a chance. That was how much more powerful the void state was when compared to the ocean state. Those wild beast kings were at the ocean state. Their astral powers were abundant and they had the power to kill beings at the peak of the titled rank with astral powers alone. However, the void state was a realm at which the creature was able to master abilities to manipulate space. As such, the beast kings at the ocean state were like vulnerable babies, never standing a chance to win. Whoosh! Whoosh! The remaining beast kings knew that things weren't going to end well for them. They quickly tried to escape. The little skeleton was on pursuit. In the meantime, the Inferno Dragon was targeting the wounded beast king. The moment the latter turned around to run, the Inferno Dragon stepped forward and grabbed the other with its paws. The Inferno Dragon dug its nails into the beast king's back and exerted great strength. Roar! That beast king was yanked back. The Inferno Dragon breathed out purple flames that traveled all across the beast king starting from its tail. The heat scorched the beast king's scales and some of them dried to an extent that they would curl up. With a bang, the Inferno Dragon stomped on the beast king's hind legs, then pushed downward and the force was so strong that the walls trembled. Blood was oozing out from the beast king's head. The Inferno Dragon pinned the beast king's neck on the ground, disabling the creature. Su Ping had told the Inferno Dragon to keep the beast king alive. While the Inferno Dragon had the beast king under control, other beast kings were crying miserably. Su Ping and the little skeleton killed all the beast king escapees. All of them were currently lying in a pool of blood, with no exceptions. The battle ended. Barely 2 minutes had passed. Yanwanli gulped as he stared at the dead beast kings and the pool of blood. He didn't do a thing and the battle had already ended. He had merged with his battle pet but he didn't even have a chance to fight. This is what Su Ping can do. Yanwanli remembered when Su Ping was standing above the graveyard forest and he looked at those dead beast kings. He suddenly felt lucky since he had decided not to fight against Su Ping over Nan Fengshen's issue. Otherwise, he would be the one dying. The tower wouldn't even have the means to avenge him. I cannot believe we have such a person on the blue planet. Is he even originally from the blue planet? Yanwanli asked himself. Su Ping was not in the mood to ponder over what Yanwanli might be thinking. Having taken care of the fleeing beast kings, Su Ping flew to approach the beast king that was being subdued by the Inferno Dragon. The beast king was pinned on the ground. Su Ping stood on the beast king's head. He was minuscule in comparison. As a matter of fact, he was merely a little bit bigger than one of the beast king's fangs. Listen. Have you met a human girl, a young girl? Su Ping asked the beast king that looked at him oddly. Damn you, humans. We'll soon be free from the caves and kill you all sooner or later. The Beast King felt humiliated over having Su Ping on its head. It roared to express its anger. The Inferno Dragon tightened its grip. The scales on the Beast King's neck broke and the bones were also making cracking noises. Su Ping kept a straight face as he looked at the suffering Beast King. He took out his phone and found a picture of Su Linayu. He squatted down and placed the picture right in front of the Beast King's half-meter large eyes. "Have you seen this girl?" The Beast King's pupils contracted as if trying to focus on the smiling girl in the picture. As soon, the Beast King squeezed out some words. "You puny humans. You all look alike to me and you're all worthless. I'll eat every one of you I see." Bang! Before the Beast King could finish, Su Ping directly crushed its head. Su Ping stood up. He shook the blood off his hand, put away his phone, and looked at the Inferno Dragon. The Inferno Dragon understood what Su Ping wanted. The Inferno Dragon let go of the Beast King's neck, then cut the Beast King open with one finger. The internal organs and blood fell to the ground. The dragon then went ahead and slit open all the internal organs. The scene was too cruel to the eyes. Yan Wanli turned pale but Su Ping was unaffected. All of a sudden, Yan Wanli began to understand why the young man had been able to scare away the evil energy at the graveyard forest. He certainly had become used to that hellish scene. Is this young man even from the human world? The Inferno Dragon finished the search moments later. There was some acid in the Beast King's stomach but nothing else being digested. Su Ping saw that. He flew toward the Inferno Dragon's shoulder and went away. The Inferno Dragon generated a ball of purple flames to burn off the blood on its paws and moved ahead. The little skeleton was sitting properly on the Inferno Dragon's shoulder as well. Yan Wanli needed a few seconds before he could come back to his senses. He called the Cracking Rock Dragon and the Ghost Eye to go after Su Ping. The Cracking Rock Dragon and the Ghost Eye looked at each other. Both could see their shared astonishment as they saw each other's eyes. "Fate Challenger Su, wait for me." Yan Wanli had soon caught up. He stopped the merging with his beast, so the Winged Wind Listener re-emerged behind him. The Cracking Rock Dragon and the Ghost Eye followed Yan Wanli gingerly. Now and then, they would dart a fearful look at the young man sitting on the Inferno Dragon's shoulder. The Cracking Rock Dragon was afraid of the Inferno Dragon, and even more afraid of the Inferno Dragon's master, Su Ping. The Cracking Rock Dragon decided never to talk as casually as before. "Sir, is this the strategic pass you mentioned?" A moment later, Su Ping saw a horizontal cave right in front of them, forming a T-shaped pass. He then saw some remains and swords that were half buried in the ground. Chapter 589 Punishment of Sins. This is the right place but... Yan Wanli looked around. The walls were plain and nothing else was there. He could not understand. If memory served him right, there should be legendary battle pet warriors guarding that strategic pass. The entrance to the deep caves in the Valiant Academy was located in the middle of the most important base city of the subcontinent district. That strategic pass right there was critical. Once the beasts got out, the consequences would be too horrifying to fathom. How come there were no legendary battle pet warriors present? Su Ping closed his eyes for a few seconds before he announced, "I don't sense other living creatures nearby." "That's not possible. It's not a joke. I don't think the tower can ignore this place." Yan Wanli had to disagree. Su Ping cast a look at him. "Do you not know what the tower is like?" Su Ping held little regard for the tower ever since he paid them a visit and saw how the resident legendary battle pet warriors were experts at entertaining themselves. As where the tower had a legendary battle pet warrior guarding the doors when no one dared to create any trouble when visiting. However, there were no legendary battle pet warriors in the perilous deep caves. The more he thought about the tower, the more disgusted he was. Yan Wanli had sensed the ridicule in Su Ping's answer. While looking around, Yan Wanli murmured, No way. I know the tower is corrupted but I don't think they would ignore this place. The entire globe would be doomed if the beasts get out. Humans would see the end of the world. There must be other reasons. Yan Wanli thought of the beasts that attacked them. Everything about that place was out of the ordinary. All the creatures were at the Beast King rank, and yet they were lurking in the passageways. If there were no legendary battle pet warriors to guard the fort, why didn't the Beast Kings try to go above ground? If those Beast Kings were ever on the loose, the Valiant Academy would soon be gone. The entire Longyang Base City would be swiftly wiped out. After all, the Beast Kings would easily destroy the entire Longyang Base City if they dashed out of the cave without any warning. Su Ping frowned as he pondered about their situation. "I'm going in to find my sister." "Sir, you can go back if you find it too dangerous. I don't think I can cover you if we run into serious trouble." Yan Wanli came back to his senses. It was weird that a titled battle pet warrior would say cautionary words to a legendary battle pet warrior. But Su Ping's strength made it all make sense. Indeed, he would have to rely on Su Ping's help in a dangerous situation. "I'll go with you since I'm already here, Fate Challenger Su. I'm an old man while you have nothing to be afraid of." Why would I? Yun Wanli smiled. Su Ping commented, I see that the tower has a few members with integrity. Huh? Yun Wanli laughed a hollow laugh. He understood that Su Ping didn't like the tower in the slightest. Su Ping then told the Inferno Dragon to lead them forward. Su Ping felt something different as soon as they stepped into the tunnel. He could not describe it with words, but things had changed. It was as if he were inside of some dangerous creature's lair. Su Ping was worried, even the tower was afraid of the deep caves. It continued to be an unsolved problem since the start of the Astral Pets era. It wouldn't be strange to Su Ping for them to find creatures with star-rank cultivation. Yun Wanli, too, was concerned. He told the cracking rock dragon to add more layers of crystals on him and Su Ping. The Inferno seemed unhappy when the crystals reached its body. Su Ping calmed the Inferno Dragon down to let the cracking rock dragon do its work. Watch out. I feel something strange, Su Ping alerted Yun Wanli. Having traveled in so many cultivation sites, he had encountered tens of thousands of beast kings. He was familiar with many rare skills. Something was off. It was just too quiet. There weren't even any traces of wind. He didn't feel anything, not even the tiniest ant. The winged wind listener also reminded Yun Wanli, Old Wan, be careful. That was enough to alert Yun Wanli. He merged with the cracking rock dragon without hesitation. Soon, he turned into a human dragon that was several meters tall with a thick tail, claws as hands, and scales as skin. The ground shook as soon as Yun Wanli finished the merging. Several dark, iron chains grew out from the ground. Those iron chains were thick, they instantly entangled the ghost eye. The ghost eye screamed and turned into mist in an attempt to break free. However, the ghost eye was still trapped even in mist form. Danger. The winged wind listener let out a shrill cry and flew away, splitting into 9. However, the next second, the black iron chains crushed all of the 9 figures, and one of them was tied up. The iron chains were so fast they disappeared as soon as they appeared and re-emerged by their target. The iron chains can teleport. Yun Wanli was appalled. He placed his hands together and raised some dark crystal shields around him, trying to block the iron chains. However, the iron chains vanished outside the crystal shields and emerged right inside, tying Yun Wanli up. In a matter of seconds, Yun Wanli and his 2 battle pets were all entangled. At the same time, more chains were reaching the Inferno Dragon and Su Ping. The iron chains had trapped the Inferno Dragon before it could do anything. However, the Inferno Dragon unleashed violent flames, and the purple flames burned off all the chains seizing it. Some of the chains were melting. Su Ping stood still when the iron chains were reaching him. Next to him, the little skeleton wielded its bone blade and cut off those iron chains. The ground shook as the Inferno Dragon broke free. Soon, a magnificent and ugly beast snuck out from the ground. The iron chains were actually part of its body. The beast's trophy was made up of several pieces of flesh on which grew barbs. The chained ghost. Su Ping recognized the beast at once. The chained ghost was a rare kind of beast king from the demon family. It would feed on advanced undead creatures and was a mortal enemy of the latter. The locking chains could contain many other kinds of pets. However, those chains were not as effective when the target was something like the Inferno Dragon. The chain ghost had a fate state bloodline, and it was said there was a small chance a chain ghost could evolve to become a ghost lord of the star rank, and even a Pluto emperor that only existed in legends. This one should be at the void state or thereabouts. Su Ping had met similar beasts at the chaotic realm of the undead. By checking the size and energy, he was able to tell that the chain ghost was not one at the prime state. Beast kings like that needed more than time to grow to their ideal state. The beast king would require the proper environment and valuable resources. It would never be able to realize its bloodline's full potential without those things. This is the entrance, and we are already seeing such rare beast kings. Su Ping was even more worried about the deep caves. At the same time, he wanted to capture that chained ghost. It was a beast worth taming. The chained ghost was rare, even among beast kings. Beast catching ring. Whoosh. Su Ping took out 2 black rings. Instead of throwing out the rings himself, he gave an order to the little skeleton. The chance of success would be greater when the beast kings were badly wounded. The little skeleton knew what it needed to do. It dashed out with precision and strength. A mass of darkness rose from its bone blade, giving it a complete cover. One could mistake the little skeleton for a demon coming out from hell. Bang! The darkness enveloped the bone blade, and the glaring ray of sword light reached the chain ghost's head. The chain ghost bellowed. Space was falling above its head. The chain ghost was going to crush the little skeleton. However, the swirl froze in the next second. Even the chain ghost was frozen on the spot as if time would have been detained. On the other hand, the little skeleton was moving like usual. The cut landed on the chained ghost. Punishment of sins. That was one of the little skeleton's beast king skills. The ray of sword light didn't behead the chained ghost. Rather, The chain ghost was pushed to the ground as if a mountain were above its head. The skeleton was like a judge, condemning the chained ghost for its sins. The ghost creature stopped moving. The little skeleton had isolated the chained ghost's consciousness. The chain ghost and the little skeleton were the only two creatures in existence within the virtual world of consciousness. They stood, facing each other. The little skeleton abruptly grew bigger and soon became a skeleton king that was the lord of the world. It sat on the ground and the mountain were its throne. It was the lord of the world. The chain ghost was scared. It shouted in protest, but the shout itself sounded more like a fearful whimpering. The little skeleton's massive skeleton hand grabbed the chained ghost, covering its whole view. The chain ghost was paralyzed with dread. In reality, the little skeleton had put away its bone blade. The flames in its eye sockets disappeared, then cast a look at the paralyzed chain ghost and went back to Su Ping. Even Su Ping was surprised to see that the little skeleton had been able to contain the chain ghost in one move. He had yet to check the little skeleton's combat strength in reality. Su Ping had merely seen the number provided after the little skeleton absorbed the Skeleton King's bloodline. But that was just a number. He finally knew what the number meant. Go. Su Ping threw out the beast-catching ring. The beast-catching ring landed on the chained ghost. A hole appeared in space, sucking in the chained ghost. The hole disappeared after the chained ghost vanished. The ring went back to normal, but there was something different about it. Su Ping took the ring back. Chapter 590 The Field Device. Yun Wanli, the Winged Wind Listener, and the Ghost High regained freedom once the chained ghost was put away. What was that? Yun Wanli stared at Su Ping in a daze. Yun Wanli felt the spatial pressure when he was trapped. He thought he was about to reach the end of his life. However, Su Ping defeated that beast with a single move. The tides were turned, just like that. The hole that appeared in space made Yun Wanli's heart flutter with fear. He felt the inside of that hole was the most terrifying space in the world. Su Ping put away the ring. He noticed the fear in Yun Wanli's face but didn't mind it. That beast-catching ring was able to catch both beasts and humans. After all, he had bought the ring from the systems shop. Everything was a pet according to the system, even Joanna was a pet. Of course, humans could be turned into pets. Whoosh! Su Ping told the little skeleton to keep an eye out for him while his consciousness entered the beast-catching ring. There was a boundless darkness inside, where tides were surging. The only thing that Su Ping was able to see within was a beast chained up at the center of that space, dangling in the air. It was the chained ghost. Su Ping's consciousness manifested itself in a tangible form while staring at the beast immobilized by the chains. He reached the beast and asked, "Have you seen this girl?" He waved his hand and Su Linaiu's image appeared right in front of him. That was a space which was an intersection between reality and a virtual world. His thoughts could be manifested. The chain ghost turned its eyes to look at Su Ping and snarled. "Let me go, you dirty bug. Answer my questions if you want to get out," Su Ping replied. "Go away," shouted the chained ghost. Su Ping was not mad. He had become used to the fact that most beasts were short-tempered. He cautioned the beast, "You must know what kind of situation you're in. Killing you is but child's play for me. Answer my questions honestly if you want to live, and I might just spare your life." The chain ghost glared at Su Ping but stopped shouting. The threat of death was effective. That puny thing ran into that place. "If you want to find her, go deeper," the chain ghost said with a spooky voice. Su Ping stared at the beast. A moment later, Su Ping said, "I will go. You can tell me that she's dead all you want, but I would still go. I will find her. I won't stop until I see her with my own eyes." "Wow, so scary. Off you go, then." The chain ghost grinned. Su Ping kept his gaze on the beast 2 more seconds. "Legendary battle pet warriors have been here before, right? Where did they go? Did you kill them? Or did they take off?" The chain ghost laughed a grim laugh. "Of course we killed them. This is our place now. You." All of a sudden, the beast thought of something. It stopped the sentence halfway and asked a question. "I've already told you where that puny thing went. Shouldn't you be letting me out?" "Not now." Su Ping cast one last glance at the beast before he left the beast-catching ring. "I knew it, you despicable thing. But you're not nearly as good as I am." The chain ghost sneered. It knew that Su Ping wouldn't really let it go. It wasn't disappointed. But the chains around it did vex the beast. The chains were too tight. The beast was unable to break itself free, no matter what he did. The energy inside him was contained by the chains. "You'll be the first one I eat when I get out," Chain Ghost promised itself. Su Ping's consciousness returned to his body. He stood on the Inferno Dragon's shoulder as he contemplated. He wondered if he could trust the Chained Ghost. Of course, that had to do with the legendary battle pet warriors. As for Su Linaiu, he would go in there, whether she was dead or alive. The Chain Ghost might have been setting him up, but he didn't mind. If his family was in the caves, no matter how dark the place was, he would be the light. Fate Challenger Su, Yan Wanli gingerly stepped closer to where Su Ping was. He didn't have the guts to ask about that dark space. That hole had been able to swallow the Beast King, it had to be his personal secret. As a matter of fact, he was wishing he hadn't seen that happen, at all. He was afraid that Su Ping might want to kill him to silence him. Su Ping told Yan Wanli, "Let's go." "Sure." Yan Wanli nodded. Su Ping looked to his sides. Both the right and the left side led to darkness. He thought about it and chose the way to the right. Whoosh! For the sake of safety, Su Ping summoned the Dark Dragon Hound. Phew! The Dark Dragon Hound jumped out from the swirl. First, the Dark Dragon Hound did a stretch, then quickly ran to where Su Ping was, when it saw his soul. "Go on, lead the way," Su Ping said directly. The Dark Dragon Hound was about to play cute with Su Ping when the words reached its ears. It trembled after peering into the darkness, and then looked back at Su Ping with its big, watery eyes. Su Ping rolled his eyes. The guy with the strongest defense was the most fearful of all. "Go," Su Ping repeated, grumpily. The Dark Dragon Hound had to give up begging and darted a glance at Su Ping with hidden bitterness. Then, it slowly dragged itself over and started to lead the way. Yan Wanli was surprised when he saw the Dark Dragon Hound. He recognized the species right away. A battle pet with a 6th rank bloodline. But there was something different about this pet, its body and energy seemed to be uncommon. So, is he really not originally from the Blue Planet? That strange battle pet made Yan Wanli go off into wild flights of fancy again. The only things that could be heard were their footsteps as the scaredy pet was leading the way. Soon after, the Dark Dragon Hound began to bark. Su Ping quickly moved closer. 2 Beast Kings were fighting the Dark Dragon Hound. One of them was something like a centipede that was hundreds of meters long and the other one was a 7-meter tall skeleton wearing armor. The second was a beast that could only be spawned by deadly aura in a special environment. It had been born with strong combat strength. "Go and help," Su Ping said. Whoosh! The little skeleton was quick dash over. Its target was the huge skeleton. Teleportation. And cut. A ray of sword light cut the skeleton in two. That swift action was all it took to end the battle. At the same time, the Dark Dragon Hound had pinned the centipede on the ground and was fighting the latter. 2 Beast Kings lost. The little skeleton placed its hand on the other skeleton. A puff of darkness flowed into its body. After some time passed, the little skeleton put its hands down and the darkness disappeared. Whoosh! The little skeleton flew back to where Su Ping was and sat on the Inferno Dragon's shoulder. Su Ping threw a look at the Dark Dragon Hound that was still feeding off the centipede. "Let's go." The Dark Dragon Hound was unwilling to let go of its food. It found a piece of shell, broke it, got a piece of green meat out, ate it, and went back to its job. Yan Wanli was unable to utter a single word. 2 Beast Kings had died instantly, both had been powerful enough to give any of the large base cities a scare. And yet, their deaths came too easily. They pressed on. Apart from Beast Kings, they encountered some advanced beasts and most were at the 9th rank, while some were barely at the 8th rank. Of course, the Dark Dragon Hound smashed them all. "Do you have a map?" Su Ping asked. Yan Wanli shook his head. The deep caves have a complicated and harsh environment. Only the legendary battle pet warriors that have stayed here long enough can recognize the way. "There's no map." Su Ping darted a contemptuous glance at the man. He was too useless, he could not even be the tour guide. Yan Wanli surely noticed this reaction because he laughed a hollow laugh after that. Soon, the Dark Dragon Hound warned Su Ping. Su Ping was startled. A thing that could make the Dark Dragon Hound sense danger had to be a ruthless character. "Let's go." He went after the Dark Dragon Hound. Soon, as if running through a membrane of water, Su Ping felt the world had lit up and the cold wind penetrated his bones. Lying in front of his eyes was boundless ice. He stepped out of the darkness and onto the ice in a second. Su Ping couldn't understand it. There was no sun and the sky was blue, there was no color other than white below the sky. "This is the field of ice," Yan Wanli explained. He had emerged from a ripple, while still fused with his cracking rock dragon. His defense level would be increased while maintaining the merged state. He could at least protect himself in case of a surprise strike. "Field of ice?" Su Ping frowned. "Yes, there are 5 different fields in the deep caves, or 5 prisons, to be exact." Yan Wanli continued. "All the beasts of the deep caves are imprisoned in those 5 fields. It is said that the first people who built the deep caves created the fields so that the beasts would gradually go extinct in them. Of course, that theory wasn't without flaws. Either way, there are 5 different fiends. The field of ice is the closest to the academy. Go further on and you'll run into the field of purgatory, an ocean of fire. There should be legendary battle pet warriors at the border of the purgatory and ice fields. We can go there and have a look." Su Ping nodded. "Okay. Lead the way." Yan Wanli nodded. "Just go straight. You may think this is a boundless world but the field has its limit. He hopped onto the winged wind listener's back as he continued, "Some beast is hiding here. Since they've stayed here for a long time, those beasts have assimilated with the environment. We can fall into traps easily if we walk around." Suping told the Inferno Dragon to take him higher up. The dragon had grown a pair of purple wings after gaining the purple dragon's bloodline. Whoosh! Suping and Yun Wanli were flying inside the massive cave system. The former didn't mind checking on the dark dragon hound that was still wildly running about in the snow. Soon after, the hound took the dragon form and joined them in the air. "I hope we can find the legendary battle pet warriors from the tower." Yun Wanli looked worried. The first strategic pass had been left unguarded, and they had encountered many beasts on the way. That couldn't have been a good sign. Chapter 591 The Legendary Battle Pet Warriors. They had not traveled in the field of ice for long when Suping and Yun Wanli were met with a strike. Some ice spears had suddenly emerged from the snow. In the meantime, a group of beasts leaped out from the snow and charged towards Suping and Yun Wanli. Without hesitation, Suping told the little skeleton to go and kill the beasts. Those 9th rank beasts instantly died by the little skeleton's bone blade. Red blood tainted the snow. Suping and Yun Wanli resumed their trip. They were attacked several times more, but Suping took care of them with ease. Most of the beasts they met were of the 8th or the 9th rank. There were a few beast kings, but none of them was of the void state. They had covered over 100,000 meters when the winged wind listener whispered to Yun Wanli, "Old Wan, I'm hearing battles about 100,000 meters ahead of us." "Battles?" Yun Wanli turned to Suping. Suping was worried, thinking that Sulinayu was there. He told the Inferno Dragon to hurry. Whoosh! The Inferno Dragon let out a roar, flapped its wings, and flew onward at full speed. Something like whirlwinds appeared on the Inferno Dragon's wings. It was a skill called the Force of Wind which could greatly elevate its speed. The winged wind listener was surprised to see the Inferno Dragon using the Force of Wind, which should be a legendary skill that was only mastered by a small number of beast kings of the Wind family. How come the Inferno Dragon is able to use it? Yun Wanli had also noticed that, but Suping's skeleton was even weirder. So, for the Inferno Dragon to be using that skill was nothing. "Come on, let's go," Yun Wanli urged his pet. The winged wind listener came back to its senses. This pet was also using the Force of Wind. The pet's flight path was a strange one, but it soon caught up with the Inferno Dragon. After all, being a pet of the Wind family, it wouldn't be slower than the Inferno Dragon. After rushing for 10 minutes or so, Suping and Yun Wanli had reached the place the winged wind listener had mentioned. They had kept on tackling with many beasts along the way. As they looked into the distance, they saw a magnificent snowy mountain range. A bunch of beasts was running towards some people by the opening of a valley. A dozen beast kings were trying to stop the wild beasts' attack. Some people were running about close to the beast kings as they also fought against those creatures. That's the strategic pass. Yun Wanli could not believe it. This is the entrance to the next field. Those must be the legendary battle pet warriors from the tower. Suping recognized that those people were indeed legendary battle pet warriors. They were trying to stop the wild beasts at the moment. The weakest beasts were at the 8th and the 9th rank, while there were also dozens at the beast king rank. It was a terrifying scene. It would be appalling to see 3 or 4 beast kings attacking together at ground level. However, there were dozens of beast kings in this situation. That was much more horrifying than the attack Suping experienced in a Longjiang base city. Of course, he could not tell if any of the beast kings were like the other world Heavenly King, which was at least at the Fate State, a grade which was much more powerful than the Void State. One other world Heavenly King at the Fate State had enough power to crush hundreds or even thousands of beast kings of the Ocean State. "Go and help out," Suping said. He didn't like the tower. However, he couldn't sit around and do nothing while he witnessed how the legendary battle pet warriors were struggling to stop the wild beasts. After all, the entire world would be in chaos if those beast kings were to get out. Yun Wanli was scared, but that very fear shamed him. Even Suping, who had turned hostile toward the tower, was willing to step up. On the other hand, he, a member of the tower and a man respected by countless students of the academy, was thinking about escaping. What a shame. "Come with me." Yun Wanli bit his teeth. The winged wind listener looked at Yun Wanli with worry. Compared with duty and obligation, the winged wind listener cared more about Yun Wanli's life. It only had one master, Yun Wanli. Whoosh! Suping flew toward the valley. The legendary battle pet warriors immediately noticed him. They stole a second from their fight and darted him a look, quickly relieved to see it was a human being approaching. The legendary battle pet warriors threw themselves into the fight again. Suping stood in the air, looking down at the crowd of beasts. He could tell the strength of the beast kings since he was close enough. Most of the beast kings were at the Ocean State and 3 were at the Void State. None of the beast kings was at the Fate State. That was good news to Suping. Beast kings of the Fate State were still quite tricky for him. He could muster combat strength at the Fate State when he merged with the little skeleton, but that didn't mean he didn't have a problem fighting Fate State Beast Kings. He had been able to force the otherworld Heavenly King to leave because the latter was unwilling to get hurt. He had noticed how the Heavenly King had saved some strength as it was leaving. I see that the beasts have outnumbered us. Let's show the beasts what outnumbering truly means, Su Ping said to the little skeleton. The little skeleton understood. It left the dragon's shoulder and flew into the valley. Soon, the little skeleton was above the gathering of beasts in the air. Some of them noticed the little skeleton, as it was covered in darkness. In the meantime, a primitive door was opening in the air behind the little skeleton. Gate of the Undead. A chilly wind blew from the inside of the door as it opened. Evil creatures came out, riding on the wind. The wild shrieks and howls were terrifying. Those creatures dashed out from the world inside the door. There were skeleton knights and there were skeleton beasts. The wild beasts were disrupted as the undead creatures joined the fray. The undead army soon stomped some of the 8th rank and 9th rank beasts to death. What is that skill? Calling of the undead? No, it cannot be. There should be some media. Those creatures are good. The legendary battle pet warriors noticed the chaos made by the little skeleton. The pets of the undead family could use skills to summon creatures, but they would have to use some corpses. It was also noticeable that the creatures they were seeing were much more powerful. The undead creatures coming out from the door were listening to that skeleton's orders. It was the master of them all. No wonder the skill is scored over 80. This can increase combat strength by a large margin. Su Ping, of course, was not surprised. He had tested the strength of the skill in a cultivation site. There was once a time when the little skeleton summoned a creature at the void state. The little skeleton's current combat strength was 39, higher than the void state beasts, but lower than the fate state. If the skill's score had something to do with the pet's combat strength, then Su Ping would have been certain that the skill was of the fate state. The little skeleton stepped away from the door as it was stabilized. An area of darkness was established around the little skeleton. This skill was named the Field of Darkness. Any beast touched by the Field of Darkness was shouting miserably. Noises of pain were heard, as if the beasts were boiling in oil, their scales and fur were burned. The little skeleton was like a walking death dealer. The Field of Darkness was not that effective against beast kings. They would be hurt, but it was nothing serious. On the other hand, the other beasts were less lucky. The corrosion would take their lives. The Skeleton King's skills are scary. Su Ping stood on the Inferno Dragon's shoulder as he watched. The little skeleton was enough to manage since there weren't any Fate State Beast Kings. He would also need to stay on alert in case he failed to detect any Beast Kings of the Fate State. Besides, the little skeleton had strong regeneration abilities. Even a Fate State Beast King would have to go through much trouble to kill the little skeleton. Pry. At the same time, Yun Wanli had charged at the wild beasts with his pets. However, he was afraid to go too deep into the group of beasts. He assisted the other legendary battle pet warriors and killed the beasts that the little skeleton had left out. The tides were turned, thanks to the little skeleton. The Beast Kings launched a strike to deal with the little skeleton. Still, the little skeleton's skills were stunning. It killed several Beast Kings in a row. The other Beast Kings knew that things were not looking well for them. Roar. A beast bellowed with unbridled fury. The other Beast Kings stopped, although unwilling, they turned around and chose to run. Some of the other beasts stayed while some fled with the Beast Kings. In an instant, there was nothing left but a ground full of corpses and blood. Su Ping did not allow the little skeleton to chase the escaping beasts. It could be dangerous, especially since he wasn't familiar with the place. The battle ended and the door was closed. The undead creatures returned to the world on the other side of the door. Su Ping told the little skeleton to return. Whoosh! 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 The legendary battle pet warriors flew to meet with Su Ping. Ha! Ha! We have such a young and handsome friend here. Brother, what's your name? Your battle pet is awesome. Thank God you got here on time, or else we would have been in serious trouble. The legendary battle pet warriors flashed brilliant smiles as they gabbled and relished their victory. Su Ping looked at them. It surprised him to see that those people were completely unlike the legendary battle pet warriors he had met at the tower. They were actually nice. You can just call me Su Ping. Are you all here under the tower's orders? Su Ping asked. Su Ping? Is that your name? Why don't you tell us your title? Ha, ha, well, I see that you're an easygoing and friendly boy. A bulky man covered in blood laughed. He wiped the blood off his mustache and face, then cleaned his hand on his clothes. Brother Su, are you a new guy from the tower? Said a young man with black hair, a rigid-looking face which contrasted with his soft voice. Su Ping answered honestly, I'm here to find my sister. This is her picture, have you seen her? He showed them a picture he had on his phone. The legendary battle pet warriors were surprised to find that the young man was not from the tower. They closed in to look at that picture. No. She looks like you. Your sister is such a young girl. She's here. Didn't you ask the people at the first pass? Suping shook his head. There's no one there. You're the first group of legendary battle pet warriors we've met. Everyone was frozen on the spot. Chapter 592 Making contact. Is no one there? I don't believe it. Wouldn't beasts sneak out and destroy the world outside? They looked at each other. No one believed Suping. It is true, I didn't make it up. You can go and take a look, Suping said. The legendary battle pet warriors looked worried. Okay then, go and find out. A middle-aged man covered in scars walked over. The scars looked scary, but the calmness on his face gave him a friendly feeling. Okay. A middle-aged, short man nodded. He summoned a flying beast king pet and merged with it. A pair of wings grew on his back. The man flew away straight into the distance and disappeared. After the man named Yi left, the scar-ridden man approached Suping. Hi, my name's Yi Wuxiu, I'm the captain here. Brother Su, thank you for helping out. There would have been some injured people if you hadn't been here today. Suping looked at him and sensed that Yi Wuxiu was a man of profound astral powers. He believed that Yi Wuxiu should be a warrior at the Void State, and a powerful one at that. Legendary battle pet warriors of the Void State were considered as part of the upper class in the tower. Void State and Ocean State were markedly different. Those at the Void State were able to easily kill Ocean State warriors with their ability to manipulate space. I saw the incident. It was my job to lend a hand. I couldn't just sit there and let the beasts attack you. Suping asked again, have you really not seen my sister? They looked at each other. No one gave an affirmative answer. They shook their heads. Suping was disappointed. Did something happen to Su Linayu before she could reach that place? He clenched his fists while nervousness was creeping in. Brother Su, your sister should still be fine. Don't worry, we didn't see her, but there may be others at other passes that may have come across her, Yi Wuxiu comforted Suping. Suping shook his head after a moment of silence. I'll go and look for her in other places. Please look after her for me if you see her. I'll come back. Brother Su, where are you going? Someone asked. Brother Su, from which entrance did your sister access the caves? Tell us about it, we may know something, an older man proposed. That was a good idea. Those legendary battle pet warriors normally stayed in the deep caves all year round. They knew that place better than him. Come and tell them, Suping said to Yun Wanli. The legendary battle pet warriors shifted their looks to Yun Wanli. Yun Wanli produced a forced smile. The name's Yun Wanli, it is an honor to meet all of you. Fate Challenger Su's sister came from entrance number 7, the one in the Longyang base city. I should be the one guarding the entrance. His sister got in here by accident, due to an oversight on my part. Number 7? That's not far from here. You cannot say for sure. The fields inside the caves are ever-changing. We have to find out when she got in. Fate Challenger Su? I thought his name was Suping. Fate Challenger? The Fate Challenger? They were talking about the entrance when someone noticed the way Yun Wanli addressed Suping. Someone pointed that out and the others began to question Yun Wanli. Yun Wanli was nervous. All the legendary battle pet warriors present were more intimidating than he was, even those at the Ocean State. Those legendary battle pet warriors lived their lives in the deep caves. They were more aggressive than he was since he was living a comfortable life in the tower. Will, Mr. Su was named Fate Challenger only recently. He killed legendary battle pet warriors while still being at the titled rank. I call him Fate Challenger to show my respect, Yun Wanli explained. The legendary battle pet warriors turned to Suping and with a closer look, they realized that Suping was not at the legendary rank. Instead, he was at the intermediate position of the titled rank. They still were a rank higher, and Suping didn't use any skill to hide his rank. As such, they were quickly able to notice. What? After a moment of silence, one of the legendary battle pet warriors could no longer hold back his urge to ask, do you mean that Brother Su is still at the titled rank? Yun Wanli nodded with a forced smile. Right. Still the titled rank. He was like this while still being at the titled rank. He's a monster. The legendary battle pet warriors were astounded to see Yun Wanli nodding. Even Yi Wuxiu, the most composed of all, was visibly shocked. There was no question that the skeleton pet had the combat strength of the Void State. Being his master, how could Suping be at the titled rank? How? Battle pet warriors were unable to sign contracts with battle pets too far apart in rank. It was an unshakable law. Unless that skeleton was in fact at the Ocean State and not the Void State. But that would be even more outrageous. How could a battle pet of the Ocean State fight like that? No one had seen any pet like that. Suping frowned as he looked at the silent crowd. You talked about something that was ever-changing. What did you mean? The legendary battle pet warriors landed their surprised looks on Suping. They could hardly imagine that Suping was merely at the titled rank. A titled battle pet warrior entered the deep caves. How bold. Brother Su, you came here just to find your sister? Even this old man is moved. Brother Su, tell me about your battle pet. I've never seen a skeleton like this one. Why does it look like a common skeleton? All the legendary battle pet warriors were dishing out their questions at the same time. Yi Wuxiu quieted everyone down and said to Su Ping, Brother Su, you're a young and loyal man. You have my respect. As for the fields, here's the thing. There are 5 different fields in the deep caves and their locations change all the time. For example, right now we're the closest to entrance number 7, but the location may change on our next guarding shift. When did your sister come in? A week ago, Su Ping answered at once. Any particular changes during the past week? A week? Yi Wuxiu nodded. Yes. Locations change 2 to 3 times a week. They changed twice this past week. I'm not certain about the specifics, but I can ask someone whether they have seen your sister. You can contact them? That was unexpected. Thank you. Don't mention it. Yi Wuxiu waved his hand. I will ask around. You guys take Brother Su back to our base. Boss, be careful. Boss, let me go with you. The other people seemed worried. Su Ping realized that something wasn't right. Is it dangerous to contract them? Yi Wuxiu smiled. It's okay, Brother Su, don't worry. You guys, go back with Brother Su. Chen, come with me. An old man stepped forward. Don't worry, people. I will make sure that he stays safe. The other legendary battle pet warriors accepted the arrangement. Brother Su, let's go. Anyway, Brother Su, you're from the world above. Have you heard about the Song family, the one stationed in the Xiangxin base city? Brother Su, have you heard of a Han family? I am one of their members. The group of legendary battle pet warriors clustered around Su Ping, and some noticed how everyone was asking him questions, so they changed their target to Yan Wanli. Chapter 593 The True Tower. We will stay here, you guys can go back. Ask Brother Su for me, how is the Lin family doing? Do they have any outstanding titled battle pet warriors now? Some people had to stay behind to guard the pass. That man's friends promised him and went back to the base with Su Ping. Su Ping felt that those questions were kind of strange. Would the tower not contact you when you're here? The legendary battle pet warriors were unable to see the world outside, but the tower was the bridge. They shouldn't be that isolated from outside information. The environment of the deep caves is harsh and the tower can't communicate with us at all times. The tower only contacts us when they have important messages to deliver. We also don't want to bother the tower with something trivial, a middle-aged man explained. He only had one arm, he must have suffered attacks that were impossible to heal. Another man added, I've been here for more than 3,000 years and I'm still seen as a new guy. Brother Te got here 100 years ago. He told me that my Mo family was doing well, there were new titled battle pet warriors in the family. I wonder how they're doing now. Are the base cities still the same as before? Someone interrupted. Su Ping asked the old man who had stayed there for 300 years. 300 years? I thought you only stayed here for 50 years. Yan Wanli seemed to be stressed out after hearing that. That old man shook his head with a smile. Yes, the order said 50 years. I planned on returning after 50 years when I got here. However, things happened. The first year was difficult for me, but then I stayed for 10 years and then 20. An old friend of mine died here while trying to save me. You've seen it yourself. There are simply too many beasts down here. We don't have enough legendary battle pet warriors here, and it's hard for one to reach the legendary rank. Who will guard this place if we leave? If we do leave, the entire world would suffer and our families would be dragged suffer down as a result. A young man nodded, but he sounded old. Little Mo is right. There are simply too many beasts down here. The tower is sending fewer and fewer legendary battle pet warriors. Something would happen if we decide to leave. I've stayed and fought here for 500 years. Many senior warriors died before me, it's because of them that I can live to this day. So, I will not leave. Staying here means that I can protect the families of the deceased warriors. Yes. We came here and we won't leave. A bald man said with determination. The other legendary battle pet warriors remained silent, but the determination on their faces was clear enough to Su Ping. Su Ping could not believe that. Those legendary battle pet warriors were nothing like the people he had met in the tower. They had already served their terms, but they still chose to stay at the risk of their lives. Su Ping believed that those men were not lying. They sincerely and honestly wanted to commit to their responsibilities. To protect the safety and security in the world above ground. Those men were covered in scars, more or less. Su Ping was so touched to the point of speechlessness. After a long while, he finally found his voice. So, have any legendary battle pet warriors left before they finished their terms? The old man called Little Mo nodded. Of course, some end up leaving, but I understand. They have things they have to look after. Staying here means to stake your life every day. No one can say for sure if they can live till the next day. Today, if it wasn't for you, Brother Sue, some one of us might have said goodbye to this world. They claimed, that is correct. It is their right to leave if they want. It is our choice to stay. We don't force anyone to do anything and we don't blame anyone for leaving. Su Ping looked at them. Did you come here right after you joined the tower? Of course, that is the rule. Those who came here did so when they first joined the tower, and some of the senior members of the tower would visit us every now and then. There was a man surnamed Yan who was at the Void State. He joined the tower a long time ago. He went back after his term at the caves ended but later returned. Unfortunately, he died a heroic death 400 years ago. Suddenly, an old man with one ear said something meaningful to Su Ping. Brother Su, be mindful with your choice of questions. Su Ping was surprised. It was the first time the old man had spoken since they arrived. He saw the look in the old man's eyes and Su Ping understood what he meant. He instantly thought of many things and understood even more. The tower's rules stipulated that all legendary battle pet warriors had to serve a term in the deep caves. Some of the legendary battle pet warriors hid the fact that they had already reached the legendary rank to avoid joining the tower and the responsibility that came with it. They would live their lives in the shadows to stay clear of such risks. A case in point would be the old man of the king family that was killed by Su Ping during the Supremacy League. Some legendary battle pet warriors had joined the tower but they only aimed for the tower's resources. Most of them would serve as appointed by the tower, but they would leave right after they finished their job. Even so, there would always be people who would choose to stay, like those people. They finished their terms but they stayed. Maybe they would remain there until the end of their lives. People were different. This fact also applied to the legendary battle pet warriors. Everyone laid a load on the willing horse. This was also applicable to legendary battle pet warriors. That was the truth of the world. But Su Ping thought of those people that would only be drinking, merrymaking and watching their battle pets play games. How ironic. Fate Challenger Su. Yan Wanli wished to talk but stopped on second thought. He was worried. Su Ping immediately understood that Yan Wanli wanted him to be prudent. Su Ping grinned. The tower is not in want of legendary battle pet warriors. Those people stay in the tower and have fun while people are risking their lives down here. What made you think I would hide the tower's lies? Yan Wanli looked around, embarrassed to continue. The old man with the single ear pulled a long face. He gazed at Su Ping but eventually looked away and shook his head with a sigh. The legendary battle pet warriors stopped talking. They noticed the shame on Yan Wanli's face. Soon after, the legendary battle pet warriors realized what Su Ping was referring to. Even though these warriors had not developed scheming hearts, they weren't fools, either. After a moment of silence, the man surnamed Mo said, Brother Su, I understand. We know this. You know? Su Ping looked at him and the other. They said nothing but they didn't seem stunned nor angry. We've stayed here for a long time. We've had some new legendary battle pet warriors as time passed but we all knew what they were. They could not stay here for an extra second, all of them leaving right after they finished their job without even looking back. Mo suddenly chuckled. But like I said, we do not blame them for leaving and we stay because we choose to. Yes, a young man with black hair said, I'm willing to stay and it's all because of Senior Lee. He has stayed here for 800 years. He came here from the very beginning, ever since he reached the legendary rank, and now he has reached the void state. Senior Lee showed me what the principle of right and wrong is and what the legendary rank means. That is correct, another middle-aged man added. The legendary rank is not merely a rank, but the very image of honor and responsibility. We're happy to stay here. I know that some people don't want to come and I don't care. But if everyone acted like that, humanity as a society would have been long gone. Yes. Some people have to make the sacrifice. We're just willing to stay. I'm staying because of all of you. Well, being honest, I wanted to get the hell out of here when my term ended but everyone else was staying. Old Mo has been here for 300 years. Zhu's been here for 500 years and Brother Lee has been here for 800 years. But I've only been here for 50 years. I will not lose to them. An ordinary-looking young man picked his ear with his pinky and voiced his disagreement. You guys, I've already said it. I decided to stay here for 800 years because I got bored about life above ground. Life here is much more thrilling. Just get the hell away from me. Will you stop mentioning me in your conversation? He was the Senior Lee, of whom everyone spoke of. He was the one who had stayed there for 800 years. Chapter 594 News Su Ping was unable to find his tongue. Everyone found a reason to stay. But at the end of the day, there was just one reason. They were willing to stay. They knew that other legendary battle pet warriors were having the time of their lives idling away, yet they chose to stay. It sounded foolish. But it just so happened that it was that bunch of fools who were sticking to the cardinal principles of righteousness. Someone had to step up. Some chose to allow for people to step up or even push others out, and some were happy to commit by themselves. No one would know if they perished down there. Still, they were willing to fight for a brighter future for the world above. Those legendary battle pet warriors disrupted Su Ping's view of the tower. He had been terribly disappointed by the things he had seen in the tower. It was a disgrace to see a group of the most powerful people on the blue planet behaving like that. He found it ridiculous and disgusting to see them amusing themselves. He finally understood that those people were just some sand grains being swept away by the great waves. Gold was buried deeper underground. Those people were the worthy members of the tower. The blue planet would have been overrun by the beasts if everyone were like those people up there in the tower. Yan Wanli was frozen on the spot. He had thought that the legendary battle pet warriors would be hopping mad after Su Ping's disclosure of the truth about the tower. But they knew. They accepted it. They were even discussing it casually. Yan Wanli was at a loss for words. He had been in the tower. He knew what it was like. An old man patted Su Ping's shoulder and comforted him. "Brother Su, you're still young, don't mind those things. People are different, we just have to be ourselves." Su Ping remembered that the man had asked him about the Lin family. "Probably," Su Ping said, sparing them his opinions. He didn't say anything else. He had made up his mind. Those people were guarding the deep caves and he was more than happy to help them. Of course, first things first. He had to find Su Linayu, alive or dead. "That is our home." A middle-aged man pointed ahead, putting that depressing topic to rest. Su Ping raised his head. Leaping into view was a small hill, which looked just like any other he had spotted as they traveled. The air rippled and from inside came an old man. He looked around, his sight lingering on Su Ping and Yan Wanli. "Where's our boss, man?" He sounded worried. "Don't worry, he's contacting someone. He will be back soon. There were rioting beasts today, but we stopped them. This is Brother Su. That's Brother Yan. Come on, let's go in." The old man was relieved to hear that Yi Wuxiu was fine. He sized Su Ping and Yan Wanli up and down. He felt confused after sensing that Su Ping was merely at the titled rank, but he didn't probe on the matter. Yan Wanli and Su Ping followed them into their base. That small hill was just a landmark, the base was hidden inside a seal. Mo told them that the seal had been built with a powerful artifact and the seal could hide them perfectly well. They had been able to build a base and survive for hundreds of years in the deep caves, all thanks to that seal. The first master of the tower was the one who had left behind the artifact. He went down to explore the deep caves but never returned from that trip. He had passed away, a long, long time before. Inside the seal was a land of idyllic beauty with streams and green plants everywhere, which was a sharp contrast to the white world outside. Su Ping was surprised. He then thought of his scroll. Yan Binayu was still being kept inside. The scroll, too, was an artifact in which people were able to live. But the world inside the scroll was not as vast as that place. A heavy burden was lifted off their hearts once they stepped into the seal's territory. Some went to fix up something to eat and drink while others arranged and stored the materials they had harvested from the beasts. The others remained close to Su Ping and Yan Wanli and were peppering them with questions about the world outside. "I haven't heard about the Lin family in a while. I'm an indoors man." "A what man now?" "It means I usually just stay at home instead of running about." "You can ask Yan here. Look at his white hair, he knows more." "You don't run about? You ran to the deep caves, dude." "Brother Yan, tell us." They shifted their focus to Yan Wanli since they couldn't find the answers they wanted from Su Ping. The latter had no other choice but to answer the questions, one by one. Yan Wanli was grateful and respectful of the legendary battle pet warriors. He told them everything he knew. "Brother Su, are you really at the titled rank? You would soon become a captain if you're willing to come here, once you reach the legendary rank." An old man sat by Su Ping, named Senior Li. His full name was Li Yuan, currently at the Void State, much like Yi Wuxiu was. Still, Yi Wuxiu was actually more powerful than him because the former's battle pets were more aggressive and his force field much more intimidating. There were 11 legendary battle pet warriors stationed in that field of ice. 3 of them were at the Void State. But the 3 of them were able to summon force fields. The usual would be for only those at the Fate State and beyond to manage this. Force fields were different as well. Few were at the Fate State on the blue planet. As such, no one bothered to make a clear distinction between force field strengths. That being said, those legendary battle pet warriors had been fighting against beasts for a long time. They were able to gauge the strengths of their force fields based on experience. "I'll come here when I find my sister, even if I don't reach the legendary rank," Su Ping said. He couldn't sit around in his store selling pets after learning that legendary battle pet warriors were fighting with their lives on the line below ground. He would have never cared about the deep caves if everyone were like those people living in the tower. If it were so, he would just focus on keeping the Longjian base city safe, even if the world was spiraling toward doom. But this day, he found that many people had been sacrificing their lives without bragging about it. He couldn't sit around and do nothing. Brother Su, I've never seen anyone like you, but I still suggest you come back after you reach the legendary rank. Whether you can merge with your pets or not is a very different matter. You will also play a bigger role when you reach the legendary rank. I don't want to see you die young. That would be a shame. Li Yuan chuckled. Su Ping nodded. Right then, a legendary battle pet warrior holding a plate of roasted beast ribs came along. A tasty smell of spices overwhelmed those present. Now, come on, let's have something nice to eat to welcome our new friends. The man laughed. The roasted ribs were served, floating a few feet off the ground. Su Ping smelled their delicious aroma. It was interesting. How did you get spices here? We've asked the brothers at the entrance to get us some. Recycling astral powers is enough to sustain our lives, but we still have the craving to eat with our very own mouths every now and then, Li Yuan said. He sliced off a big chunk of meat and gave it to Su Ping. Su Ping took a bite. It was tasty. He heard someone arrive. Yi Wuxiu and the legendary battle pet warrior surnamed Chen had returned. They smiled once they saw the feast. Yi Wuxiu approached Su Ping and said, Brother Su, I asked around. Our friends from the Field of Flames might have met your sister. For real? Su Ping stood up with a start. Calm down. They just said might, Yi Wuxiu said. The Field of Flames was the closest to entrance number 7 a week ago. The guards saw some unusual dragon footprints while on patrol. They thought that some new kinds of beasts were running wild, but I told them about you. Does your sister have a dragon? Su Ping was trembling. Dragon's footprints? They might have been left by the Moonfrost dragon. Yes, she has a Moonfrost dragon. Su Ping said at once, how do I get to the Field of Flames? Yi Wuxiu was not surprised. Dragons weren't easily obtained by the average battle pet warriors, but it wasn't surprising for his sister to have a dragon, given his strength. So, I think it's indeed a clue about your sister, but I have to say that it may also be that a dragon is trying to get out, Yi Wuxiu cautioned Su Ping. We would have to go through the corridor to get to the Field of Flames. It's a place where many beasts are lurking. The 5 fields are like the 5 rings of a circle and the corridors are the things which connect the 5 rings. The beasts you saw us fighting came from the corridor. There are passageways to the deeper levels of the deep caves in the corridors. All the beasts are living in the deepest level, their lair. Chapter 595. A scheme going through the corridor to reach the Field of Flames is far too dangerous. I told my friends in the Field of Flames to look for her, Yi Wuxiu comforted Su Ping. How long before I can hear back from them? I suppose, 2 or 3 days, Yi Wuxiu guessed. After a moment of silence, Su Ping took a deep breath and said, I have to go myself. I can't even wait for a single day, let alone 2 to 3 days. Su Linayu had been missing for a week. Her chances of survival were small already. Say that she was still alive, but 2 to 3 days could change that. Su Ping knew that he couldn't urge others to hurry. They had done their best. He could see from the field device that the legendary battle pet warriors had to guard against the wild beasts. They could help him look for Su Linayu, but not everyone would be able to leave their posts to do that. The search would go slowly. Brother Su, hold your horses. What if they find her? Yi Wuxiu said in a hurry, I know that you're good but this is the deep caves. Even I can barely survive the corridor. Beast kings run in large groups there and infant beast kings are countless. The terrain is also complicated. What if people over at the Field of Flames found your sister and then something happened to you? That. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Captain Yi is right. Brother Su, I know you're worried about your sister. But your worry may have disturbed your mind. I think we should talk about it. Right. Brother Su, don't give in to your impulses. The other people stopped eating their ribs and tried to talk some sense into Su Ping. The young man had helped them. They didn't want to see him risk his life. They, of all people, knew how dangerous the corridor was. They would not go there if it wasn't completely necessary. Anyone who went there would most likely never return. They also left something unsaid. Su Ping's sister had broken into the deep caves by herself and she had been missing for a week. Her chances of survival were minimal. She might have already died. They didn't think it was worthwhile for a talent like Su Ping to perish over someone who was most likely dead. Su Ping glanced at them. He shook his head. I am going, no matter how dangerous it is. I'll come back if I cannot take it. I sent my sister to the academy so I have to take responsibility. I won't be able to face my parents otherwise. The legendary battle pet warriors looked at each other speechlessly. They had long lost their parents. Even if their parents were still alive, their parents would have been proud. They would not stop them from doing anything. They were surprised to see that Su Ping would hold them in such regard. Li Yuan heaved a sigh. Alas, I didn't know anyone could be as loyal as you. Never mind. Captain Yi, I will make the trip with Mr. Su. Let's say we're taking a gamble for a better future. Are you in? Yi Wuxiu looked at him. He understood what Li Yuan meant by a gamble for a better future. Su Ping was merely at the titled rank. It would be unfortunate to see him die in the deep caves at that age. If Su Ping was able to survive, his combat strength would be much better when he reached the legendary rank, and he would be able to make greater contributions to the deep caves. That was the gamble. No one else said a thing. Most of them were at the ocean state. It would be pointless to propose joining them. Anyone at their rank planning to enter the corridor would be seeking death. Fine. Yi Wuxiu kept silent for a while before he gave his approval. Su Ping was truly touched. Li Yuan was smiling at him. He looked at Yi Wuxiu and the others. A dangerous strike had just taken place. It was evident that the team needed more people, and that had always been the case. Li Yuan, a warrior at the void state, was the backbone. How could he allow for the backbone of their team to take the risk with him? You. Su Ping shook his head. Thank you so much for your kindness. I'll go there on my own. Brother Su, you're completely unfamiliar with the place and the people. You cannot even find the direction. Are you going to simply go around the corridor? You would die even if you were at the fate state if you cannot find the right path. Li Yuan patted Su Ping's shoulder. I'm a blessed man because I went to the corridor and I survived, years ago. I'm familiar with the place. I can show you the way at the very least. Su Ping wished to refuse, but he knew he could not when he saw the smile and the determination in Li Yuan's eyes. Li Yuan had also made it clear how dangerous the corridor was. Indeed, Su Ping needed a guide. Whoosh. Right then, another man arrived. It was Ti who had gone back to check the entrance. He ran over toward the crowd, looking pale. Boss, I didn't see anyone there. Huh? Yi Wuxiu was startled. No one? Are you sure? Everyone else was startled. Some people were enjoying their ribs before that. They put down their food and gazed at Ti with a grieved look in their eyes. Yes, I'm sure. I saw some fresh marks of a fight. I think they belonged to Brother Su and Brother Yun when they fought beasts over there. Ti looked at Su Ping and Yun Wanli. Yun Wanli nodded. Yes. We met some beast kings on our way in, and Fate Challenger Su dealt with all of them. The legendary battle pet warriors turned to look at Su Ping with surprise. They had seen what Su Ping's battle pet was able to do. It was amazing to see a titled warrior with the ability to kill several beast kings. I couldn't find the legendary battle pet warriors who should be guarding that post. I looked everywhere. Ti's face was clouded. I don't believe it. Someone exclaimed. Yi Wuxiu asked Su Ping, were there beast kings outside the entrance above ground? No, Yun Wanli answered instead. I'm in charge of guarding the entrance, which is at the center of a base city. The tower would know if there was a beast king outbreak. Something in that answer alerted Yi Wuxiu. So, we can conclude that our friends guarding the place have suffered some misfortune. Yi Wuxiu pulled a long face. The beasts struck but didn't go out. Were they afraid the tower would find out and dispatch people to get rid of them? The beasts must be plotting something. Yun Wanli was dumbstruck. Was that accidental? Are you saying that the beasts struck the legendary battle pet warriors but didn't go out on purpose? Do they want to preserve the illusion that the deep caves are stable? That? Yes. I think they're waiting for some kind of opportunity. Maybe they're waiting for a time to destroy the deep caves and escape. Li Yuan bit his teeth. Yun Wanli narrowed his eyes and became colorless. If that were the case, then the beasts were simply too cunning. Also, if that plot were real, how far had the beasts progressed? Was their plot close to fruition? Or were they just getting started? If it were the former. When the plot was completely set in motion and all the beasts got out of the deep caves, the consequences would be unbearable to contemplate. The entire world up above would fall. There were hundreds of times more beast kings in the caves. The tower could send out all their legendary battle pet warriors, but that would not help them, at all. Humans would be eliminated from the blue planet. It would become a planet of beasts. No one could bear the thought of that future. We might be reading too much into it. This may only be a coincidence. Mo tried cheering people up. I think we should report to the tower. I wonder if other entrances are like this. I hope this is just an accident, but let's not underestimate those damned beats' intelligence. Some of them have lived longer than we have. Yi Wuxiu said to Yun Wanli, you're from the tower, right? I will entrust you with sending this message. Yun Wanli came back to his senses. Consider it done. Good. Yi Wuxiu patted his shoulder. We will assign someone to escort you on your way out. Remember, This message has to be delivered. This is about the survival of humanity. Do not worry. I will deliver the message even at the cost of my life. Yun Wanli solemnly promised. The fact that those legendary battle pet warriors were willing to risk their lives down there had touched him deeply. He was more determined than before. Yi Wuxiu was able to feel at ease. Mo, Dee, go and escort Brother Yun out. Okay. No problem. Su Ping said to Yun Wanli, thank you for sending the message, then. That's my job, Yun Wanli exclaimed. I feel fortunate to have made the trip over with you. We wouldn't have known about this grave matter otherwise. Su Ping didn't answer. He was thinking about something else. The tower wouldn't have been ignorant of that impending threat if they would have kept an eye on the deep caves and communicated with the people guarding below instead of drowning themselves in pleasures. The tower may have been cautious and conscientious in the past, but it had later become corrupted. Let's split up, then. I'll go and find my sister. I'll stop by the tower and tell them about this myself if I can get out of here alive, Su Ping said. Yi Wuxiu nodded. Brother Su, wait for me. I'll go and get some weapons, Li Yuan said. Okay. Soon after, Yi Wuxiu accompanied Su Ping and Yun Wanli and exited the seal. Te and Old Mo left with Yun Wanli and headed towards the surface while the others went with Su Ping and Li Yuan to the corridor's entrance in the field of ice. That was an area of critical importance. Legendary battle pet warriors had to exercise extra care. Chapter 596. The corridor. The area was in the deepest part of a valley. A snow-covered mountain range stretched towards the horizon. Marks left behind from previous battles were visible everywhere. The snow was covering some of the corpses, leaving some remains exposed. The smell of blood would forever linger in the area. Su Ping noticed that something was off as soon as they arrived. Everything looked normal, but there were hidden cracks in the void that could suck careless souls in. Brother Su, pay close attention here. We fight a lot in this area and the space is not going to hold up for long. Consider this place as an invisible swamp that can suck you in at any time, Li Yuan cautioned Su Ping. Su Ping nodded. Swamp was a suitable analogy for that area. It was indeed a void swamp. He could not see the traps, but he could fall in one of them if he was careless. He would end up in a space and dimension completely different from reality, and the space storms in that dimension could even injure those at the void state. One would have to be extra careful when trying to teleport. Turbulences were frequent where space had been disturbed. That is the way to the corridor. Li Yuan pointed to a direction. A swirl was spinning. It was whole that could suck everything in. Just looking at the swirl had given Su Ping pressure. Behind the swirl was the corridor where beasts gathered. Neither could say for sure what they would run into once they got past the swirl. Take care, Yi Wuxiu said to Li Yuan and Su Ping. Li Yuan nodded. He had quit grinning cheekily like he always did. He summoned a void state beast king. The battle pet's bloodline had some dragon heritage mixed in. The pet merged with Li Yuan as soon as it came out. Li Yuan quickly turned into a strong-built dragon man. He grew dragon scales and his fingers turned into claws. He even had a tail. The merger made him feel like a volcano that could erupt at any time. His alertness was a warning for Su Ping. He summoned the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound as well. The dark dragon hound immediately added 6 layers of legendary armor to Su Ping, making him seem like a moving fortress. The others here were stunned by the dark dragon hound. They could not tell exactly what the pet was, but those defensive skills were amazing. Brother Su, you do have good partners, Li Yuan exclaimed. The little skeleton had already left them a deep impression. That dragon hound turned out to be even more peculiar. Su Ping told the dark dragon hound to add those armors to Li Yuan as well. He could not allow anything to happen to Li Yuan, the good man who was willing to risk his life to make the journey. They were armed to the teeth. Li Yuan was ready to step into the swirl. Take care. See you soon. The others said their goodbyes. Li Yuan waved to them and went into the swirl with Su Ping. Su Ping was right behind Li Yuan. He told the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound to stay close. Going through the swirl reminded him of his trips to the cultivation sites. He felt some distortion in space. He opened his eyes, only to be taken aback. Countless pairs of bloody and fierce eyes fell on him. A bunch of beasts were lurking on the other side of the swirl. Their arrival had alerted them all. Li Yuan was not that surprised. I knew those bastards would be here. Wanna finish them quickly? Su Ping asked. Yes, I do. Li Yuan nodded. Su Ping launched strikes without reserve. He told the little skeleton to do its best to deal with those beasts. It might sound hard to believe, but all of them were beast kings. They were merely at the ocean state, but the total number reached dozens. That many beast kings would shock the entire globe if they were found above ground. All the base cities would tremble. It would mean complete disaster for any base city. Whoosh! The little skeleton withdrew the bone blade as soon as it got the order. Surrounded in darkness, it dashed around amid the beast kings. Roar. One of the Beast Kings was able to use a special skill to freeze the area around a little skeleton. Ice appeared out of thin air, the little skeleton was frozen on the spot and another Beast King roared, shattering the frozen little skeleton. Li Yuan could not believe that the little skeleton had been shattered. At the end of the day, the little skeleton was dealing with dozens of vicious beasts that had been inside the deep caves for their entire lives. They were experienced after having fought many battles. No matter how good the skeleton was, it couldn't have finished all those Beast Kings. When Li Yuan thought he would have to clear out the Beast Kings himself, all of a sudden, the shattered little skeleton broke free from the ice and then reassembled itself. Once regenerated, it flashed to where a Beast King was and slashed its head right between the eyes. One Beast King had been slain. Then the little skeleton went to attack another Beast King. That Beast King panicked and set up many shields and armors. There were other Beast Kings helping. The little skeleton's movement was hindered and slowed down. However, the little skeleton was able to offset the effect with its field of darkness. Apart from corroding creatures that came in touch with that special field, it could cancel the effect of some energy strikes, ice or fire for instance. There was nothing that could stop the little skeleton. It made its second kill. 2 kills in a row had emboldened the little skeleton. Now and then, the little skeleton would become the victim and fall into many pieces, but it would only take a second to reassemble. Nothing could ultimately kill the little skeleton. Li Yuan was stunned speechless. Even though he knew that pets of the undead family had regeneration skills, that was the first time that he had seen any skeleton coming back to life after becoming a pile of dust. Talk about a tenacious vitality. Su Ping stood by the swirl instead of joining the fight. He summoned the Inferno Dragon to help the little skeleton out and finish the fight as soon as possible. He chose to let the Dark Dragon Hound stay with him. He was bothered by the fact that the Dark Dragon Hound had developed nothing but defensive skills, but it turned out that it could make for a good bodyguard. The little skeleton strikes have no weaknesses, but I think there's potential trouble when facing containment skills. Su Ping watched as the little skeleton fought the Beast Kings with courage. The pet's terrifying strikes were able to hurt Beast Kings and even the Dragon Beast Kings would be wounded by that all-conquering bone blade. Still, the little skeleton could be slowed down by defensive skills. The little skeleton was able to regenerate as long as there's energy. But the downside for the little skeleton was that it could be contained after regenerating. That way, even though the little skeleton would still be alive, it would no longer be able to move freely. Su Ping realized he had to train his little skeleton in that regard. He had to make sure that the little skeleton had no weak spots. Brother Su, your battle pets are amazing. Li Yuan looked at the little skeleton and the Inferno Dragon, which were even more intimidating than the Beast Kings. He produced a forced smile and wondered where he had gotten his battle pets. None of them were beyond the ocean state, but they were killing those ocean state Beast Kings as if chopping vegetables. It was unbelievable. Instead of enjoying the show, Li Yuan dashed over and joined the fight. Roar. Li Yuan was like a walking dragon while merged with his dragon. He reached a Beast King and tore its head right off with his claws. His tail was also sharp. The tail penetrated a beast's skull while he grabbed its head to make the kill with more ease. Su Ping wanted to battle personally as well, after being spurred by Li Yuan's primitive way of fighting. But, he had to be on the lookout for potential hidden danger. Roar. Roar. The brawl lasted for a few minutes. The roars and noises gradually subsided. The little skeleton returned to the place where Su Ping stood, and so did Li Yuan. He was covered in blood and panting. Brother Su, let's go. We don't have time to harvest materials from those bastards. Su Ping nodded. He didn't care about those materials to begin with. He could have scavenged the Beast Kings in the cultivation sites if he wanted them. Those materials would merely be used for weapons, or as part of some special food. But Su Ping had enough of those special foods already. He didn't know how to craft weapons. So, harvesting the Beast Kings was meaningless for him. He also didn't think there was anyone on the blue planet who could use Beast King's body parts to make weapons. The legendary battle pet warrior's mighty weapons were usually found in mysterious realms or inside the spatial cracks, instead of being forced by some people. Whoosh! Su Ping took the Inferno Dragon that was covered in blood back to his contract space and hopped onto the Dark Dragon Hound and left with Li Yuan. The Dark Dragon Hound breathed out a stream of air that enveloped the two people. That was used to hide their smell and energy, so that no creature would be able to sense them. Su Ping and Li Yuan went into the depths of the corridor. It was a wide tunnel with some crooked places and a sense of destruction. Su Ping was sure he would be sucked into chaos if he touched those strange spots, even the little skeleton would die for good. Luckily, being sensible enough, Su Ping was able to avoid those dangerous spots, and so was Li Yuan, who had a deep understanding of the spatial rules and mechanisms since he was at the void state. The corridor was like a maze with many crossroads. Su Ping and Li Yuan traveled with care and they kept as quiet as possible. Even so, they would run into some beasts that were resting along the way. They would always finish the beasts quickly and head off to the next place. Chapter 597 traces the forks in the road made the corridor more complex. Li Yuang and Su Ping had to fight their way through and find places to hide every now and then. Half a day had passed and even Li Yuang was getting a bit lost. I think I'm lost. At another crossroad, Li Yuang stopped and scratched his head. Su Ping could not believe him. Lost? You think? I came to this place hundreds of years ago. I can't even remember when, but I don't think the corridor was like this. The structure changed. I think some beasts of the stone family must have done this. Li Yuan forced a bitter smile. He made it sound as if it weren't a big deal, but the frown gave him away. Getting lost in there meant danger. Before they entered the corridor, Li Yuan had pointed out that they would have to go through more detours if they ever got lost. There they would find many beasts and most of them would be of beast rank, including ones at the Void State. They would encounter a Void State Beast King at some point. Su Ping was at a loss for words. Of course, he wasn't thinking of blaming Li Yuan for it. Time could erase so many things. He already owed Li Yuan a bit, merely due to the fact that he had been willing to risk his life to act as his guide. How about I go back with you? I can then come back and try on my own, Su Ping proposed. Su Ping had told the Dark Dragon Hound to make some markings along the way. Of course, they weren't the usual markings, like canine urine. The Dark Dragon Hound had learned a special marking skill by itself. It wasn't based on urine, but the skill did have something to do with saliva. They couldn't find their way forward, but the markings could make sure that they would be able to find their way back. No. Li Yuan shook his head. He could no longer fulfill his job as a guide at that point. Sure, there would be no problem for Su Ping to escort him back to safety, but he wouldn't accept that arrangement. We've fought our way over. We must have disturbed other beasts close by. We also killed some beasts in their lairs, and those empty lairs would soon be occupied by other beasts as well. To go back would entail a bigger danger. We should keep moving forward. Li Yuan continued, I don't have much of a sense of direction right now, but I do have experience that can be of assistance to you. I prepared myself for the worst before I came with you. Should anything happen to me, Brother Su, I just hope that you would give up searching for your sister, leave this place and live on. Su Ping was moved into speechlessness. I'll make sure that nothing happens to you, Su Ping said after a moment of silence. He was grateful for Li Yuan's support. However, since he accepted Li Yuan's kind offer of accompanying him, Su Ping decided that he would save Li Yuan before he saved himself. If I receive drops of water when in need, I shall return the kindness with a spring. That was the principle that Su Ping had always adhered to. Of course, the same rule applied to viciousness as well. Li Yuan patted Su Ping's shoulder in silence. He looked at the paths ahead. A wisp of astral power flew out of Li Yuan and flickered in the air. Something pulled the astral powers to the left. Li Yuan said, let's take the path to the right. Su Ping had understood his intention the moment he unleashed his astral powers. He would also use that method to find his way in cultivation sites. The veteran warriors would usually know of similar methods. Astral powers flying to the left meant that there were beasts absorbing astral powers in that general direction. So, going to the right path was safer. Sure. Su Ping patted the Dark Dragon Hound and pressed forward with Li Yuan. Inside the sealed area in the field of ice, an aloof-looking young man with dark hair voiced his worries. I wonder if they've found the exit yet. An old man shared his concern. I hope that old Li is okay and that the young man stays safe. Once that youngster reaches the legendary rank, he will have the potential to be someone who could become the master of the tower. He was the one who had cautioned Su Ping to be careful with the way he spoke. Yi Wuxiu heaved a sigh. It is not them that I'm worried about. I'm more concerned by what the beasts are up to. Cap, are you worried that the other entrances are in the same situation? Someone asked. Yi Wuxiu nodded as he heaved another sigh. If that's the case, more beasts will come out from the corridor. They will wipe us out and they'll finally gain access to the outside world. The tower will never react in time. The others looked at each other in silent dismay. The deep caves were like a turtle, containing the Beast Kings under the shell. The shell was hard, the Beast Kings were unable to break the shell with the ancient formation. However, the openings for the limbs, tail and neck represented chances for the Beast Kings to get out. The legendary battle pet warriors had to look after those openings. They were able to do their job because they only had to deal with a few Beast Kings each time, all due to the terrains. However, it would be a completely different story if the Beast Kings could get past them and reach the world outside. The number of legendary battle pet warriors in the tower was limited. The base cities above the ground would have been flattened by the time they managed to wipe out all the Beast Kings. I think they can check out the situation in the corridor. If they can come back. The middle-aged man did not finish his words. The others suddenly understood why Yi Wuxiu agreed to have Li Yuan go with Su Ping. Li Yuan would not only protect Su Ping, but also gather information. They had been in the deep caves for far too long to reject such an idea. They weren't worried about their own lives, they just hoped that all their efforts over the years wouldn't have been done in vain. If only those folks in the Federation could come and help us get this over with. A man suddenly exclaimed with a bitter tone. Don't count on the Federation. They just think of the Blue Planet as a scrapped place. Apart from the official government, no one would want to waste their resources on performing kind deeds like this. That idea was rejected coldly. Everyone shook their heads. They had never placed their hopes on the Federation anyway. The Federation? Well, they indeed had people that were above the legendary rank. One of such people could have contained the beasts in the deep caves with one blow and solved the problem that had been a painful problem for the Blue Planet for over 1,000 years. But no one like that would want to waste a tiny bit of their energy on the Blue Planet. It was just like a billionaire who wouldn't go to a remote mountain village just to donate one coin. They didn't want to blame those people, and that was the most pathetic part. Because, if they were the ones with power, they wouldn't notice a minor problem on a minor planet, either. 3 days went by. Inside the deep caves, Su Ping and Li Yuan were hiding next to a wall, resting for a while. They could not believe that they had not found the exit yet. After 3 days had gone past, they still had to play hide-and-seek in there. When hiding wasn't possible, they would run away or finish the beasts as quickly as they could. They had tried their best to fight at the very beginning, but later opted to run whenever possible to save some energy. The opening must lead to the hurricane field, which is between the ice field and flames field. I think we shouldn't be far from the flames field, Li Yuan whispered. They had found a swirl and tried it the day before, only to end up in the hurricane field, which was a world devoid of ground and water. They couldn't even find a place to step on. The legendary battle pet warriors would have to fly around in the air all year long. They would use artifacts that could enable them to stand on air. Their astral powers would have been depleted if they had to rely solely on themselves. Li Yuan and Su Ping left the hurricane field and continued their search. They spent the past 3 days acting with extreme caution. Boom. A beast roamed over from around a corner. It was a mix between a snake and an insect that went past Su Ping and Li Yuan. It didn't notice them. They stopped cloaking themselves and found their way forward once it left. Wait. All of a sudden, Su Ping noticed that something was glistening on the path that the beast had just gone over. Upon a closer look, he noticed it was a silver scale. Chapter 598 Brother? Whoosh. Su Ping went over to pick up the silver scale and went back to the place they were hiding. The scale was glistening. He was able to feel that trace of dragon's presence. It looks like the Moonfrost dragon scales, but different somehow. Su Ping wore a grave expression. It was both good and bad to find the scale there. The good part was that he had finally discovered traces of Su Linayu. The bad thing was that he had discovered the clues in the deep caves. Had Su Linayu entered the corridor from the flames field? If that was the case, Su Ping would have to let go of the last trace of hope he had. He could find beast kings everywhere in the corridor. Living there for a week would be dangerous even for him, let alone Su Linayu. What's the matter? Li Yuan noticed what Su Ping was holding. Does the scale have anything to do with your sister? The scale is from my sister's battle pet. Li Yuan turned pale. That is unlikely. Your sister would have had to go through the flames field, and there are legendary battle pet warriors there. They would have stopped her if they had seen her. There's also the time when our captain reached out to them. They told him specifically that they didn't see your sister. It's impossible for her to be here. Su Ping didn't disagree with him. Li Yuan was right. However, that piece of scale was proof. He wasn't wrong about the scale. Or, was it because that beast in the flames field had carried the scale over? Su Ping thought about that beast. He stood up after a moment's hesitation. I'm going to catch that beast king to ask some questions. Li Yuan spent 1 second thinking about it and agreed. He, too, was curious. The past 3 days together told Li Yuan that Su Ping was a man of caution. He was even more seasoned when it came to cloaking techniques. It was unlikely for the young man to misjudge a scale. The entire thing was strange. That beast king is merely at the ocean state. Let's get this over with, Li Yuan said to Su Ping. Su Ping nodded. They hid themselves when that beast king moved closer, not because they were afraid of it, but because they wanted to conserve their strength by avoiding unnecessary fights, and to make sure that they wouldn't alert more beast kings. Whoosh. Whoosh. They found their way forward in stealth mode. They had quickly caught up with the beast. Their teamwork was quite good. They approached the beast from both flanks and struck it abruptly. It was unfortunate for the Beast King since its realm was at the ocean state. Li Yuan alone could have subdued it, and Su Ping was also present. The two had knocked it out before the Beast King realized what was going on. Su Ping took out his scroll and stuffed the Beast King in. Li Yuan was surprised to see that Su Ping had such an amazing interspatial artifact. Su Ping left the little skeleton outside, gave the scroll to Li Yuan and got into the scroll himself. Is that a beast king? Yan Binayu was still inside the scroll and she had lost all sense of time. She would either sleep or cultivate. The sudden appearance of the beast had startled her. Her face was contorted by fear when she found out that the creature was a beast king. Beast king. A living and breathing beast king just collapsed in front of me. She had seen beasts at the peak of the 9th rank and they were nothing compared to a beast king. Just a breath from the beast king had suffocated her. Whoosh! Su Ping came down and stood on the beast king. Yan Binayu came back to her senses. She bit her teeth in hatred. That was the guy who had kept her there. Is this your battle pet? Yan Binayu asked. Su Ping darted her a glance but didn't reply. He made an O with his astral powers and poked the beast king's head. The pain woke the beast king up. Roar! The beast king bellowed and glared at Su Ping, ready to strike. Su Ping opened his swirl and the inferno dragon came out, looking down at the beast king from a height. The beast king stopped venting its anger, as it had been intimidated by the inferno dragon. Dragons were the kings of all beasts and that held true even among beast kings. While being at the same rank and state, dragons and demon pets were still considered the most powerful. The inferno dragon had become even more terrifying once he obtained the bloodline of the purple blood dragons. Deterring the usual beast kings had become a walk in the park. Yan Binayu widened her eyes. She had seen that battle pet but it looked too different. The disparity in appearance was not the only thing she noticed. She also felt that intimidating presence the beast king alone had made it difficult for her to breathe. The inferno dragon had almost forced her heart to stop beating. What is it about this dragon that made it so terrifying? Has such a long time gone by in the outside world? Since when did this guy's battle pets become so powerful? Once he gained control of the beast king, Su Ping took out the silver scale and started the questioning. The beast king behaved thanks to the pressure imposed by the inferno dragon's gaze. The rule of the jungle determined that the beast king would not dare to disobey the inferno dragon. The latter would devour it if otherwise. Soon, Su Ping found out that the beast king knew nothing of the silver scale and had never left the corridor. Su Ping was baffled. Is Su Linayu really here? A moment later, Su Ping told the inferno dragon to return to the contract space, then killed the beast king before he left. The beast king could destroy the world inside the scroll if he wasn't around, and he had no other interspatial artifact to put the beast king away. If the creature got out, it could run away and tip other beast kings off. Su Ping killed the beast king easily, which stunned Yan Binayu. She grabbed the chance and asked before he left, "When will you let me out?" Su Ping didn't even look at her, lest speak to her, before he went away. Yan Binayu bit her lip and stomped her feet. Su Ping put away the scroll. How was it? The beast king never left the corridor. Su Ping asked, "Brother Li, are you sure that the entrances to the corridor are guarded by the legendary battle pet warriors? Are there any other points of entry?" "No, there aren't." Li Yuan shook his head. "The entire deep caves are, in fact, a huge and mysterious formation that is said to have been formed in the ancient times. Apart from the available pathways, the other places are strongly fortified, unless the legendary battle pet warriors in the Flames Field have neglected their duties, or they weren't there. But our captain contacted them not so long ago. If your sister were here, then the only explanation would be that the legendary battle pet warriors posted there have neglected their duties." Su Ping nodded. He didn't get to meet the legendary battle pet warriors in the Flames Field and could not say for sure if they had neglected their duties or not. "Let's have a look around. We haven't found our way to the Flames Field anyway." "She cannot be far away from us if she is here," Su Ping said. Li Yuan nodded. He went there as a guide, but then lost his way in less than half a day. They had encountered serious troubles during the past 3 days. It was a good thing that Su Ping was even more able than he had imagined. They were able to solve the problems together. They could have already died there. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them went back to where they found the silver scale and carefully searched along the pathway. Soon, he found 2 more silver scales. Su Ping didn't know how to describe his feelings. He was excited and afraid at the same time. Sometimes they would end up in a dead end, while sometimes they would run into lairs where beast kings were soundly asleep. Su Ping found more silver scales after half a day had passed. They reached a dark and smelly den. Su Ping and Li Yuan were fumbling around when they heard a feeble voice. "Brother?" That voice was barely audible but the absolute silence made it clear. Li Yuan and Su Ping were startled. Su Ping recognized the voice. He could not believe it. He looked over, he found a girl gradually showing herself, next to the dark wall. It was Su Linayu. Su Ping could not believe it, but soon discarded all his doubts and questions. He was seized with joy. He had found her. She was still alive. Su Ping rushed to her and wrapped his arms around her. Li Yuan was still in a daze. Of course he could tell that the girl was his sister, but he didn't think that they would find her there, and alive. How amazing. He had found out that Su Ping's sister was merely at the 6th or 7th rank, based on his previous chats with Su Ping. It was already unbelievable that she could enter the deep caves, not to mention the corridor. Li Yuan was almost convinced the girl had died. What a miracle. Watching the siblings' reunion had brought a smile to Li Yuan's face. Su Ping ended the hug and regained his calmness. He saw that Su Linayu looked weird. He let go of her arms and sized her up and down. She was covered in silver dragon scales and the paleness indicated that she was weak. Her pupils had turned golden. What is this? Su Ping asked. Had she merged with her battle pet? But Su Linayu was not at the legendary rank. He had not reached the legendary rank yet. What are you doing here? Su Linayu thought of something. She seemed embarrassed and nervous. She took a look around and unleashed some astral powers to envelop Su Ping and Li Yuan. The silvery glow that fell over them hid their presence. They were almost invisible. Chapter 599 Depth of the corridor. After Su Ping and Li Yuan had been successfully hidden, Su Linayu said, "Sorry, I got in trouble again." She looked even paler and could barely stand. She knew that Su Ping would only go there for one reason, to find her. It pained her heart to think that Su Ping had traveled all the way from the Longjiang base city, which was a dangerous endeavor. She wasn't even courageous enough to make eye contact with him. "Why are you here?" Su Ping looked at her. He was angry at her and worried for her at the same time. This gal has never stopped making trouble. They tricked Snowball into coming here and I came to find her. Su Linayu's voice dropped lower and lower. She entered that place to find Snowball, but then some beast kings popped out and surrounded her when she went to a certain place inside. There was no way back for her. She had no other choice but to keep on running forward. She ended up in that place somehow. She realized that the place was full of beast kings. She couldn't go anywhere. Having no other choice, she went into hiding and waited for death to arrive. She had given up all hope. But when she thought that death was inevitable, she saw Su Ping. They? Su Ping took a second before he asked in a deep voice, "Do you mean the student surnamed Nan from the academy? You know about that?" Su Linayu immediately realized that Su Ping must have gone to the academy or else he wouldn't have been there.